Futures back in negative territory here this morning, extending that sell-off we saw late in the afternoon yesterday. That also erased the early rally following comments from Bostic that came out and said, not only are we going above 5% with interest rates, we're going to stay there for longer than expected. So we are seeing a little bit of follow through to the downside this morning. Keep in mind, we've got Fed Chair Powell coming up at 9 o'clock this morning, going to be speaking at an event that's going to be a market mover. So stay with us until 9 o'clock. Tesla moving. I just saw they're going to announce a full 2-week self-driving ban to combat inattentiveness, especially in the morning, apparently, for Tesla. So we'll have a look at that. More news for BABA this morning, more news for Coinbase, another round of layoffs to come. Going to be an interesting day here as we get going for a Tuesday. It's January 10th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. More red numbers to have a look at this morning. 0.75 for the NASDAQ, trying to lead the way. We're heading right now back to session lows, or pre-market lows anyways. 0.5% there for the S&P, about the same for the Dow. So extending, as I said, those declines that we saw late in the day yesterday. Remember, it was only the NASDAQ that stayed in positive territory when all was said and done at the end of the day. Crude, Bitcoin, and Ethereum back on watch as well to the upside so far this morning. Big day ahead. We have a big rest of the week ahead. Good morning, guys, as we get going here. Thursday, obviously, going to be the big one, CPI. We get Fed Chair Powell this morning again at 9 a.m. making some comments at an event. They're talking about central bank independence at this event, but I think everyone knows it's all going to be about inflation.
Yeah, look, we'll see what he says. I mean, ultimately, like, it's a planned thing. I don't think it's going to be anything groundbreaking, but we always listen to everything that comes out of the Fed Chair's mouth. So it should be an interesting day. Every time I look over, I got to see these. Welcome to Tuesday. What is it, 4 days or 3 days before we got to roll and do those chips? The market looks like it's going to be giving up some of those gains, unfortunately. We didn't move it to a bear, Shawn.
I'm doing
yesterday,
it now.
but it felt like we needed to in the afternoon when everything turned into shorts. And this morning, that's kind of what we're starting out with. We'll see what happens when Powell talks at 9. A lot to get to. Bed Bath & Beyond obviously had their earnings. They lost money. You guys probably understand that. But welcome. I think it's going to be a fun one. Take a second, hit that subscribe, enjoy the ride. It'll be up or down, but as traders, we tend not to care which direction it goes as long as we can take advantage of movement.
Well, it won't be flat. So
I hope
there'll be a ride one way or the other. But yeah, welcome again today. Hey, it's a Tuesday.
It is Tuesday.
One of 5 days where the market's open, and we're excited to be open once again. And we're going to be here every single day. Of course, Monday, though, a holiday. So we won't be in on Monday. So that's the one day that we won't be in. But yeah, I have every single name on here today is to the downside. So I'm thinking that we're going to have a short market. We saw Bostic come out yesterday, throw a little bit of cold water, I guess, on this rally. We were up over 2% yesterday until Bostic came out talking about having rates keeping and holding 5%.
Yuck.
So they want to get to 5%. They don't want to slow down. And it was almost like economic numbers be damned. I don't think he didn't really care. It was just like, yeah, we're not stopping. We're going to go forward until we get to certain numbers. So I don't know. To me, I'm short today. I want to be short. We just got to wait for some pop-ups to happen. You're only down 0.75 right now, but yesterday we were definitely biased long. We had our best day of the month. And now today we're going to be biased short. Let's see if we can come out with that. But again, these are just what's initially we're thinking, right? We do have some changing numbers coming through today, the month over month. And then we got Powell as well. So it should be really fun here. And then we have the DXY. A lot of people talking about that on the chat as well. Watch the dollar today. So yeah, oil flat, NASDAQ down, S&P down. Yeah, to me, it's not looking very good.
It's a wait and see kind of a morning so far. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, as always, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use TTV, the promotional code, and get yourself 10% off. Sharif with me as always. Going to be an interesting day here, obviously, as Shawn was mentioning there. We get Fed Chair Powell coming up here at 10. But it was Bostic yesterday that kicked off this selling about midday-ish. I mean, it seemed like he was talking all day long, but It was about midday when he made that comment about higher rates for longer.
Yeah, and I was trading on the show, and we saw the response immediately by the market. The market shot down. He's not even an FOMC voting member, guys. I mean, Brendo, I think the market's kind of on edge. It's been on edge lately. Just any little whim from a central banker, and yeah, it overshoots. But he said, speaking of overshooting, he said yesterday that they were willing to overshoot with respect to interest rates, obviously making the reference to 5%, but that's an interesting development.
It seems like they keep marching these guys out to make these comments to kind of keep everyone in check a little bit. It'll be really interesting to see what the boss says. The boss coming up at 9 o'clock. Fed Chair Powell going to be, he's making a prepared speech, but apparently there's going to be some comments along with that to reporters. So we'll have that for you in 25 minutes coming up at 9 o'clock. This was the main headline this morning, though, we were looking at when I sat down. Futures were flat, essentially. We are still more or less flat to the downside a little bit ahead of these comments. Again, a number of individual names to have a look at as well, including Bed Bath & Beyond down there posting a loss. Boeing with a downgrade today as well. There's Tesla making a move here, a little bit of a move this morning, guys. But I think a lot of this is going to depend on what happens between 9 and 9:30 this morning.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's going to be the case to a certain degree. Like, there's a couple of things I wanted to show, but I want to go to my black chart before I look at the SPY here. Just very quickly, if you look at what happened, it was such an impressive rally there yesterday, and suddenly you had this like 11.12 sort of getting taken out early on, and if you take out the support at 11.1, you could see a bit of a pullback. If you look at the last couple of days, I think you might pick up some price acceptance. I like some dip buys in this market just based on that. But then the other side of the coin, that's the NASDAQ. Looking at the ES here, like the 50 period on the daily just gave you like a classic sort of wick top through the 50 period on the daily and then coming back in. So when I see this, I'm going to look at anything that shows me a resistance level and want to short it, and then start looking for, okay, well, where are the dip buy opportunities if we're going to get a bit of a trend down? So you get that subtle little breakout, it was a very strong move, it ends up retracing, and then the potential for pullback. It can play both ways because you can just start taking out that 390 again, and then suddenly things look a little bit bullish. But yeah, I feel like at 9 o'clock, unless something comes out of his mouth that rallies us, I'll be looking for some dip buys. You can't see the position board right now because we have our surge trader is up there, but I do have Virgin Orbit to the short side. If you're, probably something that missed by most people because, quite frankly, I don't think a lot of people care. Virgin Orbit had an unsuccessful launch in the UK. It's like their second out of the last like 4 or 5 launches that was unsuccessful, so they're gapping down. It was at $2. It's now at $1.50. Really, it's not the best looking chart in the world, but when you see something like this, it's breaking sort of last ditch support. So beneath 160 to 165, I want to be net short this thing. Kind of give it a chance to flush. It's down 20% already, so maybe beaten up a little bit. But this is something that was already sort of rolling over and maybe threatening that it was going to go down to that dollar level. And there have been some concerns with them, and the chatter has come up in terms of going forward and going concern. Like you've seen at least that a couple of times in headlines, or at least I have. So I'm going to be in Virgin Orbit. Not a ton of pre-market volume, but unless it's going to be breaking that 60 to 65, I just want to be sitting inside of that short. Failed launch is the catalyst.
All right. You mentioned a name there, Boeing, Brendan, and a few other names that have come through today. Boeing had a monster day again. I mean, the last little while has been huge for Boeing, up to 214. Nice little move, but then today you're getting slapped downside a little bit. I think this is one of the worst ones by percentage base here today, but you're going to get a nice move down, and watch out for that 200 marker. So that's what I'm kind of looking for here on Boeing, to see if we can bounce at all off of 200. You're still way above the 50 period. We really got extended there. Huge runs up for Boeing. So, I mean, I know the value trade, people are still in that name, in these names, but I just wonder if we may switch over to growth pretty soon. And if you do, then Boeing's not really going to be a huge name on a lot of people's target. You almost got into that 220 area here that we had some resistance up top. So a nice little pullback for Boeing. I think you got to let this thing settle down near this 180 mark before we pick up a little bit more Boeing there. But yeah, down to 200 should be a pretty interesting spot to look at, especially if this market does continue to come down. I want to see what happens for Boeing in and around 200. So Yeah, Powell speaks at 9, so it's not really going to affect any of these stocks. I mean, you're not going to be able to get too much into them unless you are trading a big NASDAQ name that does have some liquidity. This one right now, although it's only 38 cents, you know, there is that downside push here happening today, now down 2.6%. Let's see what happens at 200. So Boeing on my mind despite all these other names that are here. So this could be a pickup. I think it's worth trying maybe at 200 and then just waiting out for it. But a nice key level, 100,000 shares, down almost 3% here, Boeing today.
On the inflation front, talking about, we're discussing some of the banks here a little bit in the pre-market, including Goldman. Goldman coming out this morning saying they no longer expect Europe as a whole to go into recession. So that's an about face a little bit.
Yeah, I was expecting the complete opposite, to be honest with you. What I'd been hearing is America may avoid the recession, and Europe, because of the high inflation, running at over 10% in England at the moment, would definitely experience a hard landing. But I guess maybe Goldman's got other ideas.
We'll see. Yeah. Here's a few other interesting headlines, guys, to make note of so far this morning. This one, if you remember, was it last week? I feel like it might have been last week. GEHC, GE Healthcare, coming out this morning saying, that's that spinoff that we were discussing, I think it was last week, 5 to 7% organic revenue growth expected in 2023. Not really doing a heck of a lot here, pre-market so far, but GEHC worth a note. There's this one as well. Bumble, back to the upside again today, 3%-ish. KeyBank raising to overweight on BMBL. Again, not a lot of volume. And then the travel group, I wanted to get your opinion on this because we were discussing this a little bit last week in the sense that if we, do go into recession, obviously people tighten the belt. These types of ideas might be a little bit or harder hit than others, but all of the cruise lines getting a downgrade today.
Yeah, interesting about that because people were saying, people aren't spending much money on things as they are experiences. So I was expecting kind of travel to do well even in a recessionary time, but I guess, people are going to have to cut the belt from somewhere. So
one of those days, it's the first day in a while, I guess you got to go back to before the holidays where there's a lot to kind of digest this morning and really narrow down your focus here this morning, guys, is the travel group as a whole. We saw a little bit weak yesterday, even the airlines, some of the casinos as well, but it's the cruise lines today they're picking on.
Yeah, I mean, RCL, the market's down almost a full percent. RCL's up a little bit, but strong move off of 55 yesterday. I mean, look at the last week here. Or just look at its beginning of the year, January 3rd, the first trading day, it was down. But every single day after that, you've had a nice sort of gradual rise corresponding with, hey, look, 55, where it broke from yesterday. You're breaking that 50 period to the upside. This is one of these stocks. Now, it doesn't do a lot of volume in the pre-market. I'm going to go to CCL in a second, but dipping down into that 50 period, if it does try to kind of test that 55 even, that looks like a strong trend that if the market wants to try to pull back here, maybe something gets said, it sends us negative. I kind of like that one for a bit of a pickup. Now, CCL tends to do a little bit better volume, and that generally speaking is where I sometimes prefer to be able to trade. And it's got a very similar setup with the 50 period at $9. And it broke out well away from that $9 level. So if there's a deeper pullback, kind of getting through the opening range of yesterday, then I think you can pull back into 9. You could see that 55 come in on RCL a little bit sooner than that. And I just feel as if CCL, it probably would have a deeper pull just given how it ended the day a little bit weaker. Like it's a very big difference in terms of sort of giving up those highs and then slightly opening lower on CCL here, inclining me to think maybe you don't hold that support from yesterday, and then you're thinking about that $9 level as opposed to RCL, where you saw it's still really at the top end of that range. 55 would be holding, the 50 period at 55 would be holding its previous day's support levels. So just a stronger looking chart over there on RCL. And probably most times you will see me trade CCL, but the setup just looks better on a dip buy for RCL. That's the easy way of saying it.
Yeah, look, travel industry, on blast a little bit here today. I wanted to quickly look at HKD. We've had some talk there about HKD. Yeah, it's not that much. I mean, the chart's going to look crazy because we went up so high, so back and forth there. And of course we have, there we go. Thanks for that. But here we go. I just want to say, because we are right back to sort of where we started here before we rallied up to $70 again. So HKD, here's maybe a better chart on a 20-minute. You can see this is the sort of the jump off point right here, about $12 or $13, where we really started to get going back up here, like we just showed you there, to that $53 and then back down. So right here, HKD could get a little spot here. I mean, if you're ever looking to get in, obviously when it's riding up, you got to get out. I mean, whether or not you wait for the ultimate tops or not, or you give it some love back down. But what a great move to the upside there. And I just want to bring it to everyone's attention, because right here, 1250 is sort of where we got going again. And you do have that bottom of around 10. So I feel like you're getting close to where the risk to reward on a name like this. And again, we're just day trading it. So I wouldn't hold it overnight, because you don't know what the next day is going to bring. And if you do, maybe a small piece. But you're right here at a pretty key level again for HKD. So maybe a break through 1550 or a support down here near 12 could be something for this name. You can see where we are at right now, 500,000 shares in and around $14. So here's the move, pulling back in, and there's the jump off spot again on the 20-minute, right? So you're right down here to $13. HKD could find a launch pad in and around here. And then if not, if it doesn't dip down, what about a break here through 18 with people fearing that maybe they missed the bottom? So, hey, this could be another one of those names today that could fly. You're down here, but you've done some decent volume at 500,000 shares. Let's just see what happens here for HKD, right back to sort of where it jumped off last time.
I wanted to mention Amazon here a little bit, on the sense that there was a couple of later headlines that came out this morning in the pre-market. One, more job cuts coming over in the UK, 1,200 in warehouse specifically for the UK. Also this one, buy with Prime, available in the US now, and we can bring over this. BigCommerce, which is a retail side software platform, announcing integration with Amazon's Buy with Prime. And that has them up, or was 10% a second ago, now about 8% for Big C, back to $10. I can't believe this thing was $10 again. That's crazy. What do you think of Amazon here?
I think it's great. I think that they're looking to cut where it's not making money, and they're looking to add new revenue sources. This is definitely one of them. And I think anybody with a Prime membership is going to be more enticed to go to a website where they can use their Prime membership. A study showed that it increased conversion up to 25%. So we'll see how that works out. But I think they're looking for new sources of revenue. Yeah,
there was some talk about further shipping or further investment into shipping from Amazon this morning as well. So not on the watch list, guys, but we'll get to Apple, we'll get to Microsoft this morning. But Amazon looking interesting here, along with that Big C.
Yeah, I was just sort of, I wanted to take a quick look at that Big C on the on Flow Checker, because I don't think it's that big of a deal, the big commerce there. Yeah, it's okay. I knew it was some short float. It's only about 5%, and the float's only about 70 million shares. So it is in that bucket where I think you can see bigger moves there. It's kind of hard to, if we can maybe come to the, there we go. Thanks so much, guys. But just, it's at that 50 and it's at this $10 level, and I wish there was more volume on this. It has that potential to maybe get a secondary push. It's just obviously that 10 is going to be an absolute wall, or at least obvious resistance. So I need to see the open on this, unfortunately. I was expecting to see a couple 100,000 shares traded off of that news, especially the levels it's getting into, and I'm just not seeing it, unfortunately. Amazon, that's a different story. Yesterday, I wanted 90 for the short side on Amazon. It never really came into play. You're right back holding, again, just another sort of head and shoulder setup, which I think is going to look a little bit better on the 15-minute here. So that 87 level just comes right back in. It can't seem to hold it. If we can't get through 87.5, I think you could be at least dipping. And I don't really have any dip buys until 82 on Amazon. Plenty of other things I like higher on this name. But if it starts to reclaim 87.5, I think that gives you some runway that if we have an inside day, meaning we don't get out of yesterday's range, you almost got to favor the long. But overall, if we're not through 87.50 at the open, it just feels like you're rolling over with the rest of the market if they break that support. I might be more interested. I'm going to be interested to have that Big C and look at it at the open, because I really like the levels there. It's just, I'm shocked at how little volume it's doing pre-market. I've seen that one trade before and kind of expected there to be more there. That 10 break would be enticing if it had a little more juice behind it.
All right, so I've already, might not be on the watch list, but it's definitely on the sticky note here today with Amazon. Look, I just think you want to play the short until we break 90. I mean, it's pretty simple for me and straightforward. I'm going to be biased to the short side. I don't care about any of these releases there, Amazon Prime, this and that. $88 here is where we're going to start the short. And then yesterday, you know, in a rally market, sure, we broke 89. We got as high as 89.50. So I'd really not thinking about holding it that far to the upside, but, you know, take the short first at 88, and then we'll see what it does around 89. Like, I mean, you know, we're going to be short here. I have an offer right now at 87.90, so we'll sit there. It's right into where this wick was. It's kind of where we started yesterday, and like I said, got up that $1.50 and then faded the rest of the day. So, you know, this is what Amazon did yesterday. Huge move off the open, basically gets to its highs, and then double tops a bunch of times there at 89 and change. So, you know, for me, 89 was not really overly significant, so I'm not, you know, too concerned about it, but there's 88. We were short. I think we were short this name yesterday. I'm not sure. We were short a couple names into the close. As you guys know, it was Google. Yeah, it was Google and Amazon that we were short, and we were short off this level. So maybe we can get that here, 88.60, 88.50, something like that as the high. But let's start it right around here. If it breaks, you know, if it breaks above 88.20, you know, in this area, then we can get out of the short and then re-engage it up and around here. But it could be a wild open again for Amazon, like it could be for all these names. But look at this, you're still down. We're still creating, just pretend the market never closed. You know, it's a downside trend here. They didn't bump it up overnight or anything like that. So for me, Amazon just remains to be a short. And like I said, we had our best day of the month yesterday. And I think we can try to continue that momentum here today. So I am trying to go short Amazon. The only thing now that I'm noticing, and again, Jerome Powell's going to be coming out pretty soon here. I think it's a prepared speech, so it's not going to say anything anyways. But you know, well, he might say something, but it's only down 0.37. And the market's down 0.7. So normally, that's not a name that I'd be rushing to get aggressive on the short side with. We have other names here today. You know, AMD is now at the market. I think that can get going, especially if the market, you know, decides to dip. AMD will probably double the return on the short side here than the market. So for me, I'm excited to be trading a bunch of names to the short side, but that could all completely change in just a couple minutes when we really get a true direction and a feel. If we double down on Bostic yesterday, then yeah, this market is going to go to the downside, and then all these levels we're going to wish that we had the short. So I'm going to be patient as patient can be here and wait just for a few more minutes before we get a real strong idea on what we want to do today.
Yeah, just hearing this is a panel discussion over in Stockholm, Sweden, that he's going to be taking part in. So there is a prepared aspect. I think they have opening remarks, each participant, and then there's going to be some comments after that. Let's get some analyst moves here this morning. Might not matter in a few minutes here, but here's a look at what analysts are looking at. Nike, notably on the upgrade side, KGI Securities with an upgrade on that, American Towers in the energy sector, Goldman Sachs, GS getting an upgrade as well. There's RCL to the upside. It's worth noting that was a very cautionary, as I was mentioning, a cautionary note on the entire sector from Morgan Stanley this morning. Boeing here as well, downside today, as we mentioned, Capital One, CN, and Chevron.
Well, Nike could be interesting. Well, you already talked about Boeing.
Yeah, I did. I don't. So what's Nike's? Nike's
on the upgrade side.
Bang.
The only thing I would say about Nike is it's because of the run it's been on since the earnings. Like it's got that same setup with the head and shoulders that everything pretty much is setting up with today. And it's 125 as well. And look, if you don't really get back through there, it's got some room to pull back. I just think 120 is going to be a potential gift if we pull back down in. Like this can be that kind of a day where if we do get that little bit of a dip for whatever reason and it extends a little bit further, some of the names can come back to some exciting or decent prices. Like I talked about CCL there, so RCL at 55. I think that 120 area can be a nice little consolidation bounce play for something like a Nike. A little far away from it on light volume to be concerned about it now. And with an upgrade, I don't know that really matters. I think overall, if the market pulls back, this has gone far enough in its latest movement that I think you could see a little bit of a dip, and I like that 120 level on it. But I don't know that I would add that to I'm just going to sit on the bid at 930. I'll be on the bid of RCL because that's the sector I was looking at for yesterday and today. But Nike, we'll have a look if it gets down there. If there's a really bad day and Nike's down 3%, at that point I would take a look at that 120 to see if it can start holding.
Yeah, I mean, we came in on January 3rd, or the 2nd, whatever the day was there. And, you know, one of the picks that I was talking about here for the first little bit was going to be Nike, getting long here at 116. So, yeah, we've given $10 there in a week straight to the upside. So, yeah, it could be a little bit overdone here at that 126. We'll see if it continues to work or not. Another name, of course, that I gave you guys on. And this is why my portfolio is hiding out in some of these names, right? Like, that's why we sort of talk a little bit about them. Starbucks yesterday got hit, but this was another name that I came in here at $100 when the first day of the new year and said this could be another buy there, up 7%, but it doesn't matter. They could all fade out again. So I mean, as China goes, that was sort of why we talked about Starbucks there, but I do like Nike. Yesterday off Lululemon was a little bit of a problem, so we'll have to wait to see what they're doing. What is Lulu doing today anyways? Let me just quickly check. Yesterday they rallied all the way back, so not all the way, but they came back nicely yesterday. Huge drop down there. We were talking about that 280, rallied up to 305, and then, yeah, everything got hit in the afternoon. So a nice little move down here for Lulu, and actually picking up a little bit of steam as opposed to the rest of the market today. So only down 0.25. I just want to say what's up to Kenneth Jones there, talking to me a little bit on the chat. I don't know we're not planning on changing it. You said something about how keep everything the same until the autumn of 2024. I don't know what that means. So we're not planning on changing anything. We are changing the title cards and things like that that you mentioned. And because like today we have the month-over-month number coming out, and it just says that. I don't know if we're just changing things. We're trying to make things a little bit different, but no, we're planning on keeping everything the same for quite a while. And of course, we got to change up some of our, some of the, we call them the title cards. What do we call them? There when you log in and you see it on YouTube. What do we call them?
Shoot.
That doesn't matter. Anyways, we're adjusting some of the. What one? Thumbnails, good one there. We've been changing the thumbnails just to get a little more creative, see what works, see if we get some more click-throughs and different rates like that. So, yeah, we're busy working, and some working, some hardly working, but we're working on finding out the best solution here for that. But I don't know what that was all that talk about. Yeah, there it is, thumbnail. Yeah, thumbnail. Right there. Yeah, well. I'll leave.
Maybe he could be talking.
We're trying to work on the merch store as well, but we're doing everything. Yeah,
he could have been talking about rates, which would make sense. Why is Microsoft moving?
Keep rates? Yeah, no, but he wasn't talking about rates. All right, so Powell's coming out in just 3 minutes here, so let's keep our ear to the floor here as Brendan and Sharif both will over there at the big desk.
Yeah, I'm just listening to this. I can show you this is the feed of this event right now. So. This guy, I don't even know who that is, but he is now introing Fed Chair Powell. So in the meantime, he's been speaking for about 2 minutes already, just FYI. So he is introing Fed Chair Powell. A couple of little ones quickly, Sharif, we'll get to here. PRE and FRO, big movers here to start things off. Those are the headlines.
PRE, another biotech stock, guys, another small cap biotech stock. How many times have we said that in the past little while? It's moving decent here. If you come to my screen, we're holding VWAP 315 area. I mean, it doesn't look like the best setup, but again, if you watch the midday show, I hold these ones long side above VWAP, Brendo.
Yeah, so we'll touch on, I'm sure, throughout the morning, a ton of volume already. It's worth noting on both PRE, guys, and FRO this morning.
Yeah, I have my eye on PRE in particular. I was sort of looking at, if it got out of hand 450 and then that 3/4 markup, just get some orders out on Microsoft, maybe see if it can't come back in. I like that 225 on Microsoft, but I was also watching PRE. I kind of feel whenever you make a top like this and sort of grind back in, my initial concern is, okay, well, are you going to have one of those, it finds consolidation at the open, starts going, can't get through 350, and then everyone starts selling through, and then you have a bigger dip buy. That does set up the old pop and fade, scalp trade off the highs. Maybe you get like a 340 to 350 off the open, set a stop at 60s, it pulls back into VWAP for just like a quick in and out trade. And then if $3 can start holding after that, then you look for maybe like the longer term sort of notion. It's a very choppy stock on the higher time frame. Like you do get all these kind of crazy wicks. So I do want to see a consolidation before thinking about any kind of a long. Like I wouldn't sit on the bit of this thinking, ooh, this is the price it's going to dip. Let's go long. Nah. Like if it breaks 3 even, like it could be 275, it could be 280. I've been playing around with just checking out how some of these have responded to like Fibonacci retracements. And by these, I mean small cappers in the pre-market. And there's been some good looks there, but I don't want to put anything on, like trades on just yet, because I find that they kind of loosely hold, and I think you have to give things sometimes an extra 5 or 10 cents there. So I don't have that completely nailed down to be sitting into one of these things, because I was looking at it this morning actually for a pullback off that 350, but I'd much rather see how we react to 3 at the open than just sort of sit on the bid with this. I think you have too much risk of getting wicked out right at 9:30.
So again, here on Softy, up to 229. I mean, this is a name that I want to short today. I made, again, another error. I put the wrong price in to go. I hit enter by accident as we get up to, so I just punched it in and out there quickly for 10 cents. But right there, we're going to look for 229, 230 coming here for Powell. Yesterday's high near that 231. We absolutely, and again, it's too bad because it's our trades aren't on here from yesterday either, but we shorted this 231 right into hell all afternoon there. So let's see what happens right now, but we are into this short. There it is. Everything blasting right now. We actually just got a few trades on right now. We may get out of this if it takes out 230 right now, but look at the spread already on Microsoft, already 60 cents there. We do take a Neo short as well at 95. So a lot of these names could blast up here. It's Powell taking the podium now. It's 9 o'clock. Let's see where we go. We're already into 2 shorts now. A little early. We don't normally do well when we're in this early, but again, off of 11:20 here. Let's see what happens in this market. Here comes Powell. We're short right now at 228.90 here for Softy. Just don't want to get blasted to the upside. We're going to get out at 230. I just don't want to risk this market getting a little crazy here. Here we go. I'm back in a little bit, but I expect some volatility here, especially. And I said, like, don't get too involved in these markets because of liquidity. And here I am into Neo and into Microsoft real early here as Powell takes the podium.
Are the prepared comments that just came through from Powell. This one, it looks to be the most important right now. He doesn't make any comment whatsoever in the prepared side of things on U.S. economic or monetary policy outlook in the prepared remarks. So there are other just very generic stuff we've heard already from not only Fed Chair Powell, but Fed members. So we'll continue to watch for him. He has not taken the podium yet. He is still being introduced, but those are the prepared comments that just came through from Fed Chair Powell. Quickly, let's bring in Arun here and get an idea of what we need to know as far as the futures are concerned this morning. Again, we're expecting Fed Chair Powell here any second. Arun.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what you got to wait up for, right? I mean, it's 9 o'clock. You might as well wait for him and 9:30 to make any sort of decisions, because although the market's been trending to the downside, we had that trend, strong trend up, complete reversal, V-shaped reversal through the top, coming right back down, and that yesterday was at an inflection point, right? We were trying to get through that top end of the range, and we did for a decent amount of time. We did, and then it was a complete reversal in the afternoon, so which sets the door for a potential trap move. Now, let's just see if they continue to sell. If they do continue to sell, then obviously that can be declared as a trap. And at that point, you're looking at the bottom end of the range, right? For now, though, we're sitting at that point where we can still catch a bid. If we do catch a bid, we might be seeing those 40s, 50s again, those 39.40, 39.50s again. If we don't catch a bid, and interestingly enough, it's around when Powell speaks as well. If we don't catch a bid and we completely fall off, then again, we got to see the bottom end of the range, and then we've got CPI coming out soon anyways. So there's a lot to do here. The first checkpoint I'm looking for is 39.60. That's the one I want to see. If we get through 39.60, I think I'd be confident in saying that that was a trap move, and then we can look at the bottom end of the range. But for now, there's potential on both sides. If we go high enough, you can potentially fade it against yesterday's high. So yesterday's high being about 75. We potential fade somewhere north of 50 into 75 if that's available. If you fall but catch a bid, then there are potential longs here against 38.60. If we do nothing in the middle, there's just a lot of noise. And I think with Powell speaking, ranges being wide enough kind of gives you some protection. So I would just wait it out and see how this all plays out going into the open, because I imagine there's going to be some decent movement. We've seen the volatility pick up. We've seen the action and the volume pick up. So let's just see if we can get some more action through the Fed today.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Just quickly, no Fed Chair Powell yet. This is who is currently speaking at this event. So the prepared comments, the important part here, the prepared comments did not include anything on current U.S. economic or monetary policy. So that seemed to be a positive for the overall market. I'll keep listening to this. In the meantime, let's get into everything else that we need to know this morning heading towards the open. That's the link to the watch list. As always, make sure you grab that every single day before you come join us at 8:30. We do all your homework for you for free. Coinbase, top of the list this morning, trying to turn back up here with the overall market as well. Yeah, futures starting to get going nicely here, guys. We'll continue to monitor these comments, but here's the headline for Coinbase. It's actually 1,200. They came back out with a revision on that. So crypto exchange Coinbase cutting more jobs and more cost-cutting measures to come, getting a little help here from the overall market.
Stopped out here a softie, first of all. You know, we did go short at 229. We took 50 cents. I mean, we got some out at 70, some out at 50 as we look to blow a little higher here through 230 right now. So watch out for that take. We're going to get out if it takes 230, which it's going to be, obviously it's going to be a loser because you don't want to lose $1 on the last piece, but we did get out a 40% right there. Let's see if it does take it. One more positive comment or one more little bump up and it's going to go. So this is what I mean about switching up the game a little bit here, right? You want to wait and, you know, before you really dig into something when there's real liquidity out there. This thing can move, you know, pretty crazy, but it moves. It's actually probably moving less now than it would if it was open. And we also took profit a little bit there at 90, short 95, out some 90s there on NIO as well. So we'll see if that one wants to continue to make a move down. But I just wanted to go over those because I know now we have it up. Thanks to Surge Trader for that, everything.
I'm not long Bed Bath & Beyond.
You are not long Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, you were long.
I'm short VORB, but I'm not long Bed Bath & Beyond. I was trading it earlier, but like early in the pre-market, but I'm not in that position. We'll get that refreshed for you guys. I just don't want anything misled, right? Like these are real positions we put on here. But if I trade before they put it on, then obviously what happens is it takes the last out of my short and codes that as a long because the system didn't realize I was in. Just quickly, I want to get to Coinbase here because I'm looking to short Coinbase. I just feel like the way that it moved yesterday was one of those big, massive, I want to call it like an overextension. It was definitely squeezing some people to the upside. It got to 39. It ran into a bit of a wall there. And then early in the pre-market, you did have a trade up there where it sort of pulled back in. I'm just looking for it to glide into this 39 area, give it to 39.5, and look for the rollover. I think they're doing the right things. You want to make sure you're cutting costs or managing costs when you know there's going to be a slowdown and when you know revenue is going to be going down and being depressed a little bit. So there's nothing wrong with that. I just look at the price action and feel it should run into resistance again at that 39.50 area. The other one in the space that I'll be watching, and I have been, is on Silvergate. And I just after the way I was sort of trading it yesterday, until this can break either its first 1250, that's the first thing I'll look at. And if we see 1450, we'll get to that when it goes there. When these make these huge gaps to the downside in these moves, I almost think either you're long off the actual support or a really strong established support level, or I'm just shorting every single level that looks remotely good until it decides it wants to break the channel up. And this has not really had much of a dead cat bounce. If anything, I just feel like I should be shorting every single pop. That'll be 1250 first. It's nowhere close to that right now. It's actually down another %. But if there's any strength in this name, I just want to be shorting it. And I was maybe too focused on Coinbase and missed out on an opportunity on Silvergate. I don't want that to happen again.
All right, NVIDIA coming off of Raymond James' favorites list. Is NVIDIA a favorite still?
Well, it's outpaced the general market so far this year, up 9% versus the 2.4 on the NASDAQ. And we spoke about it yesterday. I mean, AMAT was up 6% in the second half of 2022. I think we may see some upside move with these chips going into the year, Brendo.
Yeah, past couple of days, they've definitely been stronger than the rest anyways. But Raymond James no longer thinking so. Again, if anyone missed it there. Raymond James removing NVIDIA from their current favorites list. Not sure exactly what that is or what monitor maybe that list sits on throughout the day. Neil, is it a favorite?
Look, I mean, we've seen this before. Like notably speaking, like every now and then you get an analyst that has like, you know, like back in the day, like Enron will be on like someone's favorites list, and it just, I don't know how much I read into those things. Ultimately, NVIDIA is still a little bit expensive in terms of a P basis, and if you think about the possibility of some slowdowns in the overall economy, then obviously the chips are going to be under pressure. But they led the way the last couple of days. There's no question about it. The last 2 days have been led by the chips. NVIDIA made successive $10 moves. I wasn't in until it broke 154 yesterday. That was the breakout that we liked. Probably out of it too early, only capturing a couple of percentage points there instead of allowing it to get all the way into 160, which if we see that, that's a strong level to respect for the short. But guess what? We're right back at 154 and bouncing off 154. So, I mean, I'm going to like the long in front of that. If it breaks and can't hold that 54 where we took the breakout yesterday, then so be it. I'll look back at 150 for a support level. I wasn't on the bid before that because I wanted 9 o'clock to hit. But if we get a dip, I'm going to sit in front of that 154 level, probably tight to it at the open, might have to step away from it if we continue to rally like this. And then the other chip name that I was looking at yesterday was a clean 29 break on Intel. Because I'm pessimistic as usual about Intel, I was actually sitting a little bit deeper on this name. Unfortunately, yeah, that's not fixed still, guys. But I like 28.75 area. I know 29 is where I had the long on Intel yesterday, but my initial read was, okay, well, this was pretty weak on the back half. Maybe it breaks at 29, and I can pick it up from those prices that we saw last week and on Friday specifically down at 65. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and cancel it because even as I'm saying that, breaking away from 29 here, if we actually do take out 29, I think I want to be very patient where I get that long and just start thinking about maybe it's that 50 level and not just be pigeonholed to some lines on the chart there. 29 might even be valid, to be honest, the way the market is starting out today. You might see me go 0102s, maybe 03 long with a 3 or 4 cent stop on Intel just for the quick little day trade. But at the open, it's really more NVIDIA I'm looking for that dip buy in front of 54.
So, yeah, I'm going to take the opposite way of all that. I'm not going, I just don't want to go long. I mean, if prices come in, like Neil said, dip buys and stuff like that, fine. But for me, I just definitely want to look short. Starting with AMD here, short around that 68, short Intel around that 29, 29.50, good for a short as well there. NVIDIA, I looked at it, and it's the same, it's all the same. It's all the same levels. I want to see here what happens at 68. I'm going to sit there. We didn't get the short on any pop, and if you notice, this name didn't really pop when Powell came in, right? So I'm going to be looking short on pretty much all of this here today, up to 69. You are trying to bounce off the 50 period here, but again, until we break 70, it's just like Amazon at 90. I mean, I think these shorts are going to be here, but the market is, the market did make a nice move up there. AMD turning green, so I don't know. Maybe we are in for a little bit of a kind of a rug pull the other way. Like I thought that we would be down today. Doesn't look like it wants to do that. Oil only 0.8 right now. So I'm going to close that and extend this NASDAQ chart a little bit more. I'll have it open, but just on the other side. But right now, the NASDAQ is holding this 11,000, which is pretty surprising. We were down here, like when we were making the sticky note, we were down here, and since then, we sort of climbed. I know this is going to be a key level. I could definitely see us retesting back down here at 11. So let's see if the move does happen back down to 11,000. I mean, it's 11,100 is this level right there. I'm thinking we can get even to 11,000 one more time for sure. So I don't know if that happens today, but here's the pullback a little bit. We're short Microsoft now, and we're short NIO, so we're just gonna have to wait to see if any of these continue to work out or not for us. NIO right now against us 6 cents, and Microsoft just floating around, not really doing anything. We're pretty much flat on this name, although we've already taken the profit. Ooh, that was up to 230 there. That would have been a fantastic short. We're waiting for a little higher than that to get taken out, but wow. Okay, nice little pullback down here for Microsoft. Hopefully NEO can follow it as well, but here we go. It's pulling back a little bit. This is kind of what we thought. Don't have enough shorts up top, but hey, the market's not even open yet.
All right, we're going to go on to Alibaba here in a second, but still no Fetcher Powell. When they go to a wide shot of this stage, he is actually sitting there with the rest of this panel that are speaking, so it looks like they're just taking turns coming up. I don't know if he's just going to say what was released already or say other things. I was just saying to Sharif, though, knowing our luck, it'll probably be right at 9:30 when Fed Chair Powell takes the mic. That's the note on Alibaba. More signs, and I love how you put this, more signs of the company being willing to and open to the idea of working with the government.
Absolutely, and I think that it's in the government's interest too. They are competing with American tech, and that's the reality of it. And Brendo, Citigroup maintaining a buy on Alibaba and raising the price target to 160. So these Chinese ADRs on watch today again.
Yeah, daily chart looks amazing still, guys. We came back into essentially where we ended on Friday, but still holding higher here for Alibaba.
Oops. Alibaba, look, you're right, it's strong in some of the Chinese names. If the market does pull back, sometimes you do see them sustain that strength. Just very quickly here, 113.50, that's setting up for a break at the open. If we dip, I still like that. I liked 10 yesterday, and it's hard to see on the 15-minute, but it did dip to 10 right at 9:30. It gave $2 and then made a fresh low and then starts holding 110 again. So that 110 dip buy is still going to be valid in the morning. But I do want something on the other direction in the space. It's Pinduo Duo. Pinduo Duo rejected that 100. I didn't get 100 because it came to 99.5. We were short that a little bit later on in the session. I'm looking at this 97 to 97.5 for a bit of a fade in PDD. Now, PDD's been seriously strong here. I just look at that rejection and say if something's going to make a pullback, PDD would be the most exciting one. So I want to try to get involved. If it takes out that 97.5, probably in for another run here. So I'm kind of looking for that BABA buy off the dip. If we get 110s, we get 110s. Otherwise, it's a break at the top. And then looking to be short PDD, hold on to the one that's running, stop out in the one that isn't, and then when you get the trend in the Chinese names, you're usually pretty good to go there. I'm kind of like you in the EV space where I am looking at some NIO, but I almost feel like the way I want to treat NIO is it's been in a bit of its own bucket with the EV names and not always following the general market with the Chinese names. Yesterday's high, about 11.12, 11.15 is an interesting line in the sand. I'm looking for a potential breakout on that stock, but if Tesla's not breaking the highs, I don't know that I want to be long NIO unless I'm seeing something crazy happen in both the EV space and the Chinese ADRs.
Yeah, right now, NIO could be a long. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt about that one. We were going to try the short here as the market, though, rallying up, and we're getting close to getting out. I mean, I have to, when this is what the chart looks like here on the 20-minute, I mean, I'm going to short it when it comes back up here. We haven't been up here since December 23rd, right there, right before the Christmas break, I guess. So we're going to look at this and then just give it to like 11.20, 11.30, something around here. Looks like we're starting to take off to the upside right now for NIO. So again, light positions right now. Would love to reverse this thing into a long, especially if the market goes. I mean, I'm hella long everything in my account. So, we'd like to see the market start to rip up here today. I'm just going to short NIO temporarily off the open here to see where we go. So it's only 9:16. I mean, lots of time left before this market even comes close to opening. Let's have a quick look at the imbalance locator. There's absolutely nothing of any significance on here at all. Forget about the names, just the size. It's not. You have BABA there with a small buy, 85,000. I mean, I don't even see NIO on here. XPeng small buy as well. Yesterday, remember, this was all buys and there was one or two sells. Today, it's a little more mixed. You have Boeing there. We talked about that around 200. Could get interesting as well. But other than that, I guess APE, I mean, a lot of you are looking at that, but that's, I don't know. It's not 300. So APE's already done 300,000 shares and it's 560. So, definitely creating, but here's the chart. It's not doing anything. So other than that, man, not much on here to start the day. So we're going to wait to see where this market goes, where it opens up there. And NIO, again, just like up to 11.05, back down to 11, dancing around. We did take an early fill at 95 when that Powell speech was released. Remember, this is not a rate day or anything like that. He's just simply part of a panel. The quiet period is now over. They can start talking, blah, 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 until the next rate increase. So we'll see if he has anything to say. It's probably, I hope there's a Q&A. I mean, that's, that will really get the market going here. So that should be exciting, and we're going to wait. My stop on this is 11.30. So we do have some more shorts coming, hopefully around 11.15, the price, and then we'll get out at 11.30 for a 30-cent hit if that is what happens, because I think we can get to 10.80, 10.70 here. So for sure the risk to reward for me is here, and I'm going to continue to watch out for that on NIO.
Yeah, they're still working their way through this panel. Still no Fed Chair Powell, but we'll keep an eye on this going towards 9:30 here. Again, he is sitting on this stage, and it seems like waiting his turn to come up to the microphone, but not yet. Not a huge story, but it's been lingering in the background for the past week or two, I guess, with this ChatGPT, everyone's new favorite website, about to get, apparently, anyways, $10 billion from Microsoft.
Look, AI is going to be, obviously, AI is one of the things that's going to revolutionize the world. I think everyone realizes that. This is big long-term for Microsoft versus Alphabet. I don't know how much of a short-term, maybe like it'll be like a little bit stronger than the overall market today. If we do have a strong day in terms of Microsoft based on that headline, I just feel like it's more of a long-term thing. Maybe weigh on Google a little bit there, because I think we were talking about this morning and maybe even last week. They started integrating this into Bing, and you can take a chunk out of Alphabet's dominance there. It's an incredible product. I don't know how long it's going to be free and open source. They're already starting to get some tiers going for it. If you haven't checked it out, it's really cool looking at that ChatGPT. But I just look at yesterday's tops, and I want to be short in front of it. So I didn't get anything. I'm sort of looking at that 231.5. And if it holds up there, I think there can be a nice little reversal. 225 is going to stand out for a bit of support. This might lead me into thinking that, you look at the downside that's happening. It just feels like this is more weighing on Alphabet than anything else here, because they're right down at those lows, not getting any bounce with the overall market. This is about as weak as it's going to look, down 2%, even in the midst of that little bump to the upside. So if it does like a catch-up rally, like if the market runs a few stops to the upside, like it gets stopped out of Microsoft, I'm coming right over to Alphabet at this 87 level, just in case it can catch a bit of a bid. 85 for a breakdown. It's in play, but I don't think, just given the way the market's kind of trending to the upside, I think maybe the pop and fade comes first on something like an Alphabet. I wanted to play Microsoft off 225, but for the long side, I don't think that's going to be a possibility at this point.
Right, I just took a fill there to switch because our position board was not working, but it looks like it's working now. Short Microsoft, short NIO. Okay, good. Yeah, look, I don't know. For Google, I mean, this is probably the name that's going to continue to be weak into the market. I mean, like I said, I can't believe this is all because of, this chat thing. That doesn't make, to me, it doesn't really make any sense. But 90 down here to 86, 85s. I mean, if you're going to be weak today, yeah, it's definitely Google. I mean, again, I feel like, hopefully the ticks, I mean, there it is from 2 days ago. But this 90 yesterday, what a great short. I mean, this is kind of the stuff that we've been talking about here. We were short Google. We were short Google right here yesterday on this 89 break to the downside. So it was a great end of day trade for me on Google. Too bad it's not loading up here. But we'll try to do the same thing again today. If it does bump up, you still have that 88 level there. I don't know if we get anywhere near there. This is probably a take lower on Google. So we'll wait to see if it does get to the low side here for Google. But yeah, man, pretty scary name here as it just keeps on getting hit. Like, just as we had a nice rally, like 88 to 90, it fell like $3, almost in a straight line, while $2 ending the day, and then now down even further today. So yeah, this name just continues to get pumped every single day, Google, to the downside. We'll wait for a little blow up here to hopefully get short if it does go back up to the upside. Here comes Microsoft again, back to Flatsville on this one. I mean, if it takes out 230, we're going to be out. We've already adjusted our stop order to reflect that. We've already taken one trade for 40 cents, one trade for 25 cents down there, and now we'll just wait to see if we can get that flush off the open, like looking for a 228 fill, and then we'll see about a 226, 227 down here for Microsoft. I may even pull that 228 bid, but it's at 228.01. So if the market does tank, we'll see if we can take $1 and then hold the rest. So those are my opinions early here as the market is kind of just hanging out topside a little bit. I mean, it's trying to fade out. You got to get below that 50 period. I said I think we see this 11-100 one more time. So let's sit on this trade and see if it does come through.
All right, keeping my eye on this conference. Fed Chair Powell apparently headlining said conference today, so he is on this stage sitting off to the left, but no comments yet. Are you a Bing guy? I don't think there's a lot of people who are Bing guys. But
no, in fact, I get annoyed when I land on Bing, but that may not be the case anymore with ChatGPT. I am a fanboy I use it a lot. This thing can make workout programs for you, and you can, depending on what the kind of information you enter into it, I think it gives you much better results. We were talking about this.
Yeah.
It's going to really beat just entering a phrase into a search engine as opposed to and having to look through results.
Yeah, it's obviously the next step. It was a matter of time, I think, before somebody, Microsoft, it appears anyway, is going to be first with an offer for OpenAI and ChatGPT. So it'll be interesting how that progresses. Let's talk Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, there's nothing here, as we were saying, Sharif, new, I guess, or nothing we don't know already. Larger loss, inventory troubles, bankruptcy still kind of looming in the background.
Oh yeah, and even the cost-cutting measures that they're trying to institute, 500 million they want annually, and that's going to cost them 150 stores. I don't know if that can even save them. Who knows?
Yeah. So is there a trade here, guys? I guess for BBBY, or is this already priced in?
I'm hoping there's a trade. I was in it when it broke down this morning. It broke like 170, got down to 160. I was thinking, okay, well, I'll get in front of it. If it breaks 150 to the downside, maybe you can retest some of those lows. I reloaded and it stopped out. I'd be shocked with the short interest it has, that if it has an inside day like yesterday with just your 190 top and your 150 bottom. That said, that's a pretty decent range. I mean, $1.50 to $1.90 is a good range. And if we see that, like if 150 holds with bad news like this, it's up 10%. Because they've already told you about Chapter 11 potential, and there was no announcement yet officially that they're going to go into bankruptcy. So with those two things combined with the short interest, if you don't break 150, doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go, and that is up. So if it dips at the open and holds $1.50, I'm long off the 150 level. And even if it only gives you a move into 190, I think that's a pretty solid one. So I'm not going to be short unless it fails a top break or breaks that 150 to the downside. If anything, I'll look for that sort of relief rally off the open, dip by long.
Yeah, I'm not even, I mean, I paid for the shorts. I'll look at that once it starts to move a little bit. I mean, we'll wait for BBBY. Like I said, if there's going to be anything on there, should halt at one point, and then I'll look over at that one. I still look liking AMD here. I see some people asking for it in the chat. So what's up to Justin? What's up to a few other people? They're asking for this. 68, 69. I mean, I'm still looking to go short on AMD here. Although it's, I'm looking to go short, but I do have some stop orders if we do get triggered out of this at 68. So I kind of want to start to build this around here. 67.80 is where I'm waiting, I believe. 67.80, yeah. And then up here again a little bit at 67.90 near that level. So, I mean, they're all right there. Looking to get out if it does break a little bit higher on that. So actually, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to take the 80s. I'm going to cancel the one closer to that and then just hit the fade. So, we just got Amazon short for some reason. So Amazon, we just got that short up here at 87.90 again. So this is another name that we're looking to go short in. Amazon against what I wrote down on here was 88.89. So that's a nice little rip up there, 288. We'll see. We now short Amazon into that level. 88.40 is where we want to get out of Amazon if we're wrong. So I got to make sure I get those stop orders out as well. But so far, short in Amazon right now, starting to print a little bit. Yeah, like, there it is, man. Let's take advantage of that as we get ready to rock and roll here off the open. So Amazon downside, we'll see if we can get that. 88.40 is my out if this doesn't work, but Amazon, Microsoft, and Neo all to the short side like we said we would. Sticky note is littered with all shorts here today, guys.
On the mic here, guys. So we'll keep an eye out for some comments coming through. It would appear anyways that most of what he said so far is in fact the prepared side. So we'll see if there's a Q&A or anything in addition, but Fed Chair Powell on the mic now.
Yeah, and just we talked about Google being relatively weak there. Another one to add to that list. Netflix is down 1.5%, even when the market had that little bounce. You got a 50-point bounce in the NASDAQ, and you basically held the low here. So on the 15, sure, 315 is a great level. That's where we closed yesterday. But I'm just looking at the consolidation you're sitting in now and like the relative weakness. So Google's relatively weak. I look at that 312. I just want to be short in front of 312. Maybe give it a few extra pennies in front of it, but I'll sit at 311, see if I can't catch Netflix off the open. As I mentioned, I am sitting in version orbit. I think you mentioned a little bit about Boeing there in that 200 level. I just got Netflix, as a matter of fact. Boeing, I don't know if we're going to see that 200 level, to be honest with you. But if we do bounce into the upside and get close to that 310, that gets pretty interesting. A bit of a gap down here on Boeing. So Netflix starting to go up. I'm going to be short that one. And then don't forget the Chinese ADRs. We like some PDD. Southbound if we get a pop into 27. Whereas I see some relative strength happening over there in Alibaba.
We already have the market here, man. Microsoft's already now down $1. Look at this move. Holy shit. $1.70 now in the money. I mean, look, guys, honestly, if you're gonna follow, you know, the watch list has been pretty hot fire. There, or the sticky note. There it is. Look at that move right down to 227. We did take out some 228. The market is coming in right now. So yes, sir, we have this one more time. We have Amazon to the short side. We have Neo. We have Microsoft. They're all pumping pretty good right now. So there's 227 there for Softy. So I don't know, man. So far, so good. That's it right there, man. Let's go. Yeah, let's get to 5K right now. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about. Thank you for enjoying the show. Hit the subscribe button. I mean, already we're starting it off with, you know, a good trade. Hopefully it can stand. I mean, we still have a minute left, a little bit. Just happy that at least it fell back. We almost got stopped out there of Microsoft. So again, you know, our stop out was going to be $1. Right? We were just $1.80 in the money there when we touched 227, but some nice downside moves. And then the trade I just put on for you is Amazon as well, and that is 40 cents in the money here. So with only now 40 seconds to go, you know, the bell will get rung up and the market shall open. So yeah, wow, going to be a good day here. Needless to say, I talked about AMD shorts. Hopefully you guys hit those as well. You know, so that's what that is, man. That's why we're doing all this. So there it is. Thank you so much, Ron Williams. Thanks for everybody there. We did get some top ticks. And again, we were just sitting there with our orders. That's why you got to be a little confident sometimes, but it is risky to do that. They could all lose. So, you know, let's just wait to see if we are right with a push down here in the market. Now only 10 seconds to go.
Yes, sir. With only 5, actually, we got Rob on the bell from our IT crew in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it there, Rob. Just under the bell, able to get that one in. Immediately, look, Bed Bath & Beyond is a potential squeeze right off of that open, so I do want to have a look there. I did just get PDD, however, into the short side, so got to respect the strength of some of the Chinese names in front of that 97 as we're going to Brennan.
What? Just to confirm, guys, that's it. He's done. So it was, in fact, the prepared comments we got first. So nothing else at this point.
All right, so let's just keep ringing registers, man. Money coming through right now as we have lots of stuff happening right now. There goes Microsoft back down. We did take a 228 fill, but we are doing damage. We're already at one-time daily goal. Guess we got to change that. Look where Amazon is, man. Amazon just fell down. We took a bunch of fills down there, 87.50, off of a nice reload. I am nervous now because we are over with Powell, so maybe it's not going to be as sort of hawkish as we thought, so let's watch out. The only one that's in risk right now is NIO, as that is really ripping to the north side here. NIO is starting to go upside.
Yeah, and Baba's coming into the downside here. I had that 315 that just came in on Netflix, so if it breaks 315, we're going to be out of that one. But Baba's starting to come down. I still like that breakout, but I am in the PDD short. Still nothing happening on Bed Bath & Beyond, but it's very close to the breakout to the upside on Bed Bath & Beyond. Intel, I never got that 29, so I'm going to have to say that Intel's still looking relatively strong. Hit enter, there you go. I just missed it by about 3 cents there on Intel. That's a little frustrating. It bounced off that 29.05. I might have to step up if I want that one long.
All right, man, we are out of NIO. That did not work, but wow, man, this Amazon, we're starting to get it out because it is just absolutely not ripping. I mean, it's not ripping, but the market is starting to head back up to the upside. So nice movement here. We definitely took advantage of those moves to the downside. And like we said, we can now flip it over and maybe even start to look long right now as we get out of all of our trades here. Amazon, boom, huge trade there for me, man. No matter what happens now, we all good on this one. But we got to start getting some more out as Amazon's starting to fade a little bit and start to go back up to the upside. But it's not super strong. Microsoft is the one that's sort of starting to take off right now, back up to that 229.50 area.
Yeah, what a ridiculous move there in Coinbase. It immediately took out that 40 level off the open, so I got stopped instantaneously almost, and then it's just bouncing to the upside, so it broke that contain big time. If I short something, it's always got to be Silvergate. Forget about Coinbase, man. We're going to see 40. Are you kidding me? We're going to see 42 right away. I'm going to get out of this.
Booming.
I never believe in this thing enough. There we go. It just broke 42 even. Coin is on a monster squeeze at this particular point. PDD somehow was going to the downside. I don't even understand how that's going down in the strength that this market is having. I'm going to get out of Coinbase there. It's a reverse quickly to the long side when it took out that, but you saw how fast it was going. I just think that's going to come back in at some point. So I am short in Pinduoduo, but Alibaba's going the other direction to the downside, which is a little bit surprising to me. I just got Amazon as the market's pumping up. Amazon after afternoon tops of 88.50. It's right at that level now, so these shorts are being put to the test almost instantly. I just never believe in Coinbase enough, apparently.
Oh, man. Yeah, we re-shorted that as well there onto Amazon. So, yeah, nice little move to the upside there. We've already rang registers on this name, but we'll take again another short right there at 88.40. So here it comes back in. Let's take some out here as it's starting to fade a little bit. But we don't want to, I just don't want to get out of all of these because I do like them. So let's wait to see if it does fill us up there. We've already made a lot of money on the first spot for Amazon. We did lose, though. Neo ripped up. I mean, there wasn't much to do there. That just kept on going back up there to the upside. But look at this market, man. Definitely extending again. So nice move to the upside here for the NASDAQ starting to go. Our AMD short isn't in yet, but it's going to come in very, very soon here as AMD continues to march to the high side as well. Right now, it just touched 87.80 and we didn't get it. So AMD, let's adjust it. There it is. So now we're short. Oops, what happened? We're now short Amazon and AMD. Okay, Microsoft blasted to the long side there.
Bubba's got a huge level right now.
They're all blasting right now to the upside. So basically the only position that we're really worried about is AMD because it looks like it is going to take out that 68 level.
So Baba's got a 200,000 sitting on the offer, and it's just one gateway at 113. It's kind of hard to see because it's moving away from it. But this guy it showed up and just started tanking the stock here as it was about to break out. Looks like there's a huge seller there. I'm going to try and jump into some of that. I just got Google to add to Amazon, but I feel like I need to get something not just in PDD, but also in Alibaba. Microsoft just came in here as we're just absolute gangbusters. I was waiting for 231. I just got short in front of 231. So you're seeing us come to the tops here. Baba's all about that size. If it holds, great. If it doesn't, then forget about it. But Softy just came right into my level.
Yeah, exactly. And AMD reversed into the long as well. I mean, yeah, these levels are starting to really get going here to the upside. I think it's almost time that we just regroup a little bit here because we did favor the short and then everything started to blast upside a little bit. So maybe time just to regroup, make sure that, we still do like some of these shorts. We're long Amazon now is 30 cents in the money. So, I mean, great trade there as we break the level and start to go back up to the upside, approaching that 89 level. I'm going to take a piece out right now. I mean, Amazon continuing to go up right here into 89. Let's just take it out, ring the register on that one off the long again. So we hit the short, made that money, went long off 88.40, just made 50 cents the other way on that one. And then there goes Microsoft up to 230 and still blasting. It's up to that 231 area right now that we saw from yesterday. So I believe this is definitely worth a shot here on the short side for Microsoft as we're back up to that 231 where we really wanted to short yesterday. So let's see if we can get something now on this short. There it is. No, we didn't get it. Looking for 230.30 here. Nope, we still didn't get it. Okay, 230.30 is what we're looking for here on Softy.
So I just got to fill on Softy, but I'm ringing the register on any short that starts to pull back in here, given the strength that we've seen in the overall market. That seller at 113 on Baba came right back into the 90s. Was still there last I checked. I'm going to scalp some of this out because when you're shorting off a level on size, obviously, that could get filled in an absolute heartbeat. Baba's going to do tons of volume today, so I don't expect that level to get held up if the buyers are just strong enough. So I'm going to scalp some out here at 112.75, see if I can't hold a little bit more. Pinduoduo in that weakness. I mean, not the market weakness, but at least in the Chinese names pulling back in. Pulled at 97. It's right back into 96. Might have to consider taking that 96 and running if we continue to trend back into the upside. Microsoft, as I just mentioned, got to that 231. Shorted off 31s. We're back to 30s. I got to think about that 228 possibly coming in as potential support there. Google as well came right up top. We said this one was relatively weak. Got some 87s in there. I've taken nothing out yet. But now I'm staring at this 86.5 and saying I should have something at 86.5 on Google just to make sure we take some profit. Virgin Orbit's not really moving. It actually went in the money for me. I just wasn't quick enough to grab it.
All right, I mean, let's go, man. Siren's up again. We reshort that AMD, I mean, and there it is. Now we're short 68 as this continues to go to the downside, and we just did cover some more Microsoft there at 229.70 or 229.80 there. So that was also a good reload on the short. As we're reloaded now onto these shorts, we said we'd sort of calm down a little bit. Let's see this market go, and let's see what's going to do at this level. But a nice move to the downside here for Softy off that level, but it looks like it wants to go back up and retest, which is fine. I mean, I want to look at this 231 for sure. So here it comes back up to the upside right now. 231 for Softy. You know, big levels. I want to be short this name until it breaks 231. So when that does happen, we'll get out. But for right now, it's Microsoft blasting to the upside. Oh, man, going to be a tough one here to hold because it's pretty aggressive now.
Yeah, oh my god. I'm going to kick myself over NVIDIA, but it's gone now. It just got to 159. The 160 could come into play. I missed the dip by about 20 cents. That 154, there was a dip at the open. It just wasn't quite deep enough to get me into it. There's no point having that order in there now. If it's going to hold, I might just want to be starting it maybe even in front of that 155. It's going to be the same thing with Intel. You know, it does make that move. It just barely dips to that 29. I don't catch that one either. So the two places we like long, we're going to have to be very patient, waiting for them to dip back in here. Doesn't look like too much is happening. But just before we go to Brendan, Bed Bath & Beyond hasn't broken the range yet. However, higher lows all the way. It is setting up for a break of that top. I'll take the breakout. I want to see it work right away. Otherwise, that could easily flush on us. Brendo has something.
Just be aware, guys, they are still speaking in a panel setting now, so taking individual turns, answering different questions, making comments. So there is still a possibility we get some comments coming through here from Chair Powell, but nothing significant yet. They're talking very high level macro right now, so nothing very specific about the U.S. Lucid with a good start. Just had a alert there through 7 as it took out yesterday's high.
Yeah, man, good starts all abound right now, man. AMD 50 cents in the money, Microsoft 70 cents in the money as we continue to go, man. The market looking to fail off that level here I mean, it's not really a pre-market level. We're right back to the pre-market highs right now, but a huge bump up there. And now Brendan said, as we said, we could expect some more. You know, that's right. Every time it dips down, like we're getting this out. We just took it out at 220.20, and we took another one out at 230 flat, sorry, 230.20, then a 230 flat here. Yeah, now we're just going to watch to see if Microsoft does give us the dream that we're hoping for, a downside push right now in the market. So it's too bad that we didn't get, we got a decent amount. I was waiting at 80 for even more short here for Mr. Softy. We are out of half of our AMD. I'm going to put another bid at 49. We just got that as well right there. So lots of volatility, lots of liquidity here right now in this market as Microsoft is still hanging around that 239. I'm just going to try to focus on these 3 positions that I have.
Yeah, and I'm just going to get some out if, you know what, I'm actually going to reload on Google. It just got to VWAP in here, but Alphabet, I should say, if it gets back to 87, I think that's worth a reload. But I have to reassess some of the other ones that look a little bit stronger, like Alibaba. As I watch this move back into the upside, that 113, really not going to be the concern anymore. I was scalping it off 113, which obviously was a bit of a mistake. Now bouncing with a wick bottom through the low, and now holding that 112 level. I favored Pinduoduo to the short side. So as I'm just going to get out of Alibaba as it made that wick bottom through the low. And if it continues to flush, well, my initial read was that Pinduoduo was going to be the bigger move to the downside. And I see that now $1.30 in the money. Come on, NZ, what the heck is that? That just looks like a heck of a better short at this point and can get to the absolute lows of the day. Amazon has been a pretty solid one here, rejecting that 89 level. I had to hit enter 3 times here. It's back to 88, but still higher lows being put in. So good top in front of that 89, but this needs to be back in that 87.50 range. Otherwise, I don't think this has gone as far as we can go. I haven't even looked at Tesla. I don't even think I want to go over to Tesla. There's just too much to look out here for. And I know some people are looking. I get it. I'm not ignoring this PRE and the small cap. Remember I said I'm not just going to sit on the bid of it. I want to see it consolidate first. Well, it broke 3, and now I'm looking for the consolidation. Maybe it's 260, but I wasn't willing to just sit blindly on that bid. Hence why I'm not doing anything with it yet.
Man, what a freaking wild ride today. Let's get the bangs going right now. Look at AMD. Man, tricky. They got us out at 68, but we went right back in there and just ignored. Yes, sir, right there. Money's coming in right now as the market continues to fail. Look at this softy trade. $1 now in the money to the short side. AMD's 75 cents in the money. And we did reload our Amazon. I'm going to take a piece out right now in the mid. There it is. Nice little trade there on Amazon. Just took 30 cents quickly there. As, again, if you look, let me read what this says here. Amazon, top yesterday, 89. Look for the short 88. So the short 88 got busted. The short 89 paid out quite nicely there for Amazon. Hopefully you guys have that. And then there's another out for Softy at 229.70. So we're getting lighter on this Microsoft trade as the market comes down. And then again, AMD lighter on this one as we just took out 20% down here at the 50 period, which, you know, again, nice pullback down for some of these names. Let's see what the market wants to do. We're now, you know, sort of nice move down. I mean, great move down here, 5 or 6 candles in a row, straight to the downside, but now bouncing off that pre-market level right there. So looks like we're trying to go back up to the upside. Good thing we cashed out of the majority of those shorts, guys.
Yeah, at this point, it's like you've taken hopefully half or more out of those shorts on the way back in, and you have to reassess whether you want to get back into them at that top. The other thing to consider is where the long's going to be. Like, I go back to the 2 things that I liked long originally. One, Intel. It's getting real close to that 29 even area. I might start something in front of the opening range bottom, which is about 29.10. And if I can catch that, I still think I like that one into the long side. We didn't really talk too much about Tesla, but I'll get to it now. That reversal on Tesla is going to take you right back into pre-market lows here. I feel like you want to be very patient with this one. Where's my bid on Amazon? Come on, where are you going? I'm waiting south side of 88. Kind of thought I was a little more aggressive there. So Google, Microsoft, Pinduoduo's almost $2 in the money. I might regret the fact that I decided to get out of BABA and hold on to PDD. I just felt PDD, if it breaks that 95, has all the way to 92 on the daily here, even on the 15-minute. It just felt like that's just way too big of a move. Anything scalping when that market was strong was maybe the wrong call. I'm just going to slap a trail on this once we hold beneath 95 long enough and get my 92 bid out there. I don't know what NEO's doing. I'm going to assume that one's absolutely tanking. Did you get the short of NEO?
I was short, but not. It is coming back into 11. I got out of it when it broke that 11.30 because, excuse me, that's unfortunately the discipline that we had there, which is fine. We're green on the day, so I mean, I can't complain about what we're doing here. It's just a matter of, yeah, we did get out a little bit too early on that one as it broke our level. But yeah, that would be a monster, man. What a day we'd have if we still had that one. But we do not. Right now, all we do have is Microsoft. It just bounced again off of 229.50. So, you know, maybe the market does want to start to find some footing here. I'm going to hold on to all of these shorts pretty much the rest of the day. I don't have any reason to get out of any of these. We've already talked about them. These are exactly the names that are right on my sticky note today. AMD, Microsoft, and Amazon all on here, and all more than $1. Well, now 75 cents in the money on these names. So let's see if they're going to be good. We've already cashed out of a very significant portion of these, only holding like 15 to 20% of each of these names. Amazon's the one that's starting to make the move back up to the upside here. What's up, Brendo?
A little one going here. TGL already halted once on this. This is a software company teaming up with Malaysia on a new deal this morning. So $3 just got tagged there on the reopen and then rejected hard. But TGL barely trades, typically all kinds of volume here for that one.
Yeah, and look, like I said, I'm not ignoring that PRE. As a matter of fact, I'm now finally on the bit of it. I see RCL starting to hold up pretty well on the way back in. I still like 55, but if it doesn't break 57, that can be a decent level to play into. They were relatively strong in yesterday's trade, and going back over to pre, not the runner, but pre the stock. If it starts, it already bounced once and showed a bit of a consolidation. If we can hold 270, I'll look for my first scalp trade off of that one. Amazon doesn't want to break 88, so instead of, I'm sitting there waiting for the south side of 88, I'm just going to take some out on the north side of it right now, get my order out there before worrying too much about it, just so I can ring the register and take some profit. But I'm about to get pre. I'm going to give it about 10 cents at most, as we just got Amazon breaking 88.
Nice
got
trade.
the top here. Let's see if we can't get 87 even. The market is absolutely flushing now, as you guys can obviously tell. If you're still tracking Alibaba, Microsoft now 2 in the money. If you're tracking something like an Alibaba, I got out of this to hold PDD. This is also down another couple of bucks here. I don't really see anything holding up, but I do finally have Intel in front of 29 even. I do like that bid, 29 even on Intel. I'll go long if it breaks 29, I'm out.
Oh my God, this market, guys, absolute tank city today. Hope that you're able to follow a little bit on the sticky note. It's exactly what we wrote. Market feels weak, market feels heavy, down goes market. So that's what that is, man. I mean, today has been an absolutely monster day right now, and there it goes. Huge moves to the downside. We even reloaded Amazon right there at 88.60 and then just took it out for 60 cents, about just as fast as it came in, came out. So that was a nice, easy one there, and absolutely no problem. Unfortunately, though, you know, I'll trade everything, guys. Small caps, large caps, whatever, huge, crazy runners, whatever you want. Remember the level that I said, 13 bucks here for HKD? It might be getting going right now. It didn't go down to 13. It's just we were at that spot where maybe it could start to pop off. So I'm not into HKD because we're doing the damage on the other side. But for right now, this name also looks like it could get going. HKD right here, right now. Softy, though, is cratering, man. We got a great fill there at 228.50. These are some of the levels that we were talking about. I said we could even see a 226 today. So I said that we would try to hold on to these as much as we possibly can, and that's what we're doing. But right now, AMD, I'm going to put another bid, man. If we can get a 92 fill, we'll try to take that as maybe, you know what, I'm just going to put it, if it breaks back above 67, let's get a piece out again. So right there it is. So well, we get out right away. So it breaks above 67. We take another piece out right there. Just getting out of everything. We're really green today. It's been a great day. I hope you guys are having a lot of fun because I know we are. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. ASAP. What's up, Brendan?
Some of the streaming stocks having a pretty good day. Here's Warner Brothers, guys, getting added to Bank of America's US 1 list for WBD, up 5%, just took out the highs.
So we get a little bit of a bounce in the market, which, by the way, is actually flat on the session. But I'm going to start ringing the register on some of the pickups that we just got there. Intel, we said instead of 29, let's look for that 29.10 to start the position because they were relatively strong. Higher low being put in. On the way up to VWAP, I'll start taking some out there once it starts getting going into VWAP. I just think with the wick tops in there and 29.50 being the high, I know how Intel tends to trade in those ranges. NVIDIA was the other one we liked for a dip. Instead of that 154, which we did miss at the open, I said, okay, well, higher low sets up 155 for a bounce. If we can get into 156 half or so, I will take the rest of that one out and see if we can't get a couple of longs to start going. That's two that were bounces that were successful, but I did grab that pre. And then this is me getting in front of 70s. That's me stopping out, and then there's it going up to 290. So I didn't want that wide of a stop. I felt if it broke that 70, we could see 250s. I wasn't patient enough. That's the thing with a small cap when you trade with a stop order, which I'm going to do when I'm trading big cap stocks at the same time, is you can make the bottom wick. I don't mind doing it because as far as I'm concerned, all you're doing is risk management at that particular point. I'm going to slap a few trailing stops in here. One of them is going to be on Pinduoduo. You're now solidly through that 95 level. And at this point, like this is to 92 or it's back above 95, and then looking for reentry points. I did miss out on Silvergate, and I got to show you, Silvergate went all the way to $12, $11.98, and then plopped back down. I don't think I paid for locates on Silvergate. I was ready to short it. I just gotta. We don't have it for free on Silvergate to short.
All right, just quickly, guys, we did get out of AMD like we said when it broke. It's still trying to come back a little bit. We did get out of some Amazon as well. I'm really right now just debating what to do. I'm going to cancel all my stop orders. I mean, I don't really want to do anything anymore. We're already out. I only have 10% of all of these positions now, so we've cashed them out. Now I'm trying to figure out which way this market's going to go. So if there's any names that any of you guys want to look at, it's only 9:51. I'm not exhausted from this. I mean, I think that we can just tank a little bit lower here. So I want to continue to hold these positions now. We've already gotten out. They're only small 10%, but these 10% can go a far way, especially if this market does continue its move down. And like I said, man, we're green today. Couldn't be happier with some of these trades that we put on. Ford, okay, we'll go to Ford, Momo. Let's have a quick look at this name and see if it's doing anything. Again, 1263, wow, great trade there. Really happy with our holdings in Ford, as that's, yeah, it's making a move down. It's beautiful off that 13 for sure. 1275, I think, is a level that we wanted to look at. If it gets back up there, that could be a short. There it is, yeah, okay, so I knew that we were looking at 1275 right from there from yesterday. So you could see about a short if it gets back into this area, 1270, 1275 there for Ford. I like it. But right now, AMD, the name that we had as the short at 68, literally written here on the sticky note, is a 68 short. So unfortunately, it did take us out once it broke, but we only went as high as 68.15. Then when 68 was taken again, we hit that short right back. So far, so good here today on a lot of these reboots, I guess. And there goes Microsoft trying to make that move through 229 one more time. So I do like that Ford. Google's the one, you know what? I'm glad you guys talked about that because Google was a name that I was looking at. What about an 87 break long on Google? It's been holding this level here, and I don't know what it's doing. It's upside right now. It's not tanking. It looks completely different than all the rest. It's high as 87.12, but there it comes, man. The short's coming in. Bye-bye market. We're still holding on to these. Man, it was a good day today to be short.
Yeah, well, actually, I have Google, and it's that 87 area that's where my stop is. I think it's an obvious place to have the stop. A new long just came in here. Bed Bath & Beyond decided to break the high. So it did take the high was $1.87. Maybe that's a little bit ominous, but I can't make it up. That's actually the double top was at 187. So it gets to $2. I do want to take some out on the way to that $2 level. Just see what happens. If it breaks $2, that's probably a place to make a decision to maybe add to it. Yeah, Google just got strong. I just got stopped out of Google as the market is pulling back in. So Google taking out that 87, Alphabet, I should say. I'll go to that. Just want to make sure I got my orders out there on Bed Bath & Beyond. I knew there was no chance Bed Bath & Beyond was going to have an inside day. It was going to make a run at that high or that low at some point. Yeah, but there goes Alphabet breaking out, and everything's starting to come back into the upside. I do have trailing stops on a few of these, so they could come out automatically. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm just looking at Intel. Okay, it's still in the money, but it's not really, like 10 cents in the money is not bad on Intel, but it's not a huge move. And then NVIDIA sort of bouncing off that 155. Like it stopped me at 55, and now it's back at VWAP. So I was able to hang on to Intel, but got to stop out on NVIDIA as that one is racing to set upside. Let's go Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah,
Bed Bath & Beyond is gone now, by the way.
Let's go. New position alert right now. Meta starting to go. We got out of our Microsoft. We're trying to get out of our AMD on the bid here, and we are going to get out of our Amazon. Like I said, man, I'm not even worried about anything right now because there goes Meta. Huge move to the upside breaking. Let's go, man. Wow, we're just on one. This has been a crazy month. Let's just keep it going, man. I hope you guys are with us on some of these trades, man. We identified that Google, there was something going on. Meta was basically the same chart, man. I mean, Meta staying upside at the high side there, not shorting something that looks like this. There goes Meta today. Hopefully can continue through that 130, and then we'll really rally, man. 130.50, 130.70. What is that? 130.65 right now to the upside. We're almost on our last episode of season 2 for White Lotus. I think season 1 is a little better. Brendan, I want to know, I know you haven't seen it. I want to see what Brendan's opinion is, season 1 verse 2. If you've seen White Lotus, let me know which one you like better. Season 2, I mean, come on, Sicily, so I have that Italian love there, but I feel like the story's better in season 1. Let me know if you guys have seen that. And we're just spitballing right now because this market, we just took this Meta trade, man. 50 cents now in the money for that one. Brenda, what do you think, 1 or 2?
Did you see you said you haven't got to the end, right?
Right.
Okay. I'll reserve my opinion until you do because the ending's great on season 2. But I agree, season 1 was great too.
Good, I'll wait for that ending, but I have my theories, but I'll talk to you about that after. No spoil. Everybody
Branko just said season 2.
Right, which makes sense, which is why everyone's saying season 1. All right, so there it goes, Meta to the upside. I want to see the end of season 2, so I'm going to wait for that one. Bang, Meta, right now, let's go. Man, we're just sitting back right now, guys. This has been a fantastic day. Upside surprises. There we go, man. We're long and loving this market. Let's go.
Yeah, zero surprise with Bed Bath & Beyond. It gives a quick 10% move. I'm in and out of Dodge when it does this. When I take a breakout trade on one of these small cap names, I'm not really thinking it's going to go forever. If anything, I'm looking for the other side of it now. Now that it made the breakout, you've had the rally, that's great. It's gone to 210. You've got 215, and then you've got 240 to the upside. I'm probably looking for fades at either one of those levels. No halt there, by the way, so it did resist the halt side of it. If I get one more, so I got almost everything out of Amazon at that 88 bottom. Still holding on to that last piece because it has rejected 89s and has not been able to break through that 89 yet. Same thing with Microsoft, unable to break that one out. So I'm still going to hold on to that last little piece of softy as it tries to get back up to that 231. That's still over 50 pennies in the money. This market's screaming, but not everything is participating as we go to Brendan?
Yeah, I just saw this one pop up. ON Semiconductor, guys, there was a negative note downgrade this morning on this one as well. But look what's happening. We get the gap to the downside, but straight back higher now. ON just popping up on volume.
Oh, man. We just, and again, man, we just like, you know, like a glove. I keep saying that, but like, holy shit. Like, look at this, man. Oh my God. Amazon just goes right up to 89 again, and we shorted it, and boom, we just got a 70 fill on that one. So, I mean, like, I don't know. We're here. We're picking the levels. Follow me at TraderTV Shawn, every single trade besides this meta one. And again, like, I'm flipping the script up on a lot of these, right? Like, some plays are going to be momentum plays like this meta one. Some plays are going to be level plays like everything else has been today. AMD, you know, use your sort of, your powers to be to figure out where you want to get in and where you want to get out. I mean, this one we saw it take out 68, then we hit the short again. But yeah, so far so good, man, today. As we might have just missed the top there again on Meta. I'm waiting at 130.20 to get a piece out. All we're kind of doing is, again, doing stuff like this, stacking it up, man. It's definitely not easy to be green in these markets for sure. So there it is. Let's go, Meta. So we're going to take it. Ooh, I'm at 23 here. So let's just take advantage of it. Get it. Ooh, went to 22 there. Hopefully we can get back up and get blasting through. Yeah, I think the Asian boyfriend might have something crazy on his back pocket there for season 2. So we're going to wait to see on that one. There it is. Meta, boom. Not bearish. Market a little bearish this morning, but now turned into this guy will go. No, that was the bear. There's the bull kicking out again right now. Amazon, watch out. It's going to break through, and then we gone, baby. We've already made a lot. Amazon's my actually, Microsoft's my number 1. Amazon, despite breaking higher right now, my number 2 stock overall today.
Yeah, Amazon's about to break out. I think Softy might be the last one standing for me. As we looked like, we're at 225 here on Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm just looking for the curl at this point. I think what goes up must come down in this particular case. Bankruptcy is not a good thing, but we do have to understand you have to have yourself in out on any one of these plays. So if we get the quarters, which we are doing right here, I'm going to take a first look at that quarter. 250 is the next level up. If it does start to reverse, I just saw it go to 24s. So it goes to that quarter mark, starts pulling back in. I just want to set up a risk to reward setup for me at one of those obvious levels. And sometimes it is really obvious and it doesn't work out. You guys have seen that before with these plays, but I try to keep it really simple when looking for these mean reversions. I was just able to get the 20s. It's already pulled back into those teens. I took a couple of legs out there ringing the register. Now I'll look for, I think $2 is probably a reasonable place. There's always a chance Bed Bath & Beyond catches a higher low in a bid and continues its rise to 250. I just felt it was the right time to get out of Dodge there. Just go back over to Amazon, some of the big caps. I've reloaded, but I see this trending to the upside. The market is trending to the upside. Like that's, I mean, all you can see is a trend to the upside there. So I want to make sure that every time I reload in front of it, I'm a little bit more aggressive getting out on the downside, not expecting it to fall as far as it did previously. So Bed Bath & Beyond, we have what's crazy is Virgin Orbit is not breaking 165. It's also not flushing. So my stop has been sitting at $165 on Virgin Orbit the entire time. This market comes back in like the biggest dog crap stock. It doesn't even go anywhere. Well, it's not the worst. There's worse stocks than that, but you know what I mean.
Yep, there is a number at 10, but the number, I mean, 10 o'clock right there, wholesale inventory is +1 versus +1. As expected, right there. We'll go to Brendan if there's anything else on that one. Powell, we shouldn't get ahead of where the public is now. So that, I think, is a definite negative talk there because I feel like the public is trying to buy the markets right now. So we'll go to Brendan for that update.
All right, maybe more importantly, the panel, guys, is wrapping up right now. So whatever comments have been said, they're just giving their final statements right now. So this is going to be wrapped up in a second. Yeah, as you mentioned there, wholesale inventories month over month for November in line with expectations. While I have you, let's talk about happening now as well, because we had a number of individual names on watch this morning, including Coinbase, NVIDIA, And Microsoft, right across the board. Interesting moves right out of the gate here for all, coming off of these comments and move in the overall market, including Microsoft, said to be close to that $10 billion investment in OpenAI and specifically ChatGPT. Guys, take a second, hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Make sure you join us every single day. We're live, guys. Every day the market is open. Happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, points of reversals, and many more. They're having their biggest sale of the year. Get 40% off membership plans right now. Don't miss out. Check out Chart Prime. Link at the bottom of the screen there, guys.
Oh, so this is, when you put a trailing stop, it's going to happen to you. This is the worst $2 trade I'll ever have. I got trailed on PDD here, and it's right back at the low of the day. It's about 3 right now. This is 1.5%. The Chinese names are getting their butts kicked and having it handed to them. So you got to be looking for the shorts. Even with the market going up, these are going to be incredibly weak. They don't care about what happens in the overall market, obviously. And then Bed Bath & Beyond, that's going to be a solid one. I just want to go over to Tesla very quickly because it is at that low of the day, and it's trying to bounce off a 117. We said we'd wait for the pre-market bottom on Tesla. It's here right now. It's a 117 bid. I think if that gets taken out and the market reverses, you've got an obvious short opportunity there. Amazon's starting to come back into the downside. I'm holding on to Microsoft. Either it gets to the low at 225 or it breaks 231.
Oh man, this has just been, Meta, we went, no, Meta should be fine. Why were we're long? Okay, we're not out yet. We should be out of Meta soon. Yeah, Amazon, guys, we just got a 40 fill on that one. What a great trade. What a great day here. My Microsoft came out right at this level, so we're right back to a good little level here for Softy. I feel like this could again be your trade of the day today for Microsoft. It was NVIDIA yesterday. Amazon could easily be that case as well today as it goes back and forth there. Or Meta. I mean, you want a long trade of the day? What about one single break? And I mean, this one for Meta, we take out that high right there for that. We play the momentum to the upside and just rip it right there, right back into this consolidation. But again, I feel like data mining a little bit, like you're just picking levels. You got to let Facebook, Meta, just continue to go up to the upside here and just watch and enjoy the ride. Good out for me on Amazon as that's starting to come back up, man. I mean, we're really putting a lot of damage right now, onto this market, into the blotter. So far so good, man. We're going to pretty much go perfect. We did mess up NEO, which is unbelievable. We missed it by 5 cents, or 8 cents was the top. So this was not a great call. I mean, there's no doubt about that. We were short early. It broke through the high side. And look, I'm going to be the first trader to admit, when we're wrong. So there it is, man. We talked about that. We got out, and that is completely fine. But I'm going to be the first one also to tell you, it's been a great day. I mean, all these shorts, I don't think I'm up more now than I was yesterday, but it's going to be pretty close for this time of day anyways. And we'll see if we can put some more trades on coming through right now. Meta trying to break the high. This could be the one now. Amazon, we already got out of that one. We're getting out if it breaks a higher now. So here it comes right back in for Amazon. If it takes out the high, let's just get out, man. We've already got out of Softy. We've already got out, look at the Softy out, right? That was out right there at 60. Now you're back up 50 cents higher. So, be patient with these trades, but at the same time, make sure you put some profit in your pocket when they're there because, all the numbers are done. The market is what it is. We had a huge move yesterday before we got faded with Bostic. So whether or not there's more speed coming, we never know. That kind of came out of left field yesterday. So let's see what happens here today.
Yeah, and what could be happening is a press to 250 on Bed Bath & Beyond. Recognizing how strong this is looking, I did take another leg out in front of $2. I'm now only holding on to the last third of this position. If we get the press to VWAP, fine, but this could be making that churn. I'm looking to short off at 250. It does get there. I'm a little surprised it didn't halt the first time. There's a chance on a break you could still halt to the upside. If it looks like it's going into a halt, I definitely would cover or not short in front of a halt level. Brendan again?
Just a heads up on Netflix if everyone or anyone is watching it. Apparently, BCS analysts coming across with some negative comments as far as sub growth this quarter for NFLX. Up anyway on the day.
Yeah, that was the first one that stopped me, but I threw my stop in there, said if it runs, it runs. And now the top from yesterday is in play at 322. Always wait for the next significant price level. The market is holding above recent resistance, so I want to see us maybe fail that before I were to jump back into it. As I go back over, oh my goodness, I forgot all about some of the retail names here. Macy's is relatively weak. And how am I not short this stock? Macy's looks like it's an absolute dog. And this is doing no volume, and it cannot break that high. The second I saw this on the chart, I should have been at that 280 like we were yesterday. I'm just going to get some short in Macy's on the next pop.
I just want to say, yeah, definitely huge missed opportunity for me with Bed Bath & Beyond, man. I mean, I talked about that in the pre-market. I actually bought some shorts for this. And there it is right there. I said we didn't really want it until it broke the levels. Unfortunately, you know, I was in 4 shorts and 4 big trades early, so I did miss that. But honestly, guys, like right there, this pre-market, this break, forget about all this. It's this break right there, 1.8. I mean, even if you go 190, should have definitely, look, I would have took some out at 2 and then up here, we'd still probably would be long. But wow, what a break there for Bed Bath & Beyond to the upside. So up 30%. You know, you knew a squeeze at some point was going to come, and it looks like maybe today is that day. It's not up huge, but it's decent right there. I mean, it's up huge, but it can get going more up to the upside. So watch out for 220 on the break there for Bed Bath & Beyond. I want Meta to go. It doesn't mean just because we want it to go up doesn't mean that it's going to. So it looks like it's trying to bounce off this 50. So I'm going to put an offer at 40 right there. It's bounced off a couple times. It's been my best out. I mean, we can like, you know, cough at 80-cent winners and stuff like that, but still, like, real money is real money, and you want to make that when it comes in. So, you know, let's wait to see here if it does go back up. Would love to see this run higher. It's only 10.10 right now, so that's sort of, you know, part of what's making me think that, you know, we can get going even more than this. We'll still hold on to a piece, but I just think it's foolish not to get it at least another piece out. We've already double top, triple top, like it's been topped out here at 130.50. So a little bit of a rally here, and we will get out of the rest of this well, not the rest, but another piece of this meta trade, because again, like, we're sort of tipping some spots here. Like AMD, what a good out that was at 67, right? Like, you got to be able to realize profits when these names are moving like this, because the market's pretty choppy. We were down, now we're back only to 0.3. So choppy market are not my favorites, but if we can take some cash on them, then they are. So, you know, money is really, in this game, all that matters. You're trying to make that money, learn, so you can get better, make more money tomorrow than you did today. Watch the setups, train yourself, and just get better. And I want to thank everybody for watching us here every single day. And if it's your first day, hit the subscribe button, but definitely hit the like.
Yeah, definitely do that. Actually, I want to thank everybody that's a new subscriber in today. If you did subscribe today and it's your first time, say what's up in the chat for us, because I know we try to answer questions when we do get them. Obviously, trading the markets, things are moving around a little bit, and sort of that's my lead-in to talk about this HC, because up 81%. I know it's moving. I get it, the market's moving a little bit more, so you want to look at that big cap. But this one looks absolutely banging here, and it's on the watch list for a reason. And it's starting to get up to what is a pretty significant rejection point, or potential rejection point. That's 16.5. You're seeing it creep up there. It just got to 16. That sets up almost perfectly for a break of 16 even. If that can't get through 16.50, that's one of those obvious sort of double top, breakout trap long and fades, but if it takes out 16.50, could halt to the upside. So it's on my radar. Unlike SI, I'm going to make sure I pay for those shorts so that if it does set up and make that failed break, I'm going to be able to grab it. I just have the one long in Intel after getting stopped trailed out there, on NVIDIA, and it's bounced off this 29.10. I'm going to go start reloading on this because it feels like things are starting to go a bit sideways here. And instead of looking for that kind of continuation move, I've already scalped the VWAP and then looking for a press into 29.50. It's just not happening. The scalp is the only trade in here. So if all I can get is 29.15 and 29.25 until it goes further, then that's what I got to start doing.
I don't know. I mean, we are going to get more graphics. Bear with me. But what else are we supposed to do? I mean, I just made right there. We just got filled at 67.18 on AMD for 75 cents again right there. So another one put on right there for AMD. Boom. Sit right there, right at that same level that we were at before it comes in. It just broke the shelf of 25, spiked down, and look, lucky to be there for sure. Like, that was really lucky that we were sitting right there. Amazon, 90. Oh, I put the wrong price for Amazon. My bad. I got to get out of this one. I put 90 instead of 89. So it just broke higher. Let's go 89.11 break. We're going to get out of this one now for Amazon. I put the wrong price. So we'll just let it go upside a little bit more there. I put $90 break instead of 89. So it looks like we'll lose about 10 cents extra there because it just topped out at 89.10. So, hey, maybe sometimes, and this is the kind of stuff we're talking about, sometimes you're a little lucky when you miss a level, but it looks like this one will probably cost me an extra 10 cents by missing it. So we'll wait. We've already crushed Amazon. I mean, we have 20% left.
The only thing with Amazon here is the market goes higher. I stopped out, but yesterday's high is 89.50. So I do think there is an opportunity to jump back into this short if it goes a little bit higher, gets to that 89.5, and then there's a scalp trade off a said high. It's up 2%. I get it. It's strong, but there's still some resistance I think that can be in play. Macy's was the new one that we got. I'll kick myself for not recognizing the obvious level up there. Maybe we're not going to get that one on Macy's. But if this gravitates back toward that 20 level, I'm going to get some bids out on the way to the downside. This is sort of low-hanging fruit when you see how weak it is. The other retail name that we're talking about was Nike. That's right back into these highs here. It does hold 125, holding it for support. How many times is this just going to set up for a top-end break? It looks like if we hang above this 125 long enough, 126.5 looks like a decent setup for said breakout trade. Bed Bath & Beyond, I think I need to just start taking more shares out of this short, because this is not wanting to pull back to $2. It's giving you 10, 15 cents in the short. The long was the way to go. It still feels like that might actually be the case, like that initial long. I decided I wanted to flip short on it. Maybe that was the wrong call.
All right, bang. There it is again, man. And like I said, we are going to get some new graphics, but there's Meta. We just printed that one for you. Wow, huge move up. Now $1.30. We've had like $4+ winners today for you guys. So yeah, man, good day so far. Really happy with everything, and I hope you guys are as well. Let me just do a quick little check here on the like count. Right now, 1.9. Let's go to 2.5. Right now, 8,700 people watching. Sharif is all decked out in his DKNY baller alert over there. You're going to see that guy at 11 o'clock come through. Let's get this 1.9K going. If you guys can hit the like, that'd be great. I mean, look at the, if you guys, like I said, PDT rule, there's the break right there, 129.70 on Meta, and there's the move to the upside, extending itself. This is the thing, like, make sure that you understand where you want the stock, what kind of levels you're looking for, that when this kind of stuff happens, you're on board with it. Get on board. And we talked about with net shorts. I mean, my best trades are going to be the Microsoft short and the Amazon short. Those are my two largest stocks right now. Meta's not even going to be my number one stock, even after closing this trade. So still a nice move to the upside right now. But yeah, it is exactly that. It's just a move. So, it's only 10.15. I still think we can get higher than this. But yeah, let's let this market float, man. 0.71 and going higher as we speak here. So let's go. Huge day upon us right now. And I hope you guys are having an equally successful day, man. We're green. We're loving it. It's great to trade. I love this job. And thank you guys for coming back every single day. Let's go over to Brendan.
I just saw these popping up, both Bitcoin and Ethereum at day highs, guys, making a nice move back to the high side for those. So some of the crypto-related stocks, there's Riot, there's Mara, even Coin popped up on volume at the same time, all at day highs.
Riot, Mara, definitely strong. I talked some Silvergate. You have my shorts paid for, but 231 still valid on Microsoft. 230 is a round number, Jesus. But 231 is yesterday's high. Just like I was looking at Amazon, until you break that, I've still got a resistance level to be able to play here, so it can stop out. We do understand that, but if we get a pullback once again, I'm trying to get some in front of 20, in front of the quarters. Just make sure my order is right there. So I'm going to get a bit in front of those quarters. If it does play back into that low at 228, then I can hold out for it. This still finding resistance, as I mentioned. Bed Bath & Beyond, I think that's a bit of a different story. Yeah, this is you can say bull flag or whatever that setup is. I mean, it is what it is. Like, that's a breakout, that's a consolidation and a bit of a bull flag. It could easily take 225 and get higher. I just took another leg out at 215, and now if it gets to VWAP, I'm just going to be all out of it in front of 2. Not even wait. I had an order at 197 thinking it was going to flush off that 25 level. At this point, it's almost likely to get to the top. I'm down to 20% of that short and kicking myself that maybe I didn't just hold on to that long side of the trade. Double top on Silvergate at 12 even. If it doesn't break the low, there might only be one place to go. I don't think it's a charm if this gets to that price again. This actually could squeeze a little bit with its high short interest through that $12 level. I might just take a breakout on Silvergate, as much as I hate saying that, because I think that stock should be a heck of a lot lower, but it doesn't matter what I think. This one wants to try to churn to the upside through that 12 level.
Man, I'm glad you said Microsoft at 231, but I took it and it just busted it. So
I shouldn't have said it because I reloaded and it stopped out.
I went over to it. That's okay.
Well.
We just got stopped out there of Microsoft. They went to 231. Again, we started at 260, 270. Our average price there was probably about 80. But there it goes to the upside. I'm going to try to hold this a little bit. I just want to look to see yesterday. I don't want to panic like crazy here. But yeah, so yesterday is that level right now, 231, 25. 27 or so, so we're right there right now, starting to go higher. So I'll try to give this, I mean, the market's blasting. We have this meta long at $2 now in the money, and that one's still going like crazy right now. But yeah, we are busting out here on the market to the upside. So yeah, not a great take on the short, but we have it, and I don't mind it. So we'll wait until, sorry, that's meta still. We'll wait until 231.50 here before we get out. So we are gonna hold on to a piece here. We're short at 231 flat right now. I'm fine with that trade. Obviously, this can come back for us. So if it does, then we'll be there to take a little bit out if that does come back. 231.50 now my stop. So I'm just not even going to make it. I'm not even going to make it too fancy, man. If that comes in, and then we'll get out of Dodge for that one. But there's the break, a little bit lower now. Starting to go short on this one. Meta still blasting to the upside. Love that stock. Probably will stay in this. But you are, again, there's 230, 132 is right there. So maybe 132 could be a good out. But yes, sir, you got out of MSFT, I guess, but we reloaded it. So there it is, man. Again, up to 231. We've done that. Yes, sir. We've done that a couple times. Oh my God, that one's lucky. So we're going to hit, lucky, I don't know, lucky or not, but oh my God, we'll hit that one. Bang to the downside. Microsoft, give me that money's back, MSFT.
And we're at that 12. I'm taking a break on Silvergate, but just understand, this is all about just price action and what's going on at that triple top at 12 even. I saw coin pull back a little bit, but if we take this at triple top out, I'm going for the long side of the trade. Microsoft broke my stop area, so I just got out of it. I'm now holding Bed Bath & Beyond. It's in the money, but I don't know if I've ever had, I have something that's in the money that I'm not even loving at this particular point. And for the love of VORB, that stock won't move. So when it moves, or if it even bothers to move, we'll talk about that when I just feel like the next shoe to drop is SI. It's 50% short, and that's probably the only reason I even favor this break in any regard. I'm thinking about getting out of Intel here as it's trying to go, but it just rejected VWAP, so it really couldn't make that next push to the upside. I think I'm just going to jump out of this one. If it retests the bottom, I can always get back into it. It does feel like the market wants to try to roll back over and make it after that high, and I think it's a good place to get out of that last long that I'm into. We'll see what happens with Bed Bath & Beyond as we go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, lots of things moving around, lots of things in small cap world moving around. Let's talk about a few here. FRO was up big time this morning after they announced they were going to, as they say, throw in the towel on a merger deal that they announced recently. So big gap to the upside, still holding about 20%. I had a stop sitting here to get into this trade on the short side at 14. That missed, so I had to chase this a bit, but still worked out pretty well. There was no bid on this thing right at the open from 1380 all the way down to 1318, I think was the last out there at the bottom. So trying to work its way back to the upside, but FRO very weak to start. So was this one. PRE, $3 was pretty clear in pre-market. As support got below, I took that out on a stop above 3, but here we are at day lows, so that would have worked if you just held on. HKD, love that level, as Shawn was mentioning from late in the day yesterday, 14.50 ends up being support over here. Pretty easy long once it took that back all the way up to 17 and change for HKD. But look at it now, volume dying off, kind of chopping around, doing not much for that one this morning. So lots of options, guys, right across the board today. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you haven't already.
Your good luck, Brendan.
The small cap master, Brendan Wickens.
Is Dada a small cap stock? It's got to be, right? Dada's a small cap. Is it? I have no idea.
I don't think so.
The size of it.
Be.
I'm not familiar with it.
Market caps are.
I mean, that doesn't, at this point, it probably doesn't matter that much. These are all ridiculously evaluated. We just finally got out of Bed Bath & Beyond here. So 10% to the upside, 10% to the downside. That's good enough. It did feel like it was relatively strong, so I'm pretty happy that we end up getting VWAP. I think I took too much out there, but at the time, it seemed like the right call with it looking like it was going to hold up and then press higher for a secondary break. So be happy to ring the register on Bed Bath & Beyond. There's no chance this was going to be an inside day on it after yesterday not breaking out of the range. As clean as you get breaking tops. If you're wondering why we're looking at that once it got to that quarter mark, it had a huge failure from 50s down into $2. 225 is halfway there. Sometimes you keep it simple, and that's the way to go. I did just get out of Intel, but I am looking to get back on the bid. If this sees 29 again, I'm right back into the long off those lows on INTC. And then the other one that we like in that small cap was going to be that PRE. It did make an initial move to the upside, and now it looks like it's breaking even further. If this can't hold 250, I might just get away from the notion of trying this another time to the long side, but it is very close. Looks like it's about to test that 250 any second, as Brendan, I believe, already mentioned.
All right, I mean, we just got a 230.10 or 230.13 fill on Microsoft. So we did take the short, man, and we got out. But that's the thing. We lost small on it. We re-shorted that top, and now it's just pay dirt back down to the downside. So we have the reason why Microsoft is not, well, actually, it is going to be my number one stock, but I was going to say the reason why it's not is because we kept getting stopped out, but again, we didn't really. We were able to take a lot of profit. Like, these were 230.50s. That's a 228. Yeah, so that's why. I mean, our wins are $1.50s and more than that. Like, look what we have on board right now. Meta, $1.40 in the money. Microsoft, $1.10 in the money, right? So this is how you can sort of start to feel, and I told you that we were switching up our game a little bit here in the new year, trying to trade with a little more shares, a little more aggressive, try to hold on a little bit more, but not forgetting about who we are and where we came from. You know what I mean? You know, Luca's going to be the scalp demon, but I like to think that, you know, and he messages me all the time that, you know, I've had a hand in that. He's had a hand in himself making these new strategies. We all have different strategies to go, right? And so you got to trade what your strength is. But for me, we've added another layer, and that is trying, I mean, we've always been holding on for a little bit more, but now we have 20% left of this Microsoft trade, 20% left of this Meta trade. So we're doing much better holding on to bigger sizes now. So, you know, hopefully these moves can continue to happen. Yeah, he's a scalp demon, Darwin. I mean, I don't want to be the scalp stallion. That seems to be too close. We'll have to figure something out right now. But I love that. We have such a great team here, many different styles, and you know, let's go. It's like when Arun was here the other day, you messaged me that he maybe had made 1 or 2 trades. That's style. Like, you gotta adjust your style. All right, Lone Sophos.
And then hold all day. Like, it's
yeah. I'll take that. I mean, the People's Trader was, again, something that we had about 2 years ago. I'll take that. Thank you so much for that, as The Rock is the people's champion.
And that SHC, by the way, just alert to this. It does look like it's going to take that 1650 area, but it's set up in either direction for me. We're in the channel now. This is going to make a major move. Obviously, there's no chance when it's up 90%. If it does a retrace, this is not a Bed Bath & Beyond style play here where it's all about the short interest. This is actually legitimately on news. They had a bit of a lawsuit there, and then you see it break down. I usually tend to think you go back and retrace some of those levels, and then it's difficult getting through them. But at this point, this is at 1650. That's where I got it from on the daily, and it's got inside this channel. If it breaks 50, I'm going long. If it does not break 50 and gets back below 16, I'll be looking for the short in SHC. Bed Bath & Beyond's holding that $2 level, and now Tesla looks like it wants to go right back down. This is the weak name. Why is this on Intel? This is the weak name of the bunch here that I've yet to trade or even look for a short. Cannot get back to 120, retesting some of those lows. Next pop's getting shorted, and the break at 117 down, if it happens, is also getting shorted. Brendo.
Another one going here, JSPR, just popping back up on volume. If you missed it this morning, they announced they're going to prioritize their lead drug, which is a sickle cell treatment. It's up double that almost now, 30% here for JSPR trying to get going again.
There we go. Thank you so much, guys, for all that love in the chat. It's very, very overwhelming. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, let's just keep on going. I mean, we don't want to stop here. Microsoft, again, now starting to bounce back up. I mean, here we go. We're going to take another piece out right now at 55. Just take it out. It's still 70 cents in the money, so we're all good on that. But again, you got to make sure that you are able to capture some kind of profit. It's Netflix, baby. Netflix is a long that, you know, I'm 178 long right now in the long-term account for Netflix. This is 322 right now. I did get some out at 290, and this stock is just absolutely beasting right now. Taking out some of these highs, I'm almost going, I feel like I need to empty out Netflix after the show and just realize that and take this profit and get out, man. It's a huge move up for Netflix. Well done, anybody on that one. But man, we just got out at 50. Now you're back down to 20 and 230 flat again on this name. I was going to get out at 131 break lower here. So now with the market threatening to get below the 50 period for really the first time since we've bounced. I mean, it's been here since 10 o'clock above it. So right now it's trying to regroup a little bit. I am sitting up here at 131.75 just to see if we can get out against this 132 right there. That right there is 131.75. So if that comes out, that's where I'm looking to get this out at. So we either take 131 downside or we get that 131.75. But we have to go back to Brendan.
Oatly, guys, having a pretty good day here. Just took out day highs there on a volume spike back to the upside. 13% for Oatly. They're expanding their partnership with their leading retail giant. So good news for those who choose to. You can now get oat milk in your 7-Eleven coffee. So nice day for Oatly.
That is good news for
Brendan's
Oatly,
an oat milk guy, I think. Are you, Brendo? Yeah, he likes oat milk.
I know he does. I can't.
I never had it.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I've had it. I had it once.
I have almond milk in my coffee from Tim Hortons, but
my wife loves almond milk. I can't do it, man. But I drink my coffee black because that's how I roll. It is what it is. I don't put even sweetener in it. Every now and then some maple syrup, but that's just about it because I'm Canadian. 1650 did go. I am long. I got slipped on SHC here. Slippage just means on a 1650 break, I got 1650, 63 actually. That's almost a crap fill. I'm not on the offer of this, and I actually am looking to add on a 17 break, just looking at sort of where this can go. Like the next obvious resistance points are at 18 and 20. And if I think this could pull back into 16 even, like that's almost $1 from here. So I want to play inside this dollar range looking for the next dollar to the upside. It's just a different type of beast. It's not your normal $16 stock where you're looking to scalp 20 or 30 cents on these. It's either kind of get that bigger move or it doesn't happen and hold out for it. So I'm going to add to this on a 17 break if it goes. At least this way, if 17 is a fail break, I've got a bit of a better price.
Again, guys, thank you for all the love. Hit the subscribe button. I mean, that's the best thing you guys could do for us for sure. Meta right now, 131, still hovering around. I was looking at AMD, but AMD is really choppy right now. I might go over to Google, which is back down to 88 right now. Yeah, so AMD, we're just, I look, checks notes, 68 short. I mean, it just went to 68 again and then made that move down. So here comes the pull back in, and look at the damage that we're doing right now on Microsoft. $2 now in the, wow. $2 now in the money for Softy, man, as this name just continues to tank. And again, this one, at least on here, we're listening to our sticky note, taking that short. Great trade to the downside here as this market really looks to collapse just all over itself. So nice move down. We'll see where it wants to go from here. But 229, we've bounced off there. The market just took out to 50. Oh, yeah. Meta out at 131. We'll ring the register on that one as well. That's going to be a big trade for us. So, yeah, so far so good here today, man. I hope you're enjoying the show. Lots of big wins, some losses, obviously, as well. But, hey, man, we're running the show right here. Nice downside move. Really, the only position we have on is a $2 winner right now for Microsoft as we break lower. And we should have had that AMD trade. That was about not as easy as it gets, but we did pretty much profile that one. Let's see where we go now. I'm looking 228.50. Maybe that's where we stop. We've already been there with Softy. All right, big desk now with Brendan. It's 10:30 already. Still a half hour more damage to put on this market, but let's go see what Brendan's up to.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update on crypto. I updated though and double checked this after the show yesterday. Typically more than 40% of the audience watching the show on a daily basis not subscribed to our channel. Make sure you take a second. We're here every single day We do this for free. Every single day the market is open. We do this for free. All we ask is you hit subscribe, guys. Join us on a daily basis. Once again, the biggest headline in crypto land coming from the equity side of things. Coinbase, if you missed it, cutting around 20% of the workforce in further cost-cutting measures for Coinbase, having a really nice day as a result of that headline, it would appear. We had that move to the upside with equity markets on both. This is Bitcoin. This is Ethereum. Get all the way up to 1341 there at the high on the hourly chart. Looking pretty good over the past few days here for both Bitcoin and Ethereum, testing recent highs. Anyways, here's a big board once again. Shout out to Binance, 17,308, 1332 currently for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Bit of a choppy day otherwise, though, top to bottom after big moves yesterday. Guys.
Gotta find more.
Tesla
right
with
now.
the break and low of the day, 117 with flushing. 115 is going to come back into play very quickly, but just got that break of 117. This was obviously relatively weak. It was hanging out the lows when the market was at said highs. If it does pop back in, I like 117.5 for a reload. I just want to stay net short in this one, as at no point did this seem like it wanted to go as strong as the overall market. Into it a little bit late, but yeah, as long as you're well dressed, it'll be absolutely fine. Intel's at that 29 level. That's my line in the sand. That's the only level I want to hold in front of. If it breaks this, Intel has a huge opportunity to pull back in, at least another 30 to 40 pennies in there, which for Intel is about 1%. So we'll see what happens at that 29. I'll look for re-entry now that the break has happened on Tesla. And then that SHC, remember we said, different story. I'm not getting out in front of 17. I want to add to the position. If it holds that channel to the upside, I think we can see 118. So I did just get some more shares. 1680 is going to be the average price now in SHC. Brendo.
We had Apple, AVGO, QCOM on the watch list this morning, guys. 4% here, another move to the downside for Broadcom. Still waiting for a note to come through on this, but heavy volume selling side for AVGO.
All right, so just a ho-hum
split.
trade there of $2.70 right now as we end the diamond hands right there and get out. So we are now out of Microsoft at that 228.50, literally the target that was given. And I know that just came in so quick there that now the move's happening even further. But still, happy with taking that out. We bouncing off the 200 period right now. So for me, I like this trade. Pretty happy with it, and I'm not going to now I'm flat. So what a great day we've had. We almost virtually no LFT. We did mess up on the meta trade, but not mess up. I mean, our out's 231. It was a great trade, but we could have got some more out there on the top. But man, what a day it has been today. As I'm sure a lot of you can see, Microsoft now the #1 stock on my board here. And it's funny because we're going to have a red stock, NEO, and look where this name is. And when I look at here, we talked about that 1130 area. So missed opportunity there on NEO. We had it, squeezed us early, tanked late. Good job, NEO. You win, but not for long. What's up, Brendo?
Well, with the move to the downside here, guys, for Alphabet, they're saying growth in India for their Android system could be halted entirely due to an antitrust order. So Google just breaking 88 there, goes straight through to 87 downside.
Yeah, growth can be halted. So this actually got me out of an 87 long when that story came, and I'm glad you brought that one because I had the dip buy on Google this entire time. And look, it could be that was the right call to dip it here. But the second I saw that, I'm like, nah, not the way we're going to the downside. It ends up being 3 cents, but ultimately that's more about the risk to reward, as that story did come in here. Just to go back over to INTC, I did grab some in front of 29, as I said I would. That's an obvious line in the sand. It's not a huge bid. I don't even see a level down there. There's like a few thousand shares, but trust me, usually you'd see a heck of a lot more. No third reload for me on that one. Tesla did not bounce back in. A lot of times when you get a break of 117 or any kind of even dollar bottom break, let's try it for a third time there. There you go, Tesla. You'll see a snap back to the upside and you can get short again on the way back up after some people have their stops run. That hasn't happened. It's now on the way down to 116. I think 115 is the obvious price area. That should stand out like a sore thumb. There was all kinds of consolidation there before breaking out. And if 115 goes, I don't really have a level to the downside, quite frankly, if 115 goes.
All right, guys, put it in the chat, man. 1 if you're positive today, 2 if you are negative today. Let's see what kind of a community that we do have. Are you guys being able to take advantage of this market here today? It's been a little bit of a difficult one, especially if you did. There it goes, 1, 1, 1, 2. Okay. I see all you guys out there. Good job, guys and girls. Some reds, some negatives. Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling like. It was going to be a little bit of a mixed day right there. I'll join the club and push 1 right there. So there it is. Hopefully you guys are having a great day today as well as there it is. 1, 1, 1, 2 zeros. Good. Yeah. I mean, you could be flat today. There's nothing wrong with that. Sitting there and learning. I mean, again, a flat is flat. And hey, if you are that, thank you for getting that chat going though. That is fantastic. Big time right there. All right, let's look at something else. This SCH is starting to move a little bit. We are completely flat, but I am wondering about some of these breakdowns at the bottom. I mean, that Microsoft trade is going to look pretty ridiculous getting out if the market continues, but it's bouncing off 228 flat. We got out right here, so right now it's looking great, but definite potential here for Microsoft to get back up to the upside off of that 228 level. So we'll see if that's bouncing right there. SHC, sorry, that we just talked about, that's up 200% right now. So this would be a good, or sorry, 91% as that's still going. I wish it was up 200.
This could halt one direction or the other.
Still going, man. No halts yet, which is kind of
the next break on SCH, I feel like could break into a halt, whether that's up or down. Like I'm long the stock, but if it breaks 1650, this could go into VWAP and then get tested to the downside. There's a war happening between 16.5. That's a bad analogy. There's a battle going on between the buyers and sellers up at this channel as it's trying to go. Like it'll give up 17, bounce off 1650, give up 17, bounce off 1650. So there's a heck of a lot. Like this is the price area where it's decision point, but I'm the first to acknowledge I was willing to give this to 16 even. I don't think that's a good call. If it stops me at 1650, I just feel like that's a more prudent thing here. It's going to go make a big move off this level one way or the other.
All right. Yeah, guys, 1037, man, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, you're right, Lone Sophos, man. What's up to Momo? What's up to every single person out there that is watching us, man? I mean, I honestly, man, the minute we started doing the show and we really started to, educate and show everybody, that day trading is possible and that you don't need to be, a scam artist or anything like that in order to make money day trading, right? You can actually physically put out trades and make that money, right? I had 12 and a half years of no red months. You can do it. We had a couple red months last year, but again, definitely obviously a positive year, and we're going to try to keep that momentum going here into 2023 with, I think, 1 red day so far. I'll double check that as we go. But again, really love these markets. Some big moves here. I know I'm flat right now, so we are going to try to find out. What's up, Sharif, in the background there? We are going to try to find some more trades for you. Just because we lost on NEO, I said we'll try to seek some revenge. That's not how we trade. We don't try to get revenge on any of these names or anything. But look where we just bounced into, man. 1070 possible level right here for NIO. I said in my note that I thought the Chinese names were due for a pull down again. So that happened, but we did get stopped out a little bit early on that move here today. Wondering if there is a bottom there. Oh man, we missed that Microsoft bottom at 228. We talked about that bouncing right there. That was the trade that I should have just had on and didn't. So I know you're already in Intel. That's at a nice level of 29 bucks.
It just bounced right off of it, too.
Yeah. So that could be something there. I don't know right now if I'm actually looking for shorts or longs. So, man.
Stock dependent.
It's always stock dependent.
Oh, produced by Pascal.
Yeah.
Powell, someone just asked what time is Powell. Powell was speaking at an event, and
Thanks,
that was at 9 o'clock. It's already done, just so that you know. He came. It was a prepared speech. There wasn't really much to it. So, there was kind of a nothing burger there. But it is done now. We're not actually getting anything from Powell that I know of later on. I could be wrong, but if I'm wrong about that, then someone let me know. He's done, as far as I'm concerned.
Thanks, Ben WV. Thanks, JJ. Thank you for everything, guys. I mean, I feel honestly really. I mean, the word blessed gets thrown around too much, so I'm not going to say that, but I do feel blessed to be here because honestly, to be able to go home every single night, my kids, they've been here, they've traded themselves, they've been here 20 times in the studio. So for me, it's all about, showing my kids the hard work that goes into this kind of stuff, showing you guys that stuff as well, and really just bringing everything together. I do this all for the family, and I do it for you guys. So thank you for coming in, man. Thank you for coming back. And I hope that you can really tell the passion that I have for work, for family, for everything, because that really is the key. So let's go, man. Thank you for saying I look young. I definitely appreciate that. But let's go over to the big desk with the youngest of them all. It's Brendan Wickens.
I mean, not by that much, but what, a year? I'll take it. Let's go. Let's talk about the S&P 500 here. A bit of a mixed board, kind of a wait-and-see market ahead of maybe what's to come on Thursday morning. Remember, 8:30 Thursday pre-market. Make sure you are here. We get December CPI negative 0.15 right now for the S&P. Red on this side, green on this side. Healthcare stocks, surprisingly, in fact, leading the way as far as gainers are concerned outside of ILMN updating their forecast today to the downside. This is the tech group down here today. Basically the opposite of what we saw yesterday. A lot of weakness coming from semiconductors. Individual names, though, popping up back to the upside. ON, AVGO, we talked about both. FIS, PayC leading as far as software names are concerned. I mentioned some of these streamers right out of the gate, streaming stocks showing some strength. Warner Brothers up on that upgrade this morning. There's Netflix, 2%, as we've been discussing. Meta here, CHTR, and Dish downside, 5%. So about as mixed as you're going to see this board. I just saw Amazon there, 2.6 to the upside. More or less, hey, we'll call it flat. How about that for the market, guys? 0.19 downside right now for the S&P.
So here's the thing. It's I don't like calling it flat. It's down, man. Like the move was initially to the upside and then we turned red. Like that's as down as it gets in my books. But Intel's about to break 29 even. This battle in SHC is absolutely wild. We're about to get Tesla 115. I'm staring at SHC because I just feel like that one could go to $20 or it could stop out at any second. And it's just completely insane to me that it's still holding that range. But that 15 is going to be my out for Tesla. I'll look for a bounce play to try to get into it a little bit later, as I do feel there will be some kind of a bounce to jump back into it. Intel is right here, right now. I got a 3 long. If 29 breaks, see, I'm saying 19 because I want SHC to go there. If 29 breaks, there is no averaging in. I'm just getting out of it. That's a hard stop at the even level. If it gets to VWAP, I don't have orders out, but if it starts to go, I'm going to get some orders out on the way to VWAP. I think that's about as much as we can ask for in this weak market. VORB still doesn't want to move. That is the most absolutely boring stock out there, Virgin Orbit. I just thought if the market goes down, you have a failed launch. How could it not be a bad thing? Apparently, that stock might have been already done. So a break of the high again. The longer it holds that range, I actually added to the position in SHC here. Because the range break just came to the upside. I still want to have it stop at the bottom, but I'm tightening up my stop. Originally, I was willing to give that 1680 long to 16 even. So if I'm giving it to 1640 now, that kind of just gives me the leeway to say, okay, fine, we'll just get a few more shares here and then give it to the tighter stop. I'm offering in front of 18, so if this goes, I do think it should go at least a bit of $1 there. But there goes Intel through that 29 area. I'm going to reverse into the short of the trade.
Oh, man, you might have just, I mean, there goes Microsoft. There's the short. Guess what we have on board?
Money, 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 money.
There it is for you, my guy Sharif, right there, man. And like I said, passion be damned. Sometimes when you see a trade there, you got to sit there, make it, and there it is right there. How's another 50 cents right there to pad the stats, man, on the day? And we're going to hopefully end the day at our highest spot right now. 50 cents in the money on this one, 228 breaks, man. I told you we were waiting, and there it is, man. Like a thief in the night, we rob this market of a couple pennies here for Microsoft. So let's just wait now. I was going to reload it at 228.25, but right now we're actually out of, if I get this out right now, we'll be out of half. There it is. Wow, we got out. Wow, absolutely collapsing now, man. All we're going to do, we have 40% left, downside right now, man. Yes. This has been, honestly, man, Year 2023 is my year so far. Let's keep this going, guys. Huge move to the downside right now. Starting to break. 11,100 coming through right now, man. Let's go. Big time movement. Man, Sharif, that tea smells real nice. Big downside move right now in this market. And yeah, that's what it is. Like, and I want to say thank you to everybody for realizing that, you know, what Neil and I do here, putting on real trades, risking real capital, and hosting the show, it's not simple. So sometimes I apologize if I do ramble on about how much I love what I do and how passion is so important for me. You know, that's what it's all about. And I'm glad that you guys found this, because honestly, if I just sit here and I'm like, oh, I'm short, I'm long, oh, I'm stopped out, this and that, that's not, for me, that's not the show that you guys want. You want to see some bangers. You want to be educated. You want to be entertained. If I'm wrong, you tell me at TraderTV Shawn, and I will respond.
Yeah, I just got out of Tesla there just very quickly, but as that was all happening, unfortunately, we show winners, we show losers. Intel's gone. 29 went. I just got stopped. I tried to hammer the short at 99s. I couldn't get it. It's going to happen to you. We sort of talk about this in real time. One of the things, we have to get out with a stop order when we're long, but we can't reverse on an automatic order on the same order, flip from long to short. It's just not the way it is, so I did try to get that to the short side. I said I was trying to reverse at 29, so the reason I'm not in it is because I just simply missed. I missed the punch on that short, and I'm now out of Intel as well. So, you know, we try to tell you exactly what's going on into it. This was one of the two names I did like to buy that dip in front of. Now it's just down to SHC. And a potential bounce here on Tesla. 115 was the right level, obviously, here. So I'm out in front of 115. I'm just looking for the place to get back into this short. I think we're looking 116.5. With about 10 minutes to go till we send you guys to the midday show, 3,900 just bounced on the NASDAQ for the ES. This could be the place where you catch a bit of a temp bottom. It's a coincidence that the Tesla happened to be at that 115 level at the same time.
Yeah, so here we go, man. Like I just said, that's why we're out of 70% of Microsoft. We just took a fill at 70 there for Softy as it's starting to go back up. I'm going to take another piece out right now at 95 because we do have a top target here, and we could miss. We could miss our last little piece. So I'm going to edit this up, and we're going to watch out. And now it's coming back up to the upside. I won't have that many shares, so I'm fixing my stop. 228.25. We're going to get some more shares, and then we're going to hold it up against two. We only have 20% left now, so we've made good money on this move down. Microsoft, like I said, huge trade there. Hopefully it'll make that move down, but we do recognize that Microsoft up 0.4, market down 0.3. So if there's any name that could possibly rally, it is going to be Mr. Softy here, I think. But I'm going to give this up until right into here. The 200 period is right where I want to short it again. That's 228.25. We're going to take that short, and then we're going to give it up to 228.50, which is kind of, I mean, if you're looking at the 3-minute here, you know, you can give it, I just don't want to give it to 65, 70. I mean, that's probably the right range, but for me, you know, I just don't want to lose that extra 15 pennies. So there it is. We got a little nervous there as it took out 228 again. We got out of another piece. We're not holding big onto this right now. We will take it. We will take it for half of our initial position. Big position on the break, for sure, and then now we're light. We only have 20% left, and I'm trying to put on half of this trade again if we get back to the 200 period for Softy. So, hey man, if the market wants to do this dance all day and continue just to march down like we did yesterday, then great. We'll hold on to this Softy. If not, we can get out, wipe it clean, call it a day with only 10 minutes left. It's been a good one here so far.
There's a good question in there, and look, it's been a good day. Look, obviously, I think one of the things that we try to do here is give you guys different perspectives. And I saw someone just say, why not short Apple? And you know what? Yeah, I haven't looked at Apple one time. And a lot of times you just sort of pick what speaks to you in the market. I like some of the chip names. You know, I did prefer this morning Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, I guess Alphabet a little bit later. But Apple, that's as clean as I'll be the first to admit, Apple breaking down off 130. That is low-hanging fruit when the market's rolling over. And you know what? Yeah, that's fine. I think that's a great opportunity. I think it's a great trade. It's trending down now. I don't know that I'd want to pick it back up until I see what happens with 3,900. on the ES. Like we're bouncing off a pretty obvious sort of support level on the ES, and until it gets maybe to like 10s and 15s, that's where I'm going to look to pick up more share or get back into the Tesla short. And I think Apple's going to provide you an opportunity in that regard as well. But this is that time where I think I want to slow down a little bit. This SHC is getting a little bit frustrating because everything is telling me, like, why don't I just add to this position? Like, it's essentially all in anyways off this next move. Like, it either breaks this channel up, and I think we see 18, 19, 20, maybe with a halt, or it's just going to get that tight stop at that 1640. And it's enticing me to get more shares at that 1650. Intel's making a push back into 29. I think if the market rolls over from here, if the market gets back to that 39, 10, 15, and Intel hasn't taken 79, I should just short that level.
Okay, so we are getting... no, I think we're okay. We just got, so there it is, man. We are now short. We just shorted that play off Microsoft right there. So now we're short 34s on Softy. So it's going to come back in a little bit. Let's take a piece out because we do have a decent spot. It has come right back up to the 200 period one more time. I said we'd sit there and short it. We're going to get out. There it goes. We're almost out. There it is. So now we're out. Whoa. So that's fine, man. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet on that one. That's a 20-cent hit. We were short 34. We just got 56s, so 22 cents on that. That's a hit that we can hold for sure. We were nervous about that. That's why we cleared it out, man. We talked about Microsoft. It just doubled its day right there. It was at 0.3. Now it's at 0.7. So yeah, to find a strong name, Microsoft, definitely. We're in the wheelhouse with that one, man. That one is going to be the strong name of the day. So any kind of dips, now, ching, now we know what we're going to do when we see those dips on Microsoft. We're going to load up the boat on the longs next time we see that, instead of just testing out shorts. Look, we made good money. Like, we made good money on the short. Microsoft's still my #1 stock. Like, that was good. But then that 20-cent hit right there on half of our position, not bad, but not great. Obviously, you never really want to look to make any negative trades. Oh, man, we always talk about JP Morgan.
Oh, I just got...
go ahead,
Yeah, you want to see me just in and out of Tesla there. So before we moved on to something else, I didn't want to get to Tesla. It did make another channel back up. I thought we'd bounce off 115, and I'd look for the next consolidation short. I did take that next consolidation short at 16s. It broke out the quarters, so I'll just take the 40-cent hit and look for the next pop. With 17 broken, I'm just short till it retakes it. That's a simple thing. Someone asked, why would you want to short Tesla? Because it made a significant double top and then broke support. So I just want to be short beneath that 17, including shorting the pops. Haven't talked too much of crypto, and obviously Silvergate didn't break 12. So let's go to Brendan and see how everything else is doing in the currencyville.
Yeah, the initial move actually was down this morning for the dollar index, but we are starting to bounce a little bit here. Back to green anyways on the day, but you can see a little bit of a follow through after that big move down yesterday as well, but a little bit higher right now, 0.34 for the DXY following comments this morning from Fed Chair Powell. Remember, next stop Thursday, 8:30 Eastern CPI, so that'll be a big mover for these as well. Everything else here, a little bit downside with the dollar strong today, including the euro, the Canadian dollar, the pound, even the Japanese yen, Swiss franc, both downside along with Australia and New Zealand. Bitcoin, Ethereum, the big ones today. Back to 17,300 right now for BTC, guys.
All right. One last shot here at something. One last short before we go. I mean, the market's bouncing up now to 11,200 right here. Let's see if it wants to. I mean, again, it's in the middle, so I'm not super convinced. We did have that high right there at 11,205 that goes back to this morning. We'll see if it wants to hold it, but the new position alert will do this because it is a new position and it's right here. You can grab it with me if you want. It's 67.28 here on AMD. So we're short it. We're going to get some more short in the 30s. And then honestly, if we take 50, we can get out. So I feel like this one specifically is really lining up to be pretty good here for a possible short for AMD. So we have a starter position now. I'm waiting in the mid 30s. If we don't get the fill, here it comes. Now we should get it. Ooh, we're at 35. You can see there's some size there. We don't even have it yet. There it goes. Now we're at 35. Now we're short. You might have just saw me get filled up there. So now we're short at 67.35 against 67.50. Last shot here for AMD. You probably just saw me get filled there.
Yeah, and so you just mentioned AMD. I was looking at Intel still at 29, but NVIDIA never broke the low of the day, despite this wick that you see in there. NVIDIA, if we go to the chart real quick, thanks a lot there, Brad. I got stopped on 155 on NVIDIA and watched it go to VWAP. I mean, I had Intel at the time, but that still stinks, obviously. But higher lows being put in, 155.50 after holding 155 and then 154.5. This feels like it's if the market's going to hold up in any fashion, this is the chip name that I'm going to want to the long side, even more so than that 29 being reestablished in Intel. So looking back at this 159.50, or hey, if we just continue to hold 157 above VWAP, I don't mind the long above 157 is. Come on, SHC. You're finally above 17 again. Give me 18 or bust. Brendo.
Big mover, guys, yesterday. GMVD, if you remember, this was Halt Fest. Actually, this was Friday. It wasn't yesterday. But this was a Halt Fest on Friday, all the way up to 850. Trying to get going here again. Big volume spike coming in here for GMVD.
All right. I got to pay for shorts on that because day two on those things is almost always look for the shorting opportunity if it goes again. So if it's reasonably priced, I'm paying for locates there.
All right, yeah, I mean, here we go. I just put in the note there that there was a little tick down to try to break, that 50 period there on the market. It didn't, and AMD didn't really even budge as it tried it. So we are going to have to get a clean breakdown. If the market just kind of hovers here, AMD wants to go upside. So someone in the chat said they hate trading against me, but hey, man, these are just, there it is. These are just quick ideas, and if you're trading against me, you win. Spin the money for anybody that went long there. We tried it, but it does not work as some money comes out of the account there as the long just got taken to the upside, man. The market's blasting right now. Nice move. I mean, good move. Blast up here in the market. We will end the day positive. We've talked about that before. So, hey, good move here. Was not expecting that. Huge. Nice. Nicely done here as there goes AMD to the upside, man. But, yeah, definitely negative move there by going short. So, yeah, that kind of sucks. We did give something up there. Netflix starting to go up, man. Yeah, no surprise. I probably will get out some more of my Netflix once the show's over. I'll update that after. But there goes AMD. Nice little top wick right into that level that we talked about, 67.60 there for AMD. I'm going to try one more short, give this one 10 more cents off of 54, right up to that last wick right there, 67.70 or so here for AMD, but the market's trying to blast, so this is dangerous position here.
Yeah, I got the reload on Tesla because the market did, like you said, the market made a strong push upside, and Tesla kind of barely went. It couldn't take out 116.5, so I'm back into it off. It's actually 116.65 if you look at the 3-minute chart there. So I'm going to be in front of it. If this is the last short that I got and we rally back into VWAP, then so be it. I just feel like with this trend, you want to be with the trend instead of trying to fight it too hard there. So thank you guys so much. Only 2 minutes to go here. It's going to be a good midday show. If you like what's going on here, hit the like, but more importantly, as we said before, hit the subscribe button. Then you can participate in the chat, grow the community a little more effectively, and hey, you get notified when you get to see the handsome Sharif don the DKNY and the glasses, which I think it looks kind of sharp in there. I got to step up my sweater game because Shawn had a good sweater on yesterday. I see Sharif there today, and usually if I rock a sweater, it's like the cardigan look, like Mr. Rogers.
True. That's good, though. It's a good look. I like that look. Sweaters,
Tom
yeah,
Hanks.
yesterday we were in one. Today we are not, as the market is trying to find its footing here a little bit. The only trade, of course, that we have on right now is this AMD short. And again, I just put a bid out, trying to target like 40s and then 30s. And then if we can make that move back, I mean, we just lost 15 cents or whatever it was. We were short 34 out 50s. So yeah, let's call it 18 cents or something like that. So we'll try to make that back right now. We're short right here right now. We're giving it up to the 67.670 area with looking to get one more short if we can average in. But see, this market's trying to pull back a little bit. We'll see if it does do that. But I'm noticing AMD not really. Well, here it goes. It still has to get below that 50 level, man. We are now above VWAP here, we're above the 50, we're above. So this is a dangerous retracement play back. So I don't know, man. Powell did not really throw cold water. I mean, he did, but not as much. Yesterday, when Fed Bostic spoke, the market really reacted to it. I don't feel like we're getting that same reaction here today. So let's be very careful with these moves because I'm not sure which way we're going to head here the rest of the afternoon. So we'll trade off key levels. We'll make sure that we got risk to reward 1-to-1, and we'll just move on from there.
With just, no time on the clock. I want to get one last thing because Renata Haddad just asked, can we look at NEO and Alibaba? I had meant to get back to the Chinese ADRs, if anything. You know, I got out too quickly on the shorts of these, but Alibaba's breaking out the high, so maybe that was a good call. Ends up not holding that pre-market low, which I thought it was going to hold a pre-market low. Super strong on news on a breakout just now. So we'll leave you with BABA showing it's got the juice to go up. That breakout at 113.50. I had canceled mine after I went short. I'm looking long BABA as we send you guys to the midday. No? Yeah.
What is up, guys?
What's going on, everyone? My mic is not on, so hopefully you can hear me through
Okay,
Sharif's
so
mic.
let's go, guys. All right, what a day has been.
There
Welcome
we
to the
go.
Midday Show. I'm Sharif. This is Luca. We are ready to go today. What a move on the market. You saw Shawn in shorts. You saw Neil in longs, and it was all and everything in between, basically. So let's get right down to it. I'll show you the trade that I took. It is this, what I like to call, flat bottom breakdown on Tesla. Like, we get that big move down, and it's relatively weak, by the way. I mean, it's a lot weaker than all the other 5. So I'm looking for this one short. I see the move sideways. Then you get that retracement into VWAP, obviously, and then we get that move back down. And so we had a little bit of a micro retracement to the high side here. I waited till that bottom broke down. I took that 118.20 short. You know, looking back on it, obviously I kind of paper-handed it. I took $1.20, but look how far down it went. Went down to 115. So that would have been a $3+ winner. Obviously, I scalped out about $1 at most. Now, here's what I did today that I haven't done on other days that made me proud of myself. I scalped. This was the big short here. I went full position. I scalp, and I'm like, no, this is relatively weak. Add. I added to it. Scalp. So that's kind of what I've been wanting to do. Obviously, having the guts to do that is a whole different other thing. So that's what I'm proud of today. And yeah, that's basically my only trade, Luca. I don't know what you're looking at. You got Amazon up there, and there's a whole bunch of triangles.
Oh, guys, yeah, you know the deal, man. Scalp Demon, first and foremost. What's going on, everyone? Hopefully, everybody having a great day, enjoying the show, staying profitable. Anthony Kerr, I see you. Chief Sharif and Lambo Luca. Even though I like
love
Ferraris,
it. That's okay.
I do like that. Lambo Luca. It's got to be like LL, right? That does make sense. Yeah, guys, hopefully everybody having a great day. If you're enjoying the show, hit that like button. I will reiterate it one more time. Share a couple trades with you guys. You know, scalps on Amazon, little scalps around the 89 level, showing that it was the level the first time. A little bit of smaller size on this kind of trade just because, you know, I figured maybe we could easily break. Sized into it, let it break, then kind of slammed it back down, covering. Pretty textbook for myself. Waited for 90, obviously more of a key psychological level. We opened the day at 87. So, I mean, the long into 90, $3 move. I just feel like, you know, 90, we could keep going. We could reverse back. So I was comfortable to wait for the break, you know, kind of watching the tape, trying to get the fill over here. Finally got it, and then covered the majority of the size on the flush back through. I just figured, you know, anybody chasing this, they're putting their stops below 90. They don't want to hold this against them. It's already way up over there. So scalped it down. The plan was not to hold for the move back down. So pretty textbook on that one. Pretty proud of that one. That was a banger. Tesla, man, that 123 on Tesla, that is a level, man. That is a level.
Nice.
We popped to 123, sized in just a little bit, small size, and then really started to kind of watch that 123 level. Wasn't breaking. It did not break 123 for the record. And I was just like, okay, risk off 123. It just feels like we cannot really get up there. So kind of added, scalped it out, added it back, scalped it out, added it back. And then the plan was, you know, cover the majority into, you know, into just above VWAP, like into this channel over here. Because, I mean, you know, it was up, right? It was up. It looks pretty strong. Everything was strong. I figured we could pull back and then easily go back to high day and stop and then kind of run stops at 123. So the plan was to cover a lot over here and then just kind of scale my way out. My best cover was just below, it was 119. So I figured 119 the target, and the way that I determined that was, I mean, like, look at Tesla, right? So it's like the kind of pre-market low, even though it is 118, I'm like, let me not get greedy. If I can get a $4 win, like, I'm not going for the fifth dollar just because it was super clean, right? So obviously now we tested 115, and I mean, you know, Tesla will always make you feel like crap. It's just that's Tesla. But I just think you have to remind yourself, if you trade this, if you lock in the win, you know, just lock in the win, man, and move on, right? Move on to the next. You're not going to be perfect. You're not going to cover the bottom. You're not going to short the top. And if you do, it was luck, man. It was luck. You just got to capture 20% of that move And rinse and repeat, man, rinse and repeat. I had a couple longs on PRE, which is kind of small cap of the day. There was 400 lots that hit every single gateway on the bid at 280 around this time that I actually took the long. And it looked very, very algorithmic, so I just figured, you know what, take my shot into the long, maybe this thing pops to 3, and I was actually going for the high a day. So I covered a little bit, but I did wait for 3 to break, and then it just didn't continue. I thought, like, yeah, this should really go into a halt. But I'm pretty sure the float on this is like 70 million, and, you know, when things halt, they're like, it's like nano float, right? It's like 4 million, 2 million, like 70 million, what are the odds that it halts, right? So I waited for the 3 break to the upside. It didn't go, so then I just started getting everything out. As you guys can see, the last piece was a break even. That was because I was going for the dream of the move, but it just didn't happen. And then I was like, I'm not going to hold this against me because we're probably going down. Abort the long, the short can't be wrong. And I didn't flip short, though, so, you know, it is what it is. It wasn't a part of the plan, so, yeah. And not proud of this one, but I will share it. There will always be one that I am not proud of. But, yeah, it is what it is, man. I was scaling into this Google short, and I just figured, like, okay, what is my kind of, I need to get out of this trade because I'm wrong? It was sort of like, okay, if we break 90, if we break 89 and 89.50, like, I am gonna get, like, this is not gonna end well. And that was kind of my plan, and this is what I saw. So Google, obviously, top end of the range is 90. 90 is the better level, but we do have the 50 period at 88.30. And so my thought was, okay, we're probably gonna get to 88.30. I wanna average myself in for a price of 88.30 for the short, and then, you know, we're gonna go back down. And so everything went to plan. You know, everything went to plan, kind of, you know, scaling out, you know, taking a little bit of scalp win, sizing myself in. I think I got a little too aggressive, but I did end up getting the 88.30 average. And where do I cover this? I cover this at 88.30 because it goes against me, it holds, I panic. And then it gets to 88.30, I was like, just get me out for a break even. And yeah, you know, and then I didn't hold for the move back down. So I kind of had the right idea, but why am I covering it all? Why am I panicking? That was a big, big mistake. I could have made so much more for the VWAP cover, the 50 period cover. I didn't. You know, I live with that and move on. We trade for tomorrow. You know, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good.
All right.
But,
let's get into some movers. But yeah, a lot of trades there. I only had one. BABA, though, is making a bit of a move now, almost up 3%. This started the day kind of negative, seeing it on my volume leaders here. A lot of volume started to come in, and we're looking like we're set to break out through that 14.20 level. I've had a couple of trades on it here. I took that, where did I take that? 14. How come this not working? There we go, 14, yeah, pre-14, 13.96. There we go. Now we're moving up into the 14.20s. I added another position there. Let's take a little scalp here. We'll take that one out. There we go. Now we should be moving into the 40s. I'm seeing a lot of bidding coming in here. There we go. We'll get into the high 30s. We'll take another piece out of that one. So this one, I've got like a little bit left. So I'm just going to let this one ride through the $0.50 if we can get there. Cost basis on this one is 14s. With the averaging in, sorry, not the averaging in, the adding in. That's the second time I do it today. Hey, good on me. All right, so we retrace back here into the 20s, but I want to talk about Meta in a minute because Meta's been very relatively strong. As soon as I'm done this trade on BABA here, I think I might take a little bit more out here and then let the position ride. There we go, new highs. We'll take out another little piece there. Come on. There we go. There we go. We got another little piece. So nice little trade there on BABA as it continues to go high. So if you're in that, go ahead and monitor your trade as it continues to make new highs. But I want to get into Meta because look, let's bring in the side chart here. Meta has been very relatively strong. You know, we've seen that a lot lately. It wasn't so much yesterday, but I guess over the last, I want to say month, it's been definitely outperforming the other 5 and definitely outperforming the market. And today's chart pattern is no different. I mean, it's up 1.5%. Yeah, Amazon is up a little bit higher at 2 1/3%. The other one's obviously lagging, but Meta, every day you can kind of rely on this one. I don't want to say every day, but a lot of the times you can rely on this one on the pullbacks, especially if it's made that initial move up at the bell. You could get that first, 5, whatever, 10-minute pullback, whatever chart you're using, and then it can continue higher. And it's been doing that. Now, their moves are not great. I mean, they're not $5, $6 moves, but they're $1 and $2 moves. So this is a predictable setup. I don't know if this can be played. I'll keep my eye on it, definitely going forward if we can have some sort of, specific setup that's happening on Meta every day instead of looking just at the price action. But Meta, again, up up a lot on the day relative to the others. Come on, there we go. Just want to get the side chart out of the way. So there we go. Let's have a look at what Baba was doing real quick because we're into that one. Yes, it's completely. I'm out of it, man. I'm taking
this short.
Go for it.
I'm scaling into this Baba short. I think 115 is going to get tested, but you know what? For the time being, these mean reversion plays are working for me, so I'm going to stick to my guns and stick to what is working. I'm going to scale into the short. I'm expecting 115 to break. I'm definitely giving it the room to move against me here, but I will continue to add to this. Hopefully get that 115 break and fill the rest of the orders there up top. And then we'll see what happens, man. We'll see if this thing wants to kind of go back down. Already giving you that bounce off trend at 114, now making that next leg up there. So, this is obviously an up move, guys. This is a daily. It is giving the feel like we are breaking out. The banks are now talking about, guys, the Chinese plays are probably good. The
Chinese algos are obviously on today.
I mean, even though like we've already had a 40% up move in their index, so it's kind of funny, man. They tell you to buy when it's at the top. It just makes no sense to me. But that is the business, man. That is the business. So I like the fade plays. I will size into this after 115 breaks and kind of go from there. See if we get some top wick fills. And then go back. I mean, if we go down now, then it is what it is. I'm targeting basically moving average, which is essentially like 114.20s. So yeah, if we can dip down to 114.20s area, then I'll probably cover majority. Wait for 114. I think we do get like a 114 test eventually. That'll be probably my best cover on the rest. So yeah, rolling with the size that I got now. If we go back down, if not, then we are. Then I'll just keep adding to that one. Somebody's saying Tesla, Luca, stick with Tesla shorts.
They look
Tesla's
good,
but we need a pop, man. We need a pop here. I'm not just going to short this level for the 115 move. I just want to see this really get to 117, kind of risk off of that bottom area over there. So this kind of level over here, 117.50, using VWAP as protection. I would love a pop through the 50 period and then drop back. I've seen it so many times. That's definitely something that you need to, Tesla can pop and drop very quickly, right?
And that 117 and a half has a lot of price action around it anyway. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, no, I just wanted to make that comment because that's a really good retracement area. I'm actually looking at both of what he was saying. We usually trade like opposites and both end up somehow. But today I'm actually agreeing with everything he's saying. I really like that 117.50 retracement on Tesla, and I actually do like that short on Baba. There you go. You're seeing already a little bit of a rejection off that 115 top. I don't know if it quite made it up there, like 98s or something like that. But you guys know it's not an exact science. You're never going to get exact levels. So always have your resting orders, if you're using them, a little bit above, whole dollar levels. At least that's how I like to do it. Yeah, let's see if Baba's relatively strong, but we'll see. I think I like this play going forward too. But here's why I do like Tesla. Now, if we get any weakness on the general market, like right now, it looks like we're headed to the high side because we're continuing to make more recent highs. But if we were to get any sort of weakness, you feel like Tesla would be like the first to start collapsing just because it's relatively weak on the day. And it's already got the chart pattern setting up for that. The big move down, the consolidation sideways, another big move down. We're getting another consolidation sideways. Sure, there are peaks and valleys within that consolidation. It's not a straight line. And, that's where you get exactly what Luca was just saying. Looking at price levels here, this area, 117.50 is a clear area of resistance, right? You have a lot of consolidation bottoms there. So, yeah, obviously. So that's how you play this. And I think if I see any sort of weakness coming in on the ES, especially any, anything surprising coming in, I'm going to be looking to short Tesla. And exactly the opposite, I'm going to be looking to go long Meta on any prolonged strength, just like we're kind of having now. Meta's near high at days, guys. 131.87 is at high of days. We're printing high 70s here. So very close to high at day. Meta, yeah, it's only up 1.75%, but just the chart pattern looks off the chain. So I'm going to keep my eye on that.
Yeah, guys, so Baba finally breaking that 115 to the upside, so looking pretty good, continuing to average into that. Just watching moving average as that moves up, that's basically my target. So yeah, I want to keep selling the strength. Oh, sorry, I don't want to draw this line here. I want to keep selling the strength and covering the flush there. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. I'm just also eyeing Google here. We got that little kind of exhaustion move to the upside, which started essentially at this level. At this kind of level here. So we are sort of above this. I don't know, man. I feel like risking off 88.60s is the play. So now we're just gonna fade back down. I would love to get 39s, which I think I might have just missed my chance to do that. But if we pop again to kind of 40s there, gonna risk off 60s, I think, and see where that one wants to go. You know, it is up on the day. It already got the VWAP double bounce. Now moving to the upside, it could definitely easily break 60s, but I just feel like I want to take I want to take my chance on that one.
Luca, I just want to interrupt you for 1 second.
Here on Baba,
just want to update the viewers that Intel's 4th generation Xenon Scalable Max Series launch event has started. So if any, you know, disclosures or announcements are made at that time, you may see some movement in Intel stock. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Just want to update the viewers.
No, for sure, yeah. Always interrupt. Okay, I need to go get some water, so maybe.
Okay, so I'll take over here. Yeah, I'm still looking basically at what I was talking about earlier. I'm looking at Meta and I'm looking at Tesla, and I'm seeing, you know, some consolidation sideways here in the market. But to me, you know, at least we're above VWAP at the moment. We're creating newer highs, so I'm more inclined to feel like there's a long until we break below VWAP on the ES March contract. That's what I'm looking at. Let's see what Meta. Yeah, Meta's again closing in on high of days, 87s. Now we're printing 82s. I mean, I don't really want to take it at this point. It's kind of extended. I'm looking maybe for a retracement here. Yeah, oh geez, I'm FOMOing into this one as we get higher of days. But yeah, let's look at some of these other big techs. What are they doing? Okay, so Amazon, you got a trend up on that. You got weakness on Apple and Microsoft. Google strong. Tesla's obviously weak. So who's carrying the market right now? It looks like it's Amazon, Meta, and maybe a little bit of Microsoft as it makes its way back to VWAP. Yeah, you know, I should probably scale into this. That's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to go in 10% at a time, so to speak, and I'll add into this as it goes up. So then if it, you know, if it goes against me here, I'm not really in the red much. So I'm long there. I'm long at 83s, not the best price. Obviously now we're back in the high 70s. I'm looking up to add if we break through 132, that is. If I can add through the break of the whole dollar level, that'd be good. Now where am I out? You know, I'm in a 10% position here, so I can really have a lot of breathing room. I'm probably wrong. If I'm going to say through that maybe 40 level, 130, 140, maybe 130. The better level obviously is at 131 and a quarter, because that's the bottom of this trough right here. I mean, then you have a new low, and then you might have a micro trend change. So probably through the break of the quarter, I can give this room. I may not give it to down there. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to add definitely through the whole dollar break, that 132. That's my move on Meta as it continues to make newer highs here, guys.
Yeah, guys, so Alibaba now coming back down there. Pretty textbook, so covering a little bit here, kind of now riding the average that I got. I think, you know, where do we bounce? Maybe we get to that 114 level, so I have bids in front of 114. And I'm going to hold a small piece for the move back through 114 into 113.50 area. That'd be pretty solid. So I'm kind of thinking like 113.80 for like the final covers. That would be kind of my best area cover that I'm thinking. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Just kind of scaling into it, using kind of mean reversion strategy. Now we go back down, and then everything below 114.20 for myself is sort of like a gift, right? So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Google is in the money. Not really doing much, but I mean, I'm in the money here, so I'm going to cover some of it over there, and then, yeah, man, we are going to see where that one wants to go. Is Tesla back up here? No, it's just kind of flatlining.
Yeah.
I'll have an order closer to 117 for like a kind of short. Oh, sorry, that's not what I wanted to do. I do not want to be long Tesla over there, that's for sure. 117, yeah, closer to 117. We're gonna try a little bit of a short there if that wants to come to fruition. And let's see here, Google 2. I really want Google 88s. Like if we can get to like 88s, then I'll bid 88s. I mean, easily we can get to 88s. We just have the 50 period here. I think we revert back to the 50 period. But again, as volume drops, you guys have to make sure that, you know, in the morning when things are looking really good and it's extending and it's going all the way up, yeah, it could go all the way back down, you know, revert 50% of the move, touching VWAP, okay, great. Now, look at this, man. This is like, I mean, talk about like barcode action, nothing too kind of spectacular, right? So it's like, I'm just kind of like, okay, I'm in, take some of the size off. Okay, now that it's like flushing here, I just feel like the play is to like cover the flush. You know, take what the market gives you. Like, I think my best target is 88s, man. So I'm going for 88s on that one. We're going to see what happens there. Somebody bringing up Meta. I know Sharif was talking about Meta. Let me quickly see because maybe there is a trade there. I know you were mentioning, yeah, Meta just continues to provide something. That little bit of a double top off of 132 there is pretty interesting, actually. I don't know if Meta, where was the high for Meta yesterday? I feel like that 132 is good. Yeah, I'm gonna have an order there to short 132 as well.
Yeah, you want me to take over? Okay. So so basically my out on Meta is the break of 131.25. I got long initially with a 10% position, mind you guys, 81s, and then I averaged in here at, I believe, 37s. So still out of money, but with a 20% position. So, you know, we're looking to scale into this one, but it's got to show me that it's still upside minded. Mind you, I still have a decent amount of room given that I scaled in to that 132. So I could really realistically take profits in front of 132 and you know, be well in the money. I already 30 pennies in the money on the average in at the moment, but this one's gotta show me that it's still upward bound, because right now having trouble making new highs. We'll see. Again, the play on this one is 131 quarter break. I'm out, but I'm looking to scale in anticipation of the 132 break. We'll let that one play out as it may. Market, you know, still sideways, not showing its inclination to come down at the moment. We're above VWAP. We're not at recent highs, so we got to break through that. I would say, like, I don't know, 23, 24-ish on the ES March contract, 39, 23, 39, 24. Let's get a new recent high going on that. That's basically it. I'm not really looking at any small cappers today, guys. Haven't had really an opportunity to kind of sit at my desk and take them in the morning. That's usually how I've been doing the small cappers, really watching them in the pre-market and then getting a feel for how they may trade after the bell and getting some levels mapped out, especially earlier on. Haven't been able to do that, so I'll get back on that small capper game as soon as I can figure out how my schedule will go. But looks like GSUN is looking decent here. This one was moving in the morning. Let's have a look at GSUN. Yeah, now it's at close to day's highs. 280 is where we topped out. We're trading at 272 right now, but a nice little upward. Yeah, this is a 3-minute chart. Nice little upward trend here, always bouncing just above VWAP. We're at VWAP, so you had opportunities to get dip trades. Lately, though, it's kind of exploded right at that 11 o'clock time slot. A lot of volume came in and a lot of upward movement, breaking through that 2.5. That was a bit of a ceiling earlier. Now 280, the high on GSUN. I wonder if there's a trade to be had, maybe to the downside, Luca.
Yeah, man. I don't mind me, man. I'm definitely not sick. I'm golden. Alibaba moving to the downside, covering the majority here. I don't know why it's just taking so. I'm still in the position. I'm just kind of waiting. Okay, now we're getting 114 here. So this is like, these are the money covers, I think, in front of 114 if I can actually just get them. Yeah, 114, just kind of sitting on the bid here at like 04s, 05s, waiting for that fill, and probably run the 114, and then, yeah, man, I'm looking for that nice flush into 113, like 80s. That'll be solid. So at this point, yeah, now I'm just kind of waiting. If we do go to the 50 period, we're going to go without me. Like, we're going to go without me. It is what it is. No problem on that one. Rainmaker, BHG. Oh, yeah, that was you from yesterday. BHG. I think you were mentioning that before. I just saw you say. What did I say? BHG from yesterday. I regret not loading the boat on this one in my personal account, but yeah, man. Ooh. Wasn't this at like 30 cents yesterday or something? Or you were calling it at 30? This was like, this was at like 60 yesterday. 60, 65. Running, what did I say? I think the level that was like 90 cents into $1. Guys, I am not longing this name, and again, I'm not going to be trading this name, but congratulations to all the longs on that one. I have no idea what's going on there, but Rainmaker making it rain over there. Make it rain. So maybe spend the money for it.
Absolutely. We are happy to.
Yeah, good call there. Guys, it's very important to trade your own book. You know, you want to be self-sufficient. That is the most important thing. Alibaba now kind of below that 114 level. Just going to cover a little bit more. Looking like 10,000 shares bid at 113.93 there. I do think it ends up filling. Yeah, but, you know, let's get that fill. And then, yeah, I'm covering the rest of like 81s if I can get that. Going to look back quickly at Google as well. Where's this one? Google. Just covering into that 88 there. And I feel like I just won out of this trade. So I'm getting out of the rest of this Google trade. That was a pretty nice win for myself. I got my best cover on that was probably like 9s or 11s. And now we're just curling up. So, I mean, we could easily go back to 40. So my play is the 89, 88, 60 level, playing off like high a day. You know, first risking 60s. Now, if we get there, not the same trade, but I will look at it and kind of see what happens. Somebody's saying LMBO Luca. I know that's not a ticker, but I just want to quickly search it up in case that it is. Yeah, no, that Lambo. Okay, I got it the first time. Yeah, makes sense there.
That's good.
What about Neo Luca? Sure, let's have a look here at Neo. I don't think I want to trade NEO today, but maybe there is a trade to be had here if this thing wants to load.
It's like flat.
Oh, this is like a VWAP, like 11. I just feel like this is like clickbait. It's like I look at it and I'm like, I want to short 11, but I feel like if I short 11, this is going to like 11.15. I feel like this extension to the upside is really nice for the mean reversion play because you got the high from yesterday, which was 11.12. It broke 11.12 very quickly and then came back down and then kind of all the way back down. So, you know, that's the meat of the move right there. Now it's sort of in the middle. If this can get back to, you know, 11.10 area, then I'll give it a try there. So I'm gonna offer 11.10. Very, very small size on that one just because I don't actually love the play. And I mean, if we get there, do we keep going? I'll just have to reevaluate in the moment. So we'll see what happens. Somebody saying, Luca, how do we short Robin Wood? Never heard of Robin Wood, but if you want to short Robin Hood, talk to your broker, man. Talk to your broker. Robin Hood, the brokerage. Hopefully they're not your broker, and then you call them and say, I want to short Robin Hood, by the way, guys.
No.
Yeah, no. It's and then Olivia saying Netflix is flying. I had to look at Netflix. I don't know, like, I mean, the long was good, obviously, today, but now it's kind of at the highs, 325. I don't know, man. Maybe there's like some resistance here at like, you know, 325 into 330. But I just don't like looking at this. This looks extra strong. This is not something that I would want to short. I like kind of the idea of like the parabolic move short. So it's like this move up, maybe you would kind of try the short, but then you would have just got burned because just like holding the whole time, right? So I'm going to stay away from it. I think the VWAP bounce the first and second time were really good. You could have had like a 315 long if you could justify it to yourself to take that long. You know, that's great. But yeah, for myself, it's a no-go for today. Last thing I'll look at before I pass it back to Sharif is BBBY. This thing breaking that $2 to the upside. Kind of interesting today.
Rejected that $2.
Yeah, it's
later on.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, the range is tight on this thing. Like it's like too tight for me to want to be in this one. I just feel like, you know, maybe if this level holds, maybe like the move back to, maybe I'll take a long actually. If this level, like what's the low there? I think like 87s. Yeah, I'll just like risk like 2 cents on this. Let me see if I can get the fill here. This is the low wick of like 87s. It's probably gonna break. It probably is gonna break, but I'm gonna risk like whatever, like not too much on this. If we break through 85s, then I'm gonna just be out of the full position. But this is a move, maybe we go back to 2. Maybe we go back to VWAP. What is that, like 10 cents? So like I'm not gonna be greedy on that one. If I can get 10 cents out of that, you know, risk what? Risk 3 cents to make like 6. That's like 2 to 1. So we'll see what happens. Not too crazy on that anyways. YOLO and FOMO, what's going on? Hopefully doing well there.
Yeah, YOLO and FOMO, $2 super chat says, Luca, NVIDIA bull flag, long off VWAP. There's a special request for you. I know you just went on, but do you want to read this?
Yeah, bull flag, long off VWAP on
baby.
NVIDIA. I don't necessarily, I can have a look here on NVIDIA. Let's have a look. I try to really pick my spots with NVIDIA because I just feel like this thing moves too much and I always get myself into these kind of dumb positions. But it is holding. I do see what you're saying there. It is the middle though. It is the middle. I would actually like this better below. Like just kind of looking at this, if like a little bit of a dip. Let's see here, 56. Yeah, maybe a flush there. So like I'm gonna bid down below. I actually like that. I like that. I'm gonna see pretty small size though. It is like, I mean, I'm not expecting anything. If we can dip down and then quickly get back up and then pop, like that's the move that I'll be looking for. Yeah, juice box. I don't know. I'm coughing and I'm like, okay, I need to drink a juice box. I think that'll be the solution here.
Guys,
yeah.
G-Sun is making a move, as is Baba. We'll talk about
Baba
G-Sun first real quick here. GSUN, let's hope that's NASDAQ. Yep, at high of days, 297, high of day, currently at 94 as we're trading. Is 297 high of day? Yeah, it is. Okay, it's not. I don't know why it's not reflected on here, but 297, we're trading 92s. This one's up 50% now. Yeah, it's a bit of a strong one. I don't know how to really get into this one other than just waiting for a pullback. You had one present itself here. Maybe the first 5-minute candle, the 1-minute candle to make a new high, and then with like a 15, 20 cent buffer here to the low of this peak here, the low of this trough. I mean, you got $3 coming up as well. Let's see what G-Sun's daily looks like, so we can get an idea if we can get any levels that are important here. Why does that always do that, you silly chart program? Here we go. All right, so GSUN, this is the one here on the top left. Okay, so it's a former runner. You guys can see it's made big moves on days like back in November. It had big downward moves. Also a big mover back from September. Where do we get up to? Is that a real print? $95? Yeah, I think that it is right. I do remember this one going ape wild. 3 is definitely a level here. We're obviously topping out near 3. 297 again is the high. Where do we have resistance after that? 320 if you go by the high of day on November 18th, but the real level looks to be the high of this candle here, which is right at that $5 area. So I'm going to go and say main areas of resistance we're going to see at 5 and we're going to see at 3. If we can break through and hold above that 3, this is going to present an interesting trade. Not sure what the short float is on this. Actually, let's find out what the float in general is on GSUN, because this is a mover. All right, let's go up here, company profile. And we have an 8.4 million share float. You know, that's probably plus or minus a couple of 100,000 depending on the source. But obviously micro float, not micro float, mini float. Let's go mini float on GSUN. I don't know what the short interest is. That's going to be the next thing here this week to see if we can probably get any parabolic movements. All right, let's bring in Shawn over here as he's paused on not such a nice picture. Floatchecker.com. We're going to go in GSUN. There we go. Okay, so where's the short float on this? Luca, where do you look? Yeah, there we go. All right, so not much. 5.96, 4.24, so not much of a short float. Maybe not the right short squeeze candidate, but definitely going to keep my eye on GSUN as it nears that $3 level. I want to look at my trade on Meta quickly, but let's have a look at what Baba is doing, because we were talking about that one earlier. This one retraces, breaks most of the moving averages here. So now we're going to look at price action, and it looks like price action is going to be the determinant in this particular instance. That 114 level was a nice little bounce level. This had been an area where we topped out, we broke through it, retraced back down to it. So that rhyme. 114-ish is an area. Now, if we can break through this 114.90 top and reclaim 115, then we can probably get a newer high, and you could say the trend is continuing upward. So maybe what I'll do is I'll put an order, a resting order for that 114.90 break. I'm going to put it at 91, and I'm going to take a small amount of size because, you know, I have that much conviction at 114.95, and we'll take this amount of size. So we'll wait for that order to come through. If it does, we'll get that continuation move up on Baba. Meta, yeah, you know, still flirting sideways, but so is the market. In fact, Meta looks more bullish than the market at the moment, you know, because the market holding out VWAP and, you know, making newer lows while Meta is just kind of sideways. I don't know what this means exactly. Meta wasn't flushing as aggressively as some of these other 5 when the market did its little flush there at 10-20-ish or so. That big flush down, Meta didn't really flush as much down. So will that sustain itself through the later afternoon, or was that just a one-time thing in the morning? So I'll keep my eye on Meta, but I'm definitely not getting out at this point. My average cost base is 61. We're printing mid-50, so basically flat on the trade. In fact, I think I'm going to add to this one if we see any strength. Like if we bounce off VWAP here on the ES March contract and head up, I'm definitely adding to this one. I know Luca wants to take it short 132. Maybe we can both make a play on that. Quickly back to GSUN here, flushes, so it does reject that 3-ish level. What'd you say?
No, taking the long here on NVIDIA now. So we're going to see how this one plays itself out. I'm not going to hold this too far against me if it does start to fade to the downside. I just feel like it is kind of like very, very robotic for whoever called that out. Just at VWAP. So I'm long below VWAP. I feel like the pop maybe into 157, 158s. That would be the money cover. But again, I'm not going to let this kind of run too much against me. It's it's already kind of moving to the downside here. I'll give it like a minute. If it keeps going down, then I'm definitely gonna get out of that trade. Baba doing something here. I just feel like the 50 is kind of making its way to the upside. Probably get the full cover at 114 now, because are we really gonna break? What was that? Why did that just do that?
What up?
Okay, that was weird. I don't know. Anyways, BBBY popped to the upside. Is that real? No, that can't be real.
Market's
Like
starting to sink below VWAP here,
at
Luca.
93. What is going on right now?
We could have a
Okay, I'm getting out
possible
of this video. I don't like this
3,900
anymore.
tests coming up soon. 39.10 now, bouncing off 39.23 recent highs. That's this area here. Couldn't break through this consolidation area, so it looks like we may break to the downside. Doesn't bode well for my meta long, but still 20 or 10 pennies above my average in price. So I'll wait this one out. 25 again, guys, is my out on this one. So the break of that 131.25-ish, I'll just be out. 20% position holding at the moment, Luca.
Yeah, no, that's sorry, I'm just like bamboozled by like what's going
Bamboozled.
on over here. But
Word
yeah,
of
no,
the
let's
day.
look for some other trades. So I am out of Nvidia there. I just don't like the trade, so I'm not going to be. It's just not I'm not in that. To somebody who said, "What are you doing covering Google short?" I don't know, man. I ask myself that right now because we are breaking through 188 or 88s there. The plan was like just short above, kind of cover into the weakness. So you know, scalp demon here. I will continue to scalp, recycle over and over again. That is the play, man. That's the play over and over again. You know, I'm gonna go for 30 cents to 60 cents. That's kind of my sweet spot. AMD is in a very interesting kind of range right now. Like, look at the levels that are in play. And I feel like pre-market low down over here, giving you sharp bounces off the bottom. So, yeah, if we get down there to like 160, or sorry, 66, I keep quoting the wrong prices, man. It's actually so funny. If we get down there, then I'm going to see if I can, you know, play that for a third time's a charm, bounce back to the upside to VWAP. Yeah, if we break the lows, which I almost just want to say is like 66.50, like we should not break that. We should come back down. We should flush and then pop, right? And like this bottom was 66.55. This one was 66.57. You know, the next one should be like 66.62 or something like that. So yeah, we're far away from it right now, but we're gonna, let's see if we can actually get that bid there and get something going. So far 2 positions. Bob is short, it's working for me. BBBY long, pretty flat. We'll see if that one wants to pop. And before we get into anything else, we will send it over to Big B for a European close.
Hey guys, Red. Some of the final prints to come through here. England 0.4, 0.06, France 0.5, 0.04, just went red there for Italy at the end of the day. Spain, the only one that holds on to positive territory as we go green to red and then some for Europe today, guys.
Thank you so much for that, Brendo. And yeah, everyone's like, Prod, Mike, what's going on here? Yeah. Sometimes, you know, it's technology, man. Technology sometimes may be good.
How to using technology. Sorry.
Yeah.
I want you right in front of me.
Yeah, I know, it's fun. Guys, let us know what else you're trading as well. Let us know if you have any questions. Feel free to ask questions. If you're thinking something, a lot of other people are thinking the same thing. So, you know, I'm definitely happy to answer any questions along the way, you know, as I look for trades and all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
GSUN, I know you were talking about it.
Retraced to that 50 period and bounced off it like a dime. Actually, I don't know how I feel about taking a long here. You know what, Luca? I'm feeling whimsical. Let's go for a 10% long. I'll punch in there. I'll give it to like what? I'll give it to 55s. Where'd I get long? I got long 68s, 10% position. It doesn't mean anything. I just want to wet my beak, as some people like to say. I'll wet my beak.
I feel like the long could be good. Like,
you know,
the 50,
remember Sam
50.
Roth from Godfather 2? What was his name? Hyman Roth. My bad.
Oh,
Sam Roth.
yeah.
Hyman Roth. I
was
just
gonna
want to
say
wet my
Sam.
beak, right? I just want to wet my beak a little bit. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am feeling whimsical, guys. Whoever's saying that in the chat. Anyway, long there. The idea there is to take that 50 period moving average bounce. I don't have a high amount of conviction in this trade, but if it starts going my way, I'll add to it. If it doesn't, I'm out, and I'm out for like I don't know how many dollars. It'll be like, yeah, we don't talk PNL, but it won't be that much money, guys. So yeah. Going to continue to watch that. My meta trade still moving sideways, but notably here, we are making lower lows and lower highs on meta. So now I'm starting to get a little bit more nervous. My plan hasn't changed. If it breaks through the $0.25, I'm out. You know, the market also starting to kind of show its inclination to head to the downside. Now we're below VWAP, and we're definitely creating some lower highs and lower lows, obviously. And trend is your friend. So Meta, yes, has been more relatively strong than the others. It definitely has held up better on the flushes down, not really committing to the flush as much as some of these other names like Apple and Tesla today, and even to some extent Microsoft. But that doesn't mean it's immune, right? So if it starts getting going, it breaks that $0.50 level, I'm gonzo. But it is a 20% position, Luca.
Yeah, somebody asking, Luca, do you think SoFi will break 5? I mean, yesterday it touched 5 and did not break. 5 is the level. I mean, 5 is a pretty good psychological level, tapping it yesterday. I just feel like if we do test it again today, there's potential to break. And I just feel like because it's, 5, it's been there already. Like, it's not a new level. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's just no size there. But if we do break 5 to the upside, I really like the short into, like, 520. So I'm actually going to have an order there. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it breaks. It's pretty light on the volume today, but yeah, we're going to see what happens. So thank you for the heads up there. Not sure if you're thinking long or short, but best of luck to whatever you're trying to do there. Thank you for the super chat. Verb Technology keeps running. Check chart, please. Okay, sure, no problem. What is the ticker here? Verb Technology. Stock. Let's see. Oh, Verb, of course. Yeah, Verb makes sense. Verb on the NASDAQ. It is 20 cents. You mentioned this yesterday. And I looked at this and I was like, this is nothing. This is nothing from a day trade.
What's the?
I mean, thank you for the super chat. If you want to keep sending super chats, I'll look at it. But once a day. I mean, this thing is just doing nothing. I don't see anything here. If you're trying to pump it for yourself, best of luck. But yeah,
is there anything on the daily?
Pumping.
Is there anything on the daily?
There's nothing. Oh, it's just like it's just doing nothing. Yeah, I don't think that's like anything there. Let's look back at Tesla because I did get a fill here at 117 for my kind of like reminder order to take short and scale into 117.50. I was really hoping that we would go higher into 117.50 for kind of like a bigger size than for the flush back down. Because I got it and it flushed right away, I was like, okay, this is pretty robotic. Let me just take the win and reconvene and see if we want to actually pop. So. Yeah, 117.50 is kind of that better level. So I'm waiting for 117.50 for the pop, using VWAP overhead as protection. This should not rip all the way through 118.50, right? So that would be like $1 risk in a worst case scenario on the first move up. Somebody's saying, Luca, Baba, be careful. No, man, I mean, look at this chart. It doesn't get any clearer than this. I already basically took all my profits. Start, yeah. Now, if we go up on the last piece, I don't really care. I mean, it's at the 50 period, so I did cover, like a nice portion there at the 50. And yeah, if we now go down on this last piece that I have, I want to hold it for VWAP. But if I get stopped out of a 115 break back to the upside, it's not a big deal. That'll be nothing there. So yeah, stop is now in for the last portion on that. Not worried. It either stops me out at 115 or we dip down into VWAP and I cover like 113 area. I feel like I'm going to get stopped out, but again, it's fine. I already took the money on that, kind of scalped it out. Things are good. So can't complain. Somebody asking Apple, Microsoft short, Luca, and I think you were asking a question from before saying, what do you think of levels in the short? And I didn't actually get to it, so let's do that right now. Apple, I want to say that 128 is very, very significant, even though we already did break it and go to like 125, 124. I just feel like, if it's a level before and then it breaks, then it comes back through to the upside, and then now it's kind of hanging around this general area. Like, it could still show that is an interesting level, right? So 130 the better level, even though we broke to the upside. But, I'm not really I mean, it gives you the pop, it drops, it gives you the second pop, it gives you the leg down. Look at this move now. Like, this is like, I mean, I don't see anything right now. I see this thing just wants to stay around the 50 period. I don't really want to scalp it too much. I just feel like the odds are not in my favor on this one. That's kind of my first feel of it. If we pop for whatever reason, above the 130 level, like I will scalp this area. So I would love for it to for somehow get back up to here. I like these scalps short going back down. I don't like necessarily the long down over here, but I will revisit it. Yesterday Apple was pretty pathetic for myself. I scaled into the long. I found out the news afterwards. I took the L on Apple. It did piss me off there. But yeah, Microsoft was a little bit better from yesterday. Microsoft, had that little pop. The VWAP pop, and then I think it dropped eventually. It popped and dropped, if I'm not mistaken. Or where am I looking here? Yeah, it was here. That little pop was nice, but then didn't really get over the 50 period, fading back down. But we're in the same range right now. We're kind of in the same general range. So I sort of want to, from an intraday perspective, I want to do like this. like right up here. So it's like we're in this general range, and I actually like the long better on Microsoft than I do on Apple. And so if I were to draw just a general line here to kind of gauge as to where is like a better spot, like just below 228, like long. I don't love it, but let's see if we can get the fill on that one. Yeah, let's go like 227, like 80s area. 227, 80s, just kind of respecting this line. It sort of bounced once, twice, hopefully get the third time's a charm and then bounce back up. So I kind of, you know, I did that. Let's check back with NVIDIA as well. NVDA, where's this one? We are, yeah, see, this is the problem. This is like too robotic right now for anything to happen. It's just not really doing anything. Respect the general levels, man. That's what I would say. You know, this thing popped 159, 159.50, playing off the 160 level. Like, that is showing you that that is kind of top-end resistance. And if you're in doubt, you zoom out, you look back to yesterday, and it was kind of like up there, right? So it did spend some time at 160, then it sort of faded back down. Now it's kind of giving you that pop and drop, pop and drop. So yeah, you know, I don't really like the long. I kind of got in small size, got out, just kind of letting that one go. But yeah, we're going to see if get some dip buy fills on Microsoft. This should not keep dipping. It should like dip and then pop back up and go to the upside. And obviously you have to kind of look at the overall market as to where that is. You know, it's not like this is in the middle area, right? So we are in the middle. If we go up on the market, we go back to VWAP on Microsoft. If we go back down right now to the lows, then I'm just gonna like be like way off on this trade here. So yeah, we're getting like a little bit of a flush there, but I'm willing to actually like add a little bit to this then for the move back up. So we're gonna see how this one rolls.
Yeah, Meta just flushed there, almost stopping me out. I didn't quite make it down to my stop, but retracing a little bit on Meta. That was a big flush down. It was kind of irregular because it hadn't really been flushing like that with the overall market. I'm also long BABA here. I'm trying to take this trend break if we can get one. I've got my profit here. My profit target, that is, at sitting at 61s. But I was watching the tape on this one earlier while Luca was talking, and there's definitely an iceberg at 58. So if you're long on BABA here, you may encounter some upside resistance. Definitely notice that because it just stalled out there, guys, and there was really no size to be to speak of at all on the book. There we go, a big flush down on BABA. Yeah, let's see, we're creating a bit of a top here, like right at that 58 level. I've got my stop set on this one. I've got my profit taker set on this one, so I'll try to exercise some patience. Meta, as quickly as it flushed down, as quickly as it's moving up here, and we are now in the money on Meta. Still a baby position though, only 20%. I'm gonna look to add, if it breaks through that 80 level, I'm gonna add another little piece. Let's go ahead and put that now. 131.81. Oh, it might not even give me the upper to 131, and then we'll put 80, it will put 83, and that'll be for a small little piece. There we go. So we'll sit on that. We'll wait for that one to trigger. If it's gonna make its way up there, well in the money on Meta now, as our cost base is 61s, we're printing in the 80s. Yeah, but BABA doesn't look that good. Sorry to keep flipping back and forth between them, guys, but I am managing both trades. Long BABA at 52s. Now we're in the 40s. I need at least to take off a little bit. This is a half position, by the way. I didn't mention that. Half position, so definitely weighted more than GSUN and Meta, so more on the line, definitely in this one, hence why there is a bit of a tighter stop on this one. Oh, by the way, out of my position on GSUN, this was a 10% position. So this was just a test to see if we get a move up. Looks like we retraced to VWAP and it triggered my my stop. My stop was through the break of this trough right here. That was the area where I was looking to see if there would be any price support. There wasn't. It broke through it. So all she wrote for that one. There we go. BABA now coming back up to that 58 area again. Now keep your eyes on this level, guys. Every time it comes back to that 58, we are seeing a lot of selling come in or profit taking. We keep rejecting off that level, and again, we just reject again. So are we going to get a flush down here, or are we going to have a flat top breakout because buyers are going to overwhelm sellers? We're going to have to wait and see. How much is it going to cost us to wait and see? Like in poker, like it costs you money to see what the other person's hand is. All right, Meta retracing now off that 131.70. I want to say 76 top back into the 50s. So it's not ready to go. It's relatively strong, but the market flat and just barely below VWAP, Luca.
Yeah, so I'm building along onto this Microsoft. We got the little bit of a dip and rip. Now we're sort of going back down here. I don't know what to think, but I sort of want to pull up like a 5-minute as opposed to looking at like a 1 minute for this one. You know, moving average was respecting it once, twice, I think like down, but I don't necessarily believe this dip in my own opinion. So yeah, hopefully we go back to the upside. My target right now is the even dollar of 228. For this long, and then the rest at 228.19. So yeah, hopefully I can get those fills there. Pretty good with that one. Somebody's saying, yeah, Tesla long is starting to go back up. It's things are barcoding, man. We're like in this barcoding range now. You just got to kind of understand that if you were in good trades in the morning and you made your money, you know, save your money. And if you lost money in the morning and you're like, I'm gonna make it back right now, I don't know, man. You're playing with fire. It's not looking like it's giving ample opportunity. So you need to just either take smaller positions or chill, watch, you know, develop new strategies. That's kind of my main takeaway. It's like there's no reason to throw money away when it's just not warranted, right? Wait for areas. You know, I like this Microsoft for myself, so this is kind of my main kind of scalp trade, and getting that first fill at 228, pretty good for that one. So locking in the win, and now waiting for a little bit of pop. I think eventually we do go to the 50 period. So it'd be really nice if
another rejection, Luca, off that 58 level on BABA. I just want to update the viewers. How many times are we going to reject off that level? That's becoming a very, very clear level. Look how many times we're rejecting here, and the tape tells the story because you don't really see the size show anywhere. Sorry, not the tape, the book. You don't see the size show up anywhere on the level 2, but it's not the $half level. It's some random few pennies above it. So that's becoming a real level here on BABA that I'm going to have to concern myself with, because we could reject off this level. We're not creating newer highs by habitually rejecting off that level. There you go. You get the flush down. I think I may end up getting stopped out here wherever my stop is. They may stop hunt me, but yeah, that constant rejection off that level, setting up for a nice breakdown. That's why I had to interrupt you here. Anybody that was long with me that trade, I am now out. That is a loser for me on BABA. Sucks to be me, but hey, only half position.
Yeah, somebody was asking, Luca, what do you think of the BABA long because it's riding the 50 period? No, man. Like, this is a move up, in my opinion, at least. You know, this is like that kind of nice move up. You're either long for the move up or you fade the move back down, and then it just barcodes. Like, you don't want to just like long randomly in random places, in my opinion. You want to find technical levels that make sense. You want to fade kind of the pops, or you want to be long already. As a trader, you need to react. So the most important thing is to be reactionary. So you look at things playing themselves out, and then you make decisions. You react to those kind of moves. You get in, you get out, you take your money, and that's it, man. Nail and bail.
Run.
That's the kind of move. So it's like, you know, take the short, we go back down, I take the win. Like, I don't care. I'm not making predictions. I don't think it's going back to lows. I have my biases, but again, you know, you got to really make sure you're getting in and out in you know, the areas that make sense. I'll say that much. AG Monster, Luca, jumping Microsoft short. The water is fine. I'm long. I'm long Microsoft here. I think it's the right idea. You know, obviously everybody has their own opinions there, but both long and short are working for me for the time being. I want to go back to Amazon because I just feel like if for whatever reason we get back to 90, that could be pretty interesting. I mean, right now the market is giving me this feeling of like things are just muted, so it's just kind of like I'm gonna wait until things get to areas that make more sense. I just feel like getting involved right here, it's like we're just going to like go above the 50, below the 50, above the 50. Somebody's saying DNER are very good stock. We could have a look. DNER on the NASDAQ, on New York, on AM. DNER. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, DNER.
All right, well, while you look that up, I took that dip on BABA, making that L back. I took, because someone asked Luca if that 50 period was holding up, and I'm like, yeah, why didn't I get on the 50 period? So as soon as it went down to the 50 period, I punched in, already scalped here through the break of the mid 40s. Now we punch back right to that level where we couldn't break, and we break it this time. Happy that I took this trade. Okay, there we go. We're out. We make back our money on BABA there. Pumped about that. So that was a nice little move on BABA. Taking a full position down here too. Nice little bounce off that 50 period. We do break that top top, at least momentarily. But yeah, you know, the algos, especially the Chinese algos, are going to get you, man. That 114.40 was a bit of a bottom. It broke it, went right to that 50 period. Then it breaks that top, like that top didn't exist from before. So we get top wick there. All right, I don't like to call it revenge, but we get that done on Baba. Now moving to the trade that we've got on board, that's that Meta 131.61 is where we're long. That's the average in price we got in at the top here, and then we averaged down here into the high 30s. So we're somewhere in between. We're basically break even on the trade, 20% position. I've got a resting order to add over the break of 80. We haven't been able to break through 80 since about, you know, earlier in the hour, around 11:15 or so. I think if we break through 80, and especially if the market starts curling here off VWAP, where we're currently at, we've been at for the last, like, geez, how long? 20, 30 minutes. We've been basically sideways within a 3 or 4 point range. Need to see some upward movement on the market, especially if Meta is going to get going, Luca.
Yeah, you know, Microsoft.
Futu. Sorry, I just want to mention Futu. Big Pop says Brendo. I'll get to that one real quick here. I'll get you a Spro, don't worry.
Someone in the chat was like, Luca, like, I think you need to just drink an espresso.
Yeah, I'll get you
And I'm
one.
like, I literally think I need to drink an espresso.
But there we go. This is the pop that Brendo was telling us about here in the chat on Futu. Not sure what the news catalyst is for this now. It is up 6.5% on the day. Look at that big move up, though, through the break of VWAP. A lot of the volume coming in, though, on this candle, that 11:52 candle, shot up from 46.30 all the way up to 47.98. So this one, as soon as we find out what the catalyst is, we'll get that to you guys. But just want to update you on Futu. Also, Brendo saying, Man U, Qatar Sports Investment are reportedly only interested in buying a minority stake in the Premier League club, Manchester United, that is. My second most hated rivals.
Yeah, just a quick update there. So Microsoft is actually moving to the upside, going for that 50 period. So, I mean, I'm just kind of scaling out as it continues to move in my favor here. Pretty good move there. So covering the first piece, kind of being patient, waiting for it. Moving to the upside, and I'm just taking my fills at random prices here. I want my best cover to be like 39s for the rest of the size there. So, yeah, kind of playing on, I mean, guys, the 50 period is at like 50s. So I think there's a chance that we print 50s, I think, but I'm not going to be greedy going for 50s. Yeah, we just want to see if we can get that final fill up top there. Yeah, Alibaba's moving up there. I don't know. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, anyways, yeah, let's look at Amazon. Somebody was like, oh, short Amazon. I just feel like it's barcoding a little bit. We can look at XOM. We didn't look at that today. Let's take a look here at XOM, what this is doing. This is kind of, showing you that sort of 108 there is a little bit of a bottom area. Now moving back to the upside. Not too sure. Yeah, 108, that's kind of an interesting bottom. I'm just kind of looking at this and thinking to myself, like, it showed that it kind of bounced off there yesterday, kind of curling up to the upside. Maybe worth a shot if we come back down. I'll throw a bid out down there, just kind of looking at this now for the first time. I don't think we get back there, to be honest, but even for whatever reason, I mean, it respected the giving that morning pop, dropping, kind of touching VWAP, then going all the way back down, and not really doing anything, now just kind of curling up. So I sort of like the short at VWAP, kind of risk off 109. Maybe I'm kind of missing something here, but we're going to see if this thing wants to get to VWAP, not break 109, hopefully, and then go back down. So I do actually like this. So short in front of 109, long in front of 108. Those are the kind of preferential cover spots as well. If we break through 109 to the upside on this, I'm just going to quickly get out of that trade. Yeah, so I think I got the final fill here on Microsoft. So not a bad scalp to the upside, pretty good. At this point now, touching the 50 period, not too sure what to expect for the rest of that move there. So we'll see. Somebody's saying Intraday Demon. I like that name, Intraday Demon. Nice. Short Amazon, Luca. I will give 10 thumbs from my YouTube accounts if I short Amazon. Man, you can't buy me, man. I can't just jump into the short. It just looks terrible, to be honest. It's just barcoding, man. It's not doing anything. I like it at 90. I loved it at 90. I had that. That was a banger scalp for myself. If we get back to 90, I'll do it again. It's just showing you that like that is the resistance area. So kind of 89, 83 to like 90 to like 80 to 90, like 20. Like these are my three levels there. So we'll see what happens. And Oh, Sharif is the best, man. This is, guys, you know, this is like Spro life, baby. If you can see, this is a double Spro, and this is gonna be exactly what I need. I can feel it. Much appreciated, man. But yeah, for that Amazon short, just very quickly, 90 is my level. If we get there, I'm shorting 90. I can't short it right now. I just don't like that idea.
Yeah, Meta coming close to my add-in area. So now we're printing it in the mid-70s. Do I have my mic on? Yeah. So I'm looking to take more long, guys. I'm going to add to this one through the break of 81s. It's the day of adding for me. I'm going to see if it breaks through. It's making a bit of a flat top, guys, but you know, it's also holding that 50 period. It's also kind of held that $0.25 area. I mean, it broke through it, I think, yeah, by like 2 pennies. So if you had your stop through the break of this low here, you got triggered. Thankfully, I had mine a couple pennies below, so I didn't quite get triggered there. But I feel like, you know, Meta definitely still showing that it's more relatively strong than the market, but the market has to trend up for us to really get any. You know, I don't think it's going to be completely secular here. The move on Meta is going to be somewhat dependent, obviously, on this market, despite the fact that it's relatively strong. So we have to create newer highs. Where's newer highs on the market? Well, to me, it looks like it's that 39.23 area, maybe 39.25. If we can print higher than there, then, you know, we've got a bit of a micro trend change on our hands. What else is going on? What's going on with Futu? When I got back, there we go. So Futu starting to make a bit of a move here. Let's flip, let's take this off, which is GSUN. Let's get to some Futu. Okay, so 47.98 top. What's the spread look like? Okay, it's like 8 pennies, 9 pennies at times. How much volume have we done? About 2.92 million. What's the volume? How much is this up, by the way? 6%. Okay, I wonder if I can get it down here, if I can find it. I want to see how much volume is done in the last 5 minutes. Okay, it's not going to show me. I'll have to look at that after. But yeah, let's see if this one can hold. I think definitely if it breaks through that 47.20, it's definitely going to create newer lows, and that'll be an interesting short, actually, to be honest. So we'll see what Futu is providing us. I don't know if it's long at the moment, though, Luca.
Yeah, I am short here, and I would just love for this thing to kind of go a little bit higher, and then, you know, I'm looking for the move back down. Volume spike, and then back down, and then volume is kind of dropping here. So yeah, we're gonna see there's a little bit of a bid at 47.20, and I kind of want to, you know, take that. We're gonna see here 47.20s. I don't know if that wants. Yeah, no, that doesn't want to fill yet. I would love to scale into this a little bit more. So I'm just kind of watching it. You know, it's holding trend for the time being. I would love for this to pop back to 48s. This is kind of like a small position right now because I want it to, you know, if it goes down with the small position that I have. But I want it to go up so that I could take a bigger position. That's just kind of, you know, as a mean reversion trader, I just feel like you have to like scale into the strength there. Scale into the strengths. That is the play. But for the time being, we're going to go to Big B for happening now.
Hey guys, 12 o'clock into lunch hour we go. Still basically a choppy kind of back and forth day. Flat, depending on what you're looking at it, right across the board here. 0.08 right now for the S&P to the downside, 0.04 for the Dow. Russell, the 2000 specifically, notably strong here this afternoon. Small caps anyways, about 0.5% to the upside. NASDAQ, dead flat. The composite, that is, the 100.13 to the downside. If you're with us pre-market this morning, we got you set up for Coinbase, NVIDIA, and Microsoft, to say the least. A number of individual names this morning gave you pretty good opportunities. I was just going back through all of these. Raymond James, yeah, no longer favoriting NVIDIA, taking it off their #1 favorites list. Just for the record, no headlines yet on this one, but I did mention that 6.5% now for FUTU, one of those online education companies. ADR trying to make new highs, guys.
Thank you so much for that, Brendo. And yeah, here we are kind of moving up just a little bit. So I'm going to take a little bit more over here. And let's see if I get that, if this wants to. Yeah, there we go. Okay, beautiful. 48 is an interesting level. I really, like, if we can get to 48 and then pop, that is kind of like level of like, you know, pop, drop, and roll type thing. I mean, the bottom, this is what I see, guys, on the daily. The bottoming area is like 48.31 from these bottom wicks before the run up. Now we kind of sold off, right? And we're getting like the little bit of a bounce back. 50 is the more psychological level. I can't see it going to 50 right now. I mean, if it does, I'm not gonna be in the trade anymore. That's for sure. But I'm kind of looking at that 48 level to see what does this thing want to do. It's kind of wick off tops over here. I'm just gonna basically scale in, scalp around. I think once that 47.20 fills, which that was the bottom, there was 10,000 shares at 47.20. I mean, eventually maybe that does fill, and then when it does, that's like the move back down. So I'm kind of eyeing that area, that general area of like that's where the bid is. I think eventually it gets the fill, and then I'm going to just reevaluate. I think upon the flush of that fill, we definitely go to 47s, and then maybe break 47s, and then go from there. So yeah, if we actually flush right now, I kind of roll with what I got. I'm bidding 47s, and I do like kind of 46.75 area. That's kind of my idea there. So yeah, we're gonna see if this one wants to actually fade back down. If it goes higher, I will continue to get into that one. Tom, Tesla will make you cry if you long. I feel like Tesla will make you cry like regardless what you do. It's yeah, guys. I started the show by saying, look at this banger short that I had on Tesla, and then look how much lower it went. And I'm not thrilled because, like, I mean, I could have made more on that. And I just want to say that Tesla finds a way to always make you upset,
short,
man.
Luca. Atta boy, man. I'm printing on this too. Nice call out there, Luca. I added in on your word. I wasn't gonna put you on. I wasn't gonna put pressure on you until I lost money. And now I won't actually have to do that. Nice little short there. Yeah, I'm playing the range on this one. I initially got in here at that 47.25 and then added up here 47.74. There we go. We'll take another piece out here. Can we take another piece out here? Yes, we can. There we go. Another piece out. So printing on that one. Very pleased. We've got a little amount left. Not much, guys. I'm gonna cover it. I'm gonna cover the entire thing here. There, we're out of that. So that ends up being a profitable little trade there on Futu. So we are red on Baba. Yeah, but not by much because it was half position. G-Sun, a 10% position. The big winner, though, is Tesla and Futu. Meta, okay, so we're up on Meta. Remember that? Okay, so this one broke that 131.81. So we added here. Now we're printing 72s, but we're stair-stepping up. Not seeing the corresponding move in the market, but definitely Meta's close to day highs. Where's day high on Meta? 131.88. We're at 74s. So this one obviously showing its relative strength, seeing as we're nowhere near highs on the ES March contract. So this one definitely strong, and I added. So now I'm holding a 30% position on this one. Each ad has been a 10% position, and we're just doing this kind of to try out a new strategy here and to force ourselves into some patience, of which we have little, Luca.
Yeah, Trader Gordon, what's going on? Nice to see you in the chat again. Saying a couple bangers here. I'm just taking a look at this. This does look like, yeah, hit that bang for the potential bangers that are to come. 125 breakdown on Nike. I don't love it. It's just kind of very muted and volume is kind of light there, but it does look like flat bottom breakdown if you want to quickly look at this. Kind of bounce, 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 bounce. Do we break and then flush? You still have kind of that pre-market low target area of 124. So there is still room on that one, but I just feel like the better short kind of from my perspective, and this is nice to have like different perspectives, it is kind of like riding this kind of general theme trend, you know, lower highs. So yeah, if it does pop, for myself, I like the kind of short and then into like the low and then break of the low and then use that volume to cover. That's kind of what I see there. And I want to just take a look at a few other ones that you were talking about. You said GPS. That was from yesterday. I feel like I'm not going to dabble into GPS. It's just like slower. I mean, if you see something, you see it, man. Continue to trade your own book. That is the main thing that I'll say over and over again. Austin talking about Baba over and over again. Yeah, the Baba trade was a banger. I just feel like, you know, make that money on the fade and then just kind of let it go. Maybe Sharif wants to talk about it a little bit more.
What?
No, Alibaba. I'm just like, I'll just leave it to you, man. You know, I feel like I'm just done with that trade. Nvidia, yeah, giving the pop finally, but not really doing much.
It's holding that 50 period. I know I don't mean to digress you, but on Baba,
yeah, it's
really holding that 50 period. I mean, on the 1 minute chart anyway.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, you know, I just feel like the extension play was a good trade, and now I don't want to give anything back on it. So yeah, I covered a little bit of Futu on the flush. I thought once we break 47.20, I thought we were gonna really flush down. That was my expectations.
Ooh,
so we
Meta.
broke and we didn't. So I'm just like, okay, let me cover some of that and then go from there.
Yeah, Meta making that move. Okay, so we're gonna take a little piece out here. There we go.
Yeah,
so
Meta,
are we out? No. Okay, we didn't get it out. Beautiful. So now we're gonna hit it. Beautiful. There we go. So now we're holding a very small amount of Meta, profitable on it nonetheless. There we go. Now we're testing to that 132. So Luca, this is where you may want to get short. I'm out, so that I'm out in front of 132s. That was a whole entire play, guys. I told you I don't want to go against my boy here. We seem to be against each other all the time, but in this case, I think I liked your call. Anyway, riding Meta into that 132 with 3 adds into this one, so only 2 scalps. It does reject off that 132 at least for the minute. Let's see what this one does. You heard Luca call that potential short. I'm out of my trade. And now looking for more, but what shall we get into? What's Futu up to? Okay, look at this. This looks like it's creating. It's going to break down either which way. It's not gonna move like this the rest of the afternoon. It's either going to shoot up to the upside or it's going to break down to the downside. My guess is it's going to break down to the downside below that 40. I want to say that 47 level is the obvious level, but maybe that 47.20 if we can break through that. I think that's the better play on Futu. Do we have a news catalyst on this one? Because I know we were getting, let me just check the work chat real quick. Do we have anything on this? No, Futu, big pop. Okay, so I'm looking here on my thing, on my blotter. I don't see anything new. I see something in the morning that Morgan Stanley maintained Futu holdings limited coverage with equal weight, target $44, but that came in super early this morning. Nothing really to get it going at the moment unless some hedge funds start hitting the buy button on this one, in which case maybe they're done the buying and then we'll have some profit taking. Let's take this one south, Luca.
Yeah, guys, Futu back down to the down. I know you're just talking about that. I'm just going to quickly update. So I'm going to try to cover some over here at the bottoming area just because it's not within expectations. But yeah, still eyeing that 47 area for the final flush down. That would be perfect for the final cover on that. Meta is, I'm watching this one. I'm sort of building into the short. I would love for this to go to 130, 140 area. That's kind of the bottom end of this channel. I'll draw a little line for everybody to see. It just held this, right? It's where the 50 period is. So if we flush down with the size that I have now, okay, great. If we go higher above 132, I would love for that to happen. Then I'll continue to scale into that. Got the XOM short in front of VWAP. I'm risking off 109. It's very simple. If we break above that, it's above VWAP. I don't want to hold. How many times do I short XOM? It goes above the even dollar, and then it runs another 20, 30 cents. Like, no thank you, no thank you. If it does break, I'll be out of the position. I'll look back at it, and then maybe get a short going at like 109.25 area. I'm targeting like 60s, 50s for this. Then if we drop more, I like the long and then buy the dip on that one. So, yeah, we're going to see what XOM wants to do there. So, yeah, waiting for the fill on Futu. XOM position just started. Meta waiting for that drop back down. Let me just make sure that I have a bid out on this one to make sure if it does want to flush, then actually get that cover. And yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Luca, have we done a like count today?
I don't think we did.
I don't think we did, right? There's 53, almost 5,400 of you guys watching. We're at 2,700 likes. I think we can get 3,000. I mean, we got 50. What did we get? 5,300 that day. You guys got 5,300. I keep saying we. We's wrong. It wasn't me who did anything. It was you guys. Guys, let's get that like count up. Also, we want to say a shout out to our new members. We have 11 new members today, so always looking to grow that community, and we love our community, especially we'd be nothing without you guys. Always trying to reinvest in the show and give you guys the best content. So go ahead, smash that like button, and let's get the like count up to 3,000, guys, because we definitely know we're capable of that. All right, quickly, let's have a look at some trades here that we can possibly get into. We looked at that 47.20-ish area on the on Futu.
Classic expert.
And I think Luca was saying he was taking some profit taking there, and I do like that because it looks like it is a bit of a bottom. Last time it did bounce off that 20 period. It's not a moving average that I typically use. I don't even really know why I still have it on there. I've been meaning to take it off, but it's been bouncing off that 20 period. I don't know if it's as much a 20 period as much as it is that 47.20 area. It seems to be a bit of, I guess, a support zone at the moment, but this one creating newer lows and lower highs. So this one looks like it's poised to the downside. I've covered on it. I won't initiate unless it really starts plummeting. What is the float on Futu so we can just get an idea of how quickly or how aggressively?
I don't think it matters too much.
Well, it's 653 million, so that's pretty big. I mean, like we're talking about 8 million sometimes, right? So. Yeah, Futu, okay, it's heavily weighted, $7.1 billion market cap. For those who don't know or just getting into trading, Futu Holdings is an investment holding company engaged in offering digitalized brokerage platforms. And they mainly, I think, work in the Asian market. Luca.
Yeah, okay, so I got stopped out of XOM, and I'm not too thrilled about that one because I'm like, oh, it looked really good, and then we popped to the upside, so now I have some orders around 109.20 to 109.30 to reshort that if we can get there. If we don't, I'm going to let it go. Guys, the market is popping to the upside. Somebody said it best. They were like, oh, like Apple looks like it's going to rip to the north side, and yeah, here we are getting that nice little move up there. So, yeah, I am not long anything. I'm just short 2 names. Futu kind of unrelated, Meta definitely related, but I just feel like if we turn back down, this is the interesting level. That 39.30 area I think is like on the ES. That is like more of like an interesting level. It's kind of top end, pop and drop, and then 39, yeah, and 39.25. So it's not long. I don't think longs are in yet. Obviously, like we're moving up, but I just almost want to see this come to 39.20 and then find some shorts. So, you know, we're going up, but Meta is not really going up. So it just kind of makes me want to add to that one. But I just feel like maybe we just need a little bit more of a pop and then maybe get the fill there on Meta. So, yeah, we'll see what happens over there. Somebody's saying Fahad needs to school everyone on the chip challenge.
What?
I don't know if Fahad can
Is he
hear
getting
this right
involved
now.
in that?
Yeah,
oh,
he's like, he's thumbs up.
That.
He's like, yeah. Is it still, you're not going to make a face? Is that the thing?
I don't get why they're doing this to themselves.
Nothing. Okay, so he says he's gonna sniff it, lick it, eat it, and nothing's gonna happen. No face. I can't wait to see that, man. That's
I want
Friday.
to see it. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here. Shawn said that he saw videos of people like throwing up and like gagging and stuff on YouTube. I don't know if that bodes well for these guys, but hey, a promise is a promise. Meta rejecting off that 132, Luca, even though the market started trending up a little bit, bounced a little bit above VWAP, didn't quite make that new high that we wanted to take, that 39.25 high, yeah, kind of rejecting off that 39.22-ish area, so not quite ready to go. I hate these sideways afternoons. Give me something, even if you're gonna give me a flush, I'll take anything at this point. Let's see what's going on in small cap world. We talked about GSUN in the morning. We had an unsuccessful trade on that. That's kind of dancing above VWAP at the moment. Let's bring in the watch list here. My scanner, I mean. Okay, so GSUN holding that VWAP level. Not doing much at the moment. Volume really dropping off, but it is a candidate for a VWAP hold high of daybreak, and that's basically where a stock holds VWAP. Usually a small capper, holds VWAP, and then you get volume coming into the afternoon around power hour, 2:30, 3:30 area time slot, and then you have a high of daybreak. It was a nice little trend that I rode for a bit. Haven't seen it really panning out much lately. These small cappers have been making their moves, seems like earlier in the day. All right, JZ coming up with some volume here. Luca, 353,000 shares done the last 5 minutes. JZ at high of days, just printed 182. Not sure what the catalyst is on that. Let's have a look here at the daily chart to see if this is a former runner. Yes, it is. Okay, so this one's been trending, looks like, since the 5th. So earlier this year, let me guess, is this a biotech company? No, it's an education. It's a Chinese online education technology company. We saw these run, I think, like in late 2020, early 2021. Maybe I'm wrong, but I remember there was a time period where like every small capper was some Chinese education company, especially online ones. This one's running today. Now it's a day's high again, Luca, 185. This one getting a lot of volume. Again, don't really know what this one's about, but JZ making a move. What's up? Futu breaking down, eh?
Futu finally giving that break. And you know what? I tried to reload the short, and I was like, I guess like I maybe just missed that one. But that was pretty good, man. Scale into it. I did want it to go higher. It didn't. No big deal. Whatever. Covering basically low end of the range, and then waiting for that final flush. Because it didn't go right away, I just covered the majority at 47. That's kind of the, that's what happens. It's like, you know, discretionary on things as you get new information. So like initially I would love to short, and then flush down. Like I was hoping like big flush down and cover. But because it was holding, I'm like, okay, cover a bit. And then just like, I'm like, okay, you know what, just cover the rest. Yeah, if this thing now wants to go all the way down, I mean, it goes without me. Hopefully somebody is kind of banging that short there. Pretty good. Apple is strong now. Yeah, Apple is, I'm kind of waiting for a pop to 130. So I'm actually going to have an order out there just to remind myself because sometimes I miss. My order log is stacked, waiting for Neo, waiting for Netflix short, 328. Somebody called it. I kind of like that. I see you there. So if this thing wants to pop all the way to 328, then I will try the short on that one. Neo, same kind of plan from before, waiting for the break into 1110 area for the short on that one. I don't want to short 11s. I just don't. I feel like that's not something that I really want to do there. And SoFi, let's have a quick look back at SoFi to see where this is. Respecting the 5. I would love for this to break 5. I just feel like that's a really good scalp short for myself. And XOM, somebody's like, don't short XOM when oil's going up. Yeah, I don't know, man. I was hoping that this would keep going. It's like a very, very nice move up, right? So as fast as XOM goes up, I feel like it can go right back down. So that's why I like the short, but I just have to find areas that make sense. So it's like, I already tried it and I lost, so I take the L. Now it's like if we get up higher, I'm going to take even more size up here if it gets there. But now that it's already giving the pullback, I don't necessarily love it as much. Like I wanted this to go here so that it can come back down, like all the way up, all the way down. I don't like the pullback and then the move back up. That is a healthy up move. So we're going to see what happens there. Meta's kind of like slowly in the money. I did add to it, so let me just kind of take some off as it kind of works for me. Yeah, hopefully dip down into like the 70s area. That'd be like a little bit of a nicer move back down. I feel like I can recycle 132 here. So now that I'm seeing it play itself out, I feel like I'm going to go into super scalp mode on Meta because the market moved up and Meta didn't move up, and the market moved down, and this really like moved down. You know, not much, like 30 cents, but it is what it is. So, yeah, that's the plan on that one. Somebody's saying, how much did I don't know what you're talking about. HKD, keeping an eye. I have not looked at HKD today. Let's have a look.
Shawn was looking at that earlier.
Yeah, HKD is like, nah, this is like, you know, when these things move, maybe you have the kind of fade play. I just would not be shorting this. Like, it just, there's so many easier things to short. Why would I short a name that can go to 2,000? I want to be long a name that can go to 2,000 on the up days, and then if it's a short day, I just say, no problem, I will just short Meta. Like, you know what I mean? That's kind of the plan on that one. Somebody's saying, I wouldn't short XOM. Don't touch the beast of 2022. Yeah, maybe you're right on that one, to be honest. That's actually pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to see. Oh, coin from before. Guys, I missed the coin short at 42. It was going crazy this morning. That was sick, man. All the way up from 39 to 42, breaking 42, and then reverse. I mean, like, it doesn't get any better than this for a mean reversion. All the way up, all the way back down. In like what? What was that? Like 9:33 to like 9:45? Like 10 minutes, you retrace more than 50% of the move, breaking back through VWAP. I actually tried the short at 42, and I just missed it. And then it was at like 41.50, and I was like, no, I'm not going to chase. Like, it probably gets back there. But no, it actually just continues to go to the downside. So that's pretty interesting. And then kind of giving you like the lower high over there, and now not really breaking the 40.50. Sort of in this channel over here. I think if we can get back to 40.50 area, like 40.25-ish, I'm going to try short, but because it's like not like, you know, like for myself, A+, like this is like A+, like in the morning short, revert the whole move, like, okay, sick. If we get back there, it's like slow. I have to take less size. It goes back down. Like I'm going for like the break of 40 VWAP cover. So yeah, give me 25 cents on that. I feel like it could be good, and we should not be breaking like 40.50. If we do, I'm probably just going to get out of that trade and then reevaluate at 41 and see what happens. IRV saying, what the JPM triple bottom on the daily chart, 138 level keeps getting rejected. I know people were mentioning, somebody, I don't know if it was you who mentioned JPM from before. No, somebody in the chat was like, look at JPM. And
G-Sun is tanking, Luca, by the way. I think we were talking about this one. Holding VWAP, not so much anymore. GSUN. It's a NASDAQ stock. Look at that flush off VWAP. Holding below, above the 200 period at the moment, but that's a flat bottom breakdown. If ever see one move down, then consolidate at very, very specific key levels. In this case, it was the price action and VWAP. Both were being respected. So, you know, that breakdown, I should have been on top of that, but that's a missed opportunity on my part. That's a quick, 12 penny. Yeah, that's 14 pennies right there that you could have captured within a heartbeat. So G-Sun now down only 25%, having done 9.7 million shares on the day. So this one's on a lot of people's scanners, top of mind. The change since open is 35%, so a little bit higher than maybe what's reflected here. So G-Sun is doing that all the while Futu broke down, retracing now back to that breakdown level. So I wonder if this is a rinse and repeat, as Neil likes to say. So this area here was clearly the breakdown area. We were talking about that 47.20, 47 teens area. It broke down. You saw Luca taking some profits there. Now we're retracing back to the breakdown area. Is this an area where we do get short again? Is this going to be former support, current resistance type thing? So this might be an interesting add for me if I want to take another short here, perhaps with a, you know what, why not? Let's just like go with the theme that we have today. We're going to take a 10% position just so we can wet our beak on this trade, Luca. There we go. I like using that. Oh, and I missed it. Oh, went without me. Oh no. Okay, let's see if we get filled. If we get a pop back up, what am I bidding? There we go. So I get that fill. Let's see what this one does. I mean, if I'm wrong, where am I wrong here? So let's have a look. How much am I going to give it? I think I'm going to give it to the $0.25. I got short 47.09, so I'll give this one to 26s. So go ahead and put 47.20. Oops, 47.26, and we'll cover the entire position 47, and we'll give it to 30. But I'm looking obviously to add because I only have a 10% position on this. So where am I adding? I'm adding below the break of 47. Actually 47, yeah. If we get a break below 47, I think I'm going to add here, and then obviously maybe covering a little bit into that 50-period moving average. Just trying to see if this strategy works. Again, not putting much money on the line here, guys. All right, go for it, Luca.
No, man. I'm going into like kind of chill mode now, just because like guys, great time for questions if you have any, or cracking jokes. You know, let me know your famous quotes. If I love hearing trading quotes from everybody. If you guys have trading quotes, I can share a couple of mine as I kind of find them and read them here. Yeah, things are flat, you know. So it's like, you know, understand the market that you're in and react accordingly. That was like a wow. I didn't even know that on Microsoft. That was a flush down. I'm glad that I see. This is why you scale out of trades, because if you're trying to like, oh, I want this, like, if I wanted 228.70, well, guess what? You don't get it, and then it just like reverses everything. So yeah, super important to like, you know, pay yourself like along the way. But I mean, for the most part, that general bottom area is holding, right? So it is, I mean, like larger picture here, and that's not really what I wanted to do. This kind of bottoming area, this is holding. Man, I should have reloaded. I'm so. Okay, whatever, it is what it is. That was a nice long. I should have reloaded for the pop back. Now we're kind of, you know, like sideways over here. I don't know if this wants to dip back through 228 for like a kind of like dip and then rip. I have no idea. I'm not really too sure. I'm kind of scaling out of meta. It's not really doing anything. It's like super barcode over here, but it is respecting the level. I'm just kind of waiting for that final flush into the 50 period. Yeah, for the time being, it's just kind of like, you know, wait to see if this thing wants to actually make a move down or not. Not really too sure. Okay, so I'm going to read some of the quotes from Luca. A bear market joke. I don't need a wife. My crypto portfolio screws me every day. That's, yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, sure. Luca quote, stupid ideas have stupid results. That's a great one too. I feel like that one resonates really with me. Luca may be a mystery to some, but to those who know him, his expertise. Oh no, this is just a general same. Follow his lead. Thank you for that, Doug. Hopefully you're having a great day there. And Rainmaker, yeah, CPI is Thursday. It'll be Thursday morning, 8:30. Don't really know what to expect, but everybody is expecting CPI and inflation to be cooling. And so if it does come out higher than expected, I feel like that would be a surprise. The expectation is, we were talking about it yesterday, is like 5%, 5.1%.
Man, are you still on this Futu?
No, I covered
excited
everything.
about that, man.
I covered everything.
Yeah, this one's heading to the south side. I want to add through the break of 47. I was too busy arguing with the Lexus dealership here because they're a bunch of crooks. I thought that sorry, a random thing here, but I didn't see the break of 47 because I was arguing with them. Okay, so apparently the service is not included in new cars. Only the first one is. Second one, you got to pay. I'm not taking my car to a dealership and spending $320 to change the oil. That's what they want. $320 to change the oil. No, that's not happening. And anyway, whole thing. Sorry to kind of throw that on you guys at the moment, but there we go. I'm just going to cover here. So we're going to get out of our FUTU position. The reason I'm getting out here is the 50 period. That was the whole idea. I wanted to hold it through the 50 period and add below 47, but didn't have an opportunity to. But ends up being a profitable trade. So 2 profitable trades on FUTU, both to the sell side. Shout out to Luca on that because I wouldn't have, I was looking long here, to be honest with you. And now we found a little bit of a bounce through that 50 period, obviously, as I anticipated this one would have a little bit of support on this particular stock. It looked good. So what else do we have here? We got GSUN continuing to head to the sell side. This one's setting up for another flat bottom breakdown. Look at the one we had earlier, that bouncing, the bouncing all off VWAP, and then you had that big move south. We're seeing that again, consolidating sideways, and then we're having some more red here. So I may be looking for GSUN south as well, just as FUTU. So it looks like it's a south kind of afternoon, and I got no complaints about that, Luca.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like line everything up. So I think I got the meta fill down here closer to the 50 period. I'm now hoping that this thing flushes to 131.50. That would be great for the final cover around that area. Looking good, man. Yeah, that meta short, pretty good, pretty good. Someone, why would you go long? Yeah, sure, take it.
No, GSUN is tanking. Do you want to look at it, or are you not interested?
No,
in that
go
one?
ahead. I'm not interested.
Okay,
in that
GSUN is really going to the south side here. So that flat bottom materializes again. You know, I really wish I had taken this one. How much did this give us this time? 45 break makes it all the way down to 32. That's another 12 pennies. How many 12 pennies could we have made here? A couple, because that's. Both of them look to be the same size, really. The breakdown from VWAP and then again the breakdown from this flat bottom all look to be about the same length. Obviously, wick down, then wick back up. So resting orders or hotkeys, basically a requirement here, guys, unless you're super quick with the offsets. But GSUN headed to the sell side. This one now down 22%.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to fix my my arrows here. All is good. I am just reading back, guys. Let us know what you're trading. Aaron saying short SoFi, short SoFi, short SoFi. I am waiting for the 5 break here, and don't mind this little kind of screenshot here. Yeah, I am waiting for the 5 break. I would love for this to break 5. Then I'm considering the short. So until then, I am not. And Vo Publishing, I don't know if I pronounced that incorrectly. Luca reads a joke and a hand out of nowhere taps him. Yeah, no, that was just Fahad trying to fix my mic so everybody can hear me very, very clearly. Yeah, you know, it's Luca, any views on Silvergate? Sure, let's have a look. Silvergate is the name from the other day that just kind of got crushed and just being down. Let me just pull up the daily for everybody. If this thing wants to load here. Yeah, here we go. It's not going to show that, but this thing has just been getting destroyed. I mean, this thing was like this is a $100 stock in August of last year in the summer. And here we are down at 11. I mean, you know, longs can't catch a break. Company can't catch a break. I don't really know. I think 13 is the better level, like 12, 15 to 13. That's kind of my general like idea of a level on that one. So I don't know, man. I think, yeah, 12 has been respected today. That is a way better level, to be honest, because that is like a strong level. Okay, that is not what I wanted. Here we go. Yeah, okay, perfect. So just to kind of give the visualization for everybody, like 1, 2, 3 times, then the fade. If we get back to that 12, then maybe I would consider short. But yeah, it's pretty slow. I don't even think that it actually would get there. If it does, then I don't know. Then maybe it'd be pretty interesting, and who knows why why that is up there. Somebody saying, do you own a Rolls Royce? No, man, I wish. Where do we get the cap from? If you're talking about the hat, you can buy it, I think, on the YouTube website or something. I don't know. I'm not really good at that. I'll double check with, or maybe, yeah, there you go. Get TTV Live merch from Bears vs. Bulls posting that. Yeah, so click that link, check it out. Yeah, I definitely, you know, I'm not good with the whole spiel of that thing. Somebody's saying BOXD ripping. We can have a look here, BOXD. So I'm actually getting fills on XOM now to the upside. So let me just quickly pull up XOM. This, I like this. I'm gonna stick to my shorts on this, and we're gonna see if I regret that. BOXD on the NASDAQ? No. On New York. Oh, okay, this is like a sub dollar stock, so I don't. Best of luck to anybody that's trading this. Wow, this is a parabolic move if I've ever seen one. This is kind of interesting. Let's pull up the daily to see where this is. I probably don't take a trade on this just because I like to stay away from sub dollar stocks. But yeah, this maybe is actually running to 1. I just feel like that level, that's pretty interesting, like 130 and then kind of like 80. I feel like these sub-dollar stocks, 80 to $1 is like the shelf overhead resistance. Like no matter what it is, no matter how you cut it, it just feels like that always seems to be the case. It's at 60 right now going to the upside. The volume is kind of light, like notional volume is very, very light on it. I am not going to have a trade on this thing, but if for whatever reason this gets to like above 1 today, which would be like a crazy move to the upside, then I will consider this around 2 for like a fade play. I'm not going to punch the high on that. Sometimes you got to know when to punch the highs and you got to know when to stay away. And this one, I'm not chasing this one. I'm not buying dips on this one. If we keep going to $1, then I'll check it back. I'm sure it'll come up on a volume scanner more and more. And yeah, we'll see what happens on that one. So best of luck. Best of luck to anybody trading that one. Somebody's saying PFE tanking. Is it tanking though? Like, don't make me pull this up. It's not tanking. I feel like people say, oh, it's tanking, and then it's like, no, it's not really tanking though, bro.
You know what the float is on Pfizer, bro? It is big. Like to tank, you gotta have a lot of money going.
Like yeah, no, this is not.
It's like 50 cents.
This is not tanking to me. This is like a little bit of a. I mean, it's going down.
Depends,
I'll say this is going down. I agree, it's going down, 100%. This is going down, but tanking is like tanking. You know, tanking, it should be at like 42 right now. That would be tanking. And speaking of float, you know, Sharif was talking about float, and you were bringing it up on Futu. The reason why I say like no, it doesn't matter is because float is something that you definitely want to know if you're trading small caps and you're like mean reverting. You just want to understand the float of these things because that's structure of market and how fast these can move. You know, giving you that tape teleportation sometimes, whatever is what it is. When you're looking at like Pfizer or Apple, I mean everybody knows it, but if you're looking at Pfizer or Apple or like Futu, like large caps, like float is not important. Because, you know, the float is always going to be large. It just doesn't even matter. You know, it's going to move kind of like, yeah, you get an understanding of how the move is. When I look at float on large caps as a general rule of thumb, you know, when Amazon was doing the stock split, I said to myself, okay, Apple is this float, and this is kind of the personality of Apple's stock and how it moves. So the first day of the stock split on Amazon, I was like to myself, well, how is this going to move? What kind of like moves can I expect? What are the velocity of these moves going to be? And so what I did is I just like, you know, figured out what the float would be, and I was like, okay, the float is actually half the float of Apple. And so I said to myself, okay, if I'm expecting flush moves on Apple to be, you know, like 70 cents and they happen this quickly, then my idea of like Amazon's kind of sharp move in one direction or the other will be 2 times as quickly. And then so when I was trading Amazon on the first day, I was expecting like, okay, this is something that I have to factor into my risk and stuff like that. So that's the only time that I consider floats on large caps. Otherwise, it's pretty irrelevant, to be honest. So here we are, short coin off of 40.50. So now that I got the fill, I am going to quickly throw out a stop order because I don't want this one to get away from me. Yeah, I don't want this to break 40.50. I'm just kind of short here. The move back into 40 level would be great. You know, take a quarter win on that one. I'll be pretty happy. I am slowly getting the fill on XOM, so scaling into that one nicely. We're going to see where that one goes. Meta didn't really want to give me that fill. I don't even know where I was bidding on that one. That one is, 50s, that's why. Yeah, no, I guess, you know, moving back to the upside, I'm not worried with this because I already took some of the win. So I would love for this to go higher so I can get back into that one there. And yeah, XOM just moving to the upside. I'm going to keep adding to this one as it goes up. And then we're going to see if this one wants to kind of like go all the way up, you know, come back down, and then get a little bit of a VWAP cover. So I think that one's going to be actually good. I'm feeling that XOM short is going to be good. So we're going to see where that one wants to go. Austin, you're seeing NEO. We can have a look here at NEO. Oh, yeah, NEO's actually moving to the upside. So let me just, you know, just in case I don't get the fill.
3% of the day. I mean, these
yeah,
Chinese
let me like
ADRs
short.
look like they're kind of strong.
Yeah, I'm gonna start shorting NEO right now.
I love this guy, like Bob Short. Yes. I love it. It's a short kind of day, baby. That all the good plays today have, for me anyway, been short. So I'm gonna stay that way too. All right, having a look here, I saw MM making a bit of a move. A lot of volume coming in the last 5 minutes. 275,000 shares in the last 5 minutes, and it made a nice little move off that 50. That $2.50 area had been very sparse on volume to that level. Then boom, all the way up to 280. All the way up to 280. So a 30 penny move that quick. Am I seeing no? I'm basically seeing no new headline on this, guys. Nothing coming in today. Everything that came in on this one came on the 9th. the daily chart, where are the levels that we should be looking at here? Okay, first and foremost, we got the next daily level is at 310 high. So let's go ahead and put a horizontal line right at that 310. And then after that, obviously, we have the high of this guy, which is $4. So what we're looking at is 310 and 4 for this one. I don't know if it's got the legs for that, though, but a nice green candle for me. I saw this one earlier, but I'm like, okay, it looks like it's made its move, and that's it for the rest of the day on this one. Here is what I'm talking about, that 930 move up, that bull flag, that continuation. Then you have that retracement all the way down, breaking VWAP, but holding the 50 and reclaiming VWAP, but on very low volume, though. And then you had the volume really come in there, I guess, when enough eyes were on it. Anyway, 280 high, 281 high. Let's see what this one does. Maybe it's a good short candidate. It's up, what is it up? 30.75% on the day. So MM making moves. We'll keep that on watch. Let me put that on my side list so that I keep an eye on it. AM. There we go. MM. JZ now retracing off that $1.90 high, but holding above VWAP. So there may be an interesting dip play to be had here. It's been above VWAP the majority of the morning. In fact, the entirety of the morning. There we go. Now we're seeing a bit of a bounce off that 160-ish level. Where do we get down to? 158. There we go. Now we're bouncing to 166. Yeah, it's a dollar stock, but you can size into this one, right? I mean, unless the commissions are going to really burn you for all your outs. I mean, here, using P-Pro 8, you know, sometimes we get paid to add liquidity into the market. So commission is not really a major consideration for us. But I know on my other platform, the one you're looking at right now, it's going to be $2 to get in and out of a trade. So this one may not be appropriate if you're going to get cut up on commissions. So that's my thinking about that one, about JZ jumping in front of MM there. I'm seeing another one come in here. What is this? GSUN. Okay, we talked about that. Let's go down the list, see what's doing the most amount of volume in the last 5 minutes, and really nothing coming up, guys. So it's
Apple, nice move.
Yeah, it's basically what's this one? 575. That's BBBY. Okay, BBBY below VWAP, not tradable for me at the moment. And PRE, that one was really up this morning, but since the bell, it's given back 24%. It's an ugly chart. I'm not touching this one. Not a short, not a long. I've got nothing on board, guys. I'm flat. On the board, and I'm not seeing. Shawn, are you watching? Are you in anything?
Yeah, things are moving, man. Apple is moving to the upside. Pretty nice, sharp move up there. You know, look at that. Through VWAP all the way up.
Okay.
I'm kind of waiting for shorts in front of that 130, but I really like it better above 130. So I think I'm offering 129.79. So hopefully I get that fill there.
You're shorting?
I'm shorting, definitely. Okay. Yeah. And yeah, I'm probably going to get that fill there, but I just feel like, you know what, actually, I changed my mind. This thing's going to definitely get there. That was a very sharp move up. Oh, crap. So let's see. Just a heads up, I was stopped out of coin. We kind of broke that 40-50, broke the upper end of the channel. I don't want to be short anymore, so I'm just kind of taking the 25-cent L on that. And moving forward, Apple is, let's see, Apple. Why am I? Okay, Apple here. Yeah, 79. You know what? Yeah, let me take.
Apple? What's going on?
I don't know, but let me take, I'm shorting this small size right now because I think we're actually going to go above 130 and maybe even get to 130.20. That would be awesome. So I'm going to wait for that one. YOLO and FOMO, thank you for the super chat there, $2 super chat. AMD approaching 68. Yeah, I've seen you from before saying that. I was looking, I mentioned the bottom area of that, but again, we're at the top end of the range. I think this is pretty solid. Yeah, 67.90 area looks pretty good. So we'll see if we can get that fill up there for a short. I feel like I'm going to be short everything eventually. Where's Tesla? Because I know I have an offer out on that one. Yeah, Tesla offer is probably going to fill soon, 117.50. I'm okay with this short, but yeah, and then I'm kind of in like XOM is like unrelated on this one. I just and you know somebody's saying like, oh, XOM good news, like oil moving up, everything, whatever. I just feel like eventually we come back down to VWAP. So I have a pretty good average on that. I'm just waiting for like the flush down and then kind of covering into VWAP there. I just don't think. Like the way we go up and then we come back down, I feel like we go up and then we come back down there. So that's kind of the thoughts on that one. So yeah, we're gonna see. Aaron saying Jerome Powell sneezed. Markets mooning on the news. Yeah, man, it's pretty funny. Microsoft is an Apple? No, definitely not, man. They are two different companies for sure. Quick scalp on Apple. Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting now to see what fills come through managing these positions. So short Apple and already working to the downside. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take the win on this one. That was pretty good. Instant win on Apple, so pretty happy with that one. NEO, I got the fill.
What a
now we're
rejection.
sort of going down here, so let me just take a little bit here for the scalp win and then wait for 11s for the rest of the position. I think we go back to 11s. That's my call there. So I got that was the one I wanted. This was like the early entry. And yeah, we're going to see. I think XOM is going to start working now. Break trend, move to the downside. Probably get that 109.15 area. And then like maybe 109s. Like maybe. That's what I'm thinking on that one. So we're going to see if that one wants to play itself out. Crypto, Gangsta, what's going on, man? OSH, we could have a look at this one here. It is barcoding. I was pulling it up before to see, and I'm just like, I don't know. It's barcoding, not doing much, but it is up. It did gap up, and I'm not really sure the news, but feeling like 30 is like a level. Like, is this a buyout or something? OSH.
Let me look.
Sure, if you have the time.
Yeah,
Oak Street Health.
Oak Fest? What is this?
It's just very.
Oak Street.
There's a bid. There's a buyer. Okay, so maybe like some speculation there of a potential buyer of some sort. Don't know the price, don't know the details on it. Maybe Neil and Shawn. I know you mentioned Neil and Shawn were looking and talking about it. Maybe they talk about it again later on there. I just see this kind of barcode action, and I just say, okay, you know what? I'm going to stay away. I don't really have too many thoughts on it. Tesla now filling up here. So let's see where this one wants to go. Do we dip back down into the 117 level? I'll take the 50-cent scalp every single time on this. I feel like, up all the way down, give me the fill down there, and give me my money, and we'll see what happens. So yeah, 4 shorts on board, no longs, even though the market is going up. We're going to see how this plays out. Stay tuned. Maybe Shrew's got something going for the time being.
I've got nothing, Luca. I'm not, nothing setting up for me anyway. I'm looking here. I'm even looking at a possible short again on GSON off VWAP, that 253, 255 level. And there's an area of resistance that we're going to encounter, which is this bottom break here, that 255 again. So looking for a possible short on that if it can make its way up. I won't jump it here. I won't front run it. I'm going to let it make its way up there. But yeah, I'm not really seeing much. I know the market had a little bit of a bounce. I wasn't able to capitalize on that like you saw Luca did. I still got my eyes on Meta, if I'm being honest. I'm looking for a lot of strength to come in on it if the market can start getting to the high side here. 39.35 is where we are on the March ES contract. So Matt, that's really all I've got at the moment. My scanner is kind of anemic. Nothing's really showing up, to be honest with you. And my small cappers kind of are all either sideways trending or just presenting no setup. So I'm flat and chilling, as you like to call it. I see you're in a bunch of shorts there on ZOM.
Yeah, man. Everything is in the money, but it's like a tight, it's like 10 cents, 20 cents. So I just got to make sure that these things want to work. Meta, I am like not too worried about this, but I feel like I should be shorting more at 132. Like it's just showing that even with the market flying up, it is not flying up.
Yeah.
So that 132 level is something interesting to watch over there. Tesla is the one that it's like, okay, it went down, I didn't get the bids. It's probably gonna, go back up and do its thing. I'm giving myself room to add to this position and be discretionary on how it wants to play out. XOM finally going to the downside, so getting 109.21. Now I'm waiting for 11s and around over there. This is basically like, eventually we probably, let's run this. Where's this going to be? Like, I think we're going to go to 108, like below VWAP. But I'm not sticking around for that. I'm going to try to cover like ahead of that. So yeah, give me that flush there, and I'll be pretty happy.
Yeah. So someone was asking earlier about OSH, Oak Street Health. So the news on this one is the continued search by CVS Health, especially the CEO Karen Lynch, to basically acquire. What they're doing is, the pharmacy game. There's really no prescription flow unless there's a nearby prescriber. So there has to be a doctor, a primary care prescriber nearby, and they funnel in sort of the prescriptions that way. So what CVS Health has done, and what they basically going and acquiring companies that hold medical clinics en masse, primary care providers, and basically setting up deals with them. And so this company is moving on the news that it may be acquired by CVS Health. And this is something that we saw. They made several acquisitions earlier in the year. Was it Walgreens or CVS? I always conflate the two. But yeah, that industry is going that way. Something that's near and dear to my heart, obviously, with my pops being in business. So it's something that I understand. Obviously, Canadian Canadian business model, not much different than the American one at all when it comes to this. So an interesting little development here with some industry consolidation. So that's the news on CVS Health, on OSH Oak Street Health, basically rumors of possible acquisition by CVS. Okay, so let's look at some of these large cappers here as we are making newer highs here on the ES. Yes, we did break through that 25 level we've been talking about. We needed newer highs in order to get something going, or newer lows, but we definitely didn't want to be in this consolidation range that we've been in the majority of the morning. So let's have a look at what Apple's doing here. I'm keeping an eye on Apple only because it's really about at that VWAP level. So it's either going to break to the high side or break to the low side. Does it hold? For the moment, it seems like it's holding that 129.50 level. But you know, we need to create newer highs. Newer highs they live at 129.83. Without that, we're still trending sideways, and there's no trade for me. So I'll keep my eye on these side charts here, see what's brewing, and if anything comes to fruition,
Why every
I'll let
time?
you know.
Yeah, guys, I'm talking to myself here. Don't mind me. Waiting for XOM bid over here to flush to the downside, looking pretty good, pretty good. Tesla, I added a little bit. Like, I just want this to go higher so I can keep adding. Eventually, it's gonna flush. And where is my snippet tool? Because I love when I'm able to just like draw this and show like what I want to see. I don't know if this is gonna happen, but I feel like, you know, like go up here, do some things, and then finally go back down. That's kind of what I want to see. So I feel like I just need to like add, and then add, and then cover. So yeah, we're gonna see if that wants to actually play itself out. I will recycle as we get to the 50 period. So if we, the kind of short-term trend 13, I think that is. If we like flush, I cover a little bit there. So pretty good with that one. Yeah, waiting for XOM to kind of flush here on this one as well. Meta is super chilling on that one. So I am chilling there. I am chilling.
Quattro? This is number 4, guys. So now there are 4 in the house. It's going to be Shawn, Neil,
Damn.
Fahad, and
not me.
Randy, Sandy, Handy, Randy. He's going to be there. That's going to be there the remaining. We're going to leave that the entire time. Yeah. We're going to remind everyone what's going to happen on Friday. And in case the viewers want, you can YouTube these challenges yourself and see what happens. But I haven't. I just heard third-hand stories, second-hand stories from Shawn. Let's see how Friday turns out, Luca.
Yeah, somebody in the chat actually making me laugh, saying there's FOMO and then there's Luca field trading. Oh yeah, YOLO and FOMO. Yeah. It's I don't know. Yeah, you gotta feel it out. You know, you gotta feel it out. And then here's Tesla actually with the flush. So give me some of that, man. Give me some of that. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Okay, beautiful. That's all I have to say on that one. Nice little flush back into moving average over there. Give me these fills, and still holding some for 117. Bidding just ahead of 117 there for some fills. And yeah, if we can break 117 to the downside now, I mean, this is the thing. It was resistance, right? And these are the levels, and this is why I'm taking this trade. And let me just explain it to myself, really. There, and then there. So we are in this like kind of no man's land where we just kind of nuked through it. Now we're like not really getting above it, right? So from an intraday perspective, as we get to the top end of this, I want it at the top, not so much in the beginning. Like I liked it the first time, but not the second time. And we get to the top short, cover at the bottom. If we break 117 to the downside, I mean, it'll be a gift for everything that I have, but I will be out of the majority of the position. The plan is short, cover, and then hold some for maybe like a low of day test, but I don't really know what's gonna happen, so we're gonna see. There is a bidder that is trying to get filled at 117.43. That probably eventually fills. It's just it's like stalling here. It's not filling the offers. It's eventually gonna slam through that. I'm not gonna add back. I'm just gonna wait for a move down to 117 for the final covers there of the majority there. So yeah, we're gonna see if that one wants to play itself out. If we go higher, I feel like I might be playing with fire, but this definitely gives me a feel of like a topish kind of like this. This is giving me like a topish feel right now, just very, very kind of short-term topish feel. So yeah, we're gonna see if that one wants to play itself out. Produced by Pascal. I like that name, man. Hopefully you're doing well. Dang, I actually called 117.75 correctly for once. Sometimes in the market you will be right. You know, the majority, I feel like, you know, as a trader, like for myself, I'm like, man, I'm always wrong. And then it's like when you're right, you're like, okay, what's going on here? Like XOM is, I'm waiting at, does this want to fill me? Okay, wait. Let me just
All right.
let me just punch out over
Yeah,
here.
let's
I'm not
have a
gonna
look
wait.
at, because the market now really close to these highs, these recent highs at 39.26 area, and looking to print newer highs. If we can get newer highs here, guys, and I'm going to start looking long some of these big cap names, but just want to update the viewers. There will be no charge for my servicing today. Yes, the dealer has backed off, Luca. They're not going to charge me for that servicing. So, yeah, they admitted that they never told me prior to surrendering the car that there would be any charge. So I needed to know that. So they're not going to charge. Happy about that. Meta now really testing that 132 again. Again, it's looking more relatively strong than all these other big cappers combined. Even it's closer to the day's high than even Google. Let's bring in some of the side charts here. Let's take that off. There we go. So look where we're at Meta. We're at day's high on Meta. Google, we're about 30 pennies off day's high. Don't get me started on Tesla or Apple. And Amazon, the other strong one, 90.18 is the day's highs. We're at 89.70. So off day's high. So I'm looking again. I know Meta, it looks like it's been stalling out lately, like it's kind of moving sideways, and it has, to be fair, but it's still up I would say, looking the most prime. Again, it could be that level because it could be looking the most prime because it could be looking to reject off that level, and it looks like it is again. It breaks through 132 and immediately flushes 15, 20 cents to the downside on Meta. So yeah, that seems to be a level that's coming back into play several times as we consolidate again here on the futures. What's the chat up to? Someone's saying SoFi broke $5. Sure,
Yeah,
let's have a look at SoFi. Let's change the Apple chart here real quick. I haven't traded this one in a while. Is that NASDAQ? Yeah, it is. Okay, so SoFi, how much is it up on the day? It's up 4.5%. Okay, yeah, so we're near high of days here. We are at high of days, actually, 503. It's a steady mover, not really breaking out all that much. Let's see if there's a news catalyst on SoFi. Let's go down to our FinTech area. SoFi, there we go. Up 5% since the bell, by the way. SoFi report reveals 85% of investors plan to change how they invest in 2023. Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, well, maybe that's kind of the catalyst for them here because it repeats several times. So it looks like people are looking more to online-based investing. 3 out of 4 investors report regrets about how they invested in 2022, and 85 now plan to change how they invest in 2023, according to a new survey, the digital personal finance company. Okay, we don't have specifics here about why that may benefit them. Probably something to do with, what is it called? It's like, it's an algo, or is it AI? Like, the banks, they kind of have that software online to help you invest. It kind of asks you a few questions.
Like robo-advisor?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming, and they take obviously a lot less fees. I'm assuming because of that, because there's no human involved.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
like you're meeting with someone and this and that on a regular basis, right? Like.
Yeah, I don't know where that's going. I mean, I feel like not that's they want to do that for like low net worth people.
Yeah,
Because it doesn't make sense to manage, like, if you're an advisor, you don't want to take on people with like
people
very,
that are
very small
starting
net
out.
worth.
Let's not call them low net worth people.
Well, like myself.
Yeah,
like a low net worth
myself too.
individual,
Yeah,
you know what I
people
mean?
who are starting out, right? Like they don't want to get bogged down in fees.
Yeah,
I get that.
Guys, just a heads up, I covered the rest of this Neo trade in front of 11. Now it's actually fading to the downside. If you're in that short, congratulations. You're probably doing a lot better than I did, but I'm taking the scalp win, moving on, pretty happy with it. And going from there, XOM covered the majority on this flush. Now I'm just kind of waiting, like, do we test the final area of like 109 there so I can get like my 109.01s, which maybe is not the right idea, because if we do get that, then we probably do go to VWAP. But I'm just going to take 109.01s on the last piece there. Hopefully it works. Tesla is going down. I think I'm bidding 117 in front of 117. So yeah, let me just wait here to see if I want to get this fixed. You know what? I'm not waiting anymore, because this thing, it's Tesla. This thing could just, I'll take the win as it gives me the win. And yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Nice little win, scalp win, moving to the downside. Do we finally get the 117 kind of final push there? I will maybe try to get a little bit more out at that area. Pretty good. So yeah, nursing Meta, XOM is probably going to fill down there, and Tesla covering Neo as well. Things are good. Hopefully you guys caught some of those moves there. This is the thing, man. You want to like be very, very patient, very, very patient. Then it finally gives you like a move, and you react to the move. So for myself on Apple, it was like, okay, I was waiting. I'm not taking the long. I'm waiting. I like 130. It finally gives a sharp move up with the rest of the market. Market going into that range that I mapped for myself
being the overhead resistance. Apple is kind of close to where I want to short it. So I start a very small position. It goes in the money right away. Okay, nice. I cover it. So a little bit of a win there. I don't hate that I covered that. Pretty nice. Tesla, pretty nice there as well. Kind of like giving you the move back down. That's the trade, and then it's done. Oh, thank you, Steven, saying Amazon moving to 90. I totally forgot about that one. Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's go like extra small.
Rachel Brather saying, "Oh my God, I just watched someone do the hot chip challenge. I feel for you all." Yeah, I feel the same way about Friday's contestants. But yeah, definitely go and see what that's about. And that's what's to my left here, guys. Look at that.
Yeah,
it looks ominous.
I'll stand it up again. I just want to like have a look at this.
But Luca, I don't know what if you've been noticing what's going on with Baba here. Baba is making a nice little move off the highs. It looks like we topped out at that 115-ish. That's not day's highs, but that's where we kind of rounded out there, and there was clear resistance level 115. And now we're looking to retrace into that 114 level. This is going to be an area. It was an area earlier. This is where we bounced off from. It didn't quite hold 114. It went down into 113.90s, but bounced off there. So this is going to be an interesting area to see if we can hold support here. Otherwise, we may be looking to a lot more to the downside. That 113 level comes into play. As well as VWAP. Obviously, I always respect VWAP as a possible area of retracement to the high side. That's at 113.25, but this 114 level has to break first, and right now it's holding a little bit. So there's two possible plays here. There's the flat bottom breakdown, or is the bounce off support. So along on 114, I could see that. Obviously, you'd be going kind of a little bit counter micro trend, but if you went long, you know, you would be part of the overall trend, because the longer term trend, because it is up 3% on the day. And by longer term, I mean intraday. I just want to make that very clear. But that 114 holding for now. I don't expect it to hold to a T. Again, like I said over here, it kind of retraced back into the low 90s before it bounced back higher. So you can't expect it to really bounce off those, off that level. There we go. Getting a bit of a bounce here. Let's see if there's any market reaction. Not really. So this looks quite secular for the moment. CL saying hot chip challenge should be sponsored by Depends, because you guys are going to need a diaper for the next year or two. Sharif at Luca. We're not doing it. We're not doing nothing. We're promoting what's going to happen here. It's going to be Shawn, Neil, Fahad, and Randy. Yeah, Baba bouncing very nicely here off that 114 level. Should have taken that little bounce off 114, at least for the moment. I don't know if this is going to be a sustained bounce into 15, but definitely finding that area of support like we talked about earlier. 114, been a level all day, especially after that break through the top there. We had several trades on Baba. Negative on Baba, though, if I'm being honest. It's a small negative compared to my winners. So yeah, hey, we'll look to get revenge on Baba. What are you looking at, Mr. Luca?
Tesla, I'm like, it should have faded already, so I am just gonna cover the rest of it. I thought, so again, move up, move, hold, bounce, down. That's what I wanted to see. It didn't, so it's barcoding. So I'm just gonna take the win. I just feel like taking the win right now. That's kind of what I wanted to do. So you know, you have a plan, and then it just kind of changes in real time. Even with XOM, I covered XOM. I mean, I could have waited to get the fill at 01, but for whatever reason, it's just not filling me. So I'm just like, hey, like I'm just gonna take 04s. Like it's the same thing, 3 cents, whatever. But yeah, maybe I should be more patient. But I don't know, man. I just feel like sometimes like things reverse off your orders, and then I just don't have patience. So I mean, I'll take the win. That was great, man. Scale into it. Cover on the way back down. That was pretty good. So taking the L the first time, taking the nice win the second time. Now I'm up on the name. Pretty happy with that one. Meta's going up, and I wanted to really short this on the pops. So here we go, man. Here we go. Let me just add some to this. Oh my God. All right. No, guys. I tried to just punch 12s. We are now back at 04s. Oh my goodness. The short is good with a pop and drop like that. That was kind of the move. I wanted 20s. Whatever. I'm just going to hold the piece that I have still and see where that one wants to go. Amazon getting that top wick. Oh, I totally forgot I had an order there at, what was that, 89s? Pretty good, man. Now back in the money. If this can now go, I mean, I'm already in the money on this, so let me just take some off here. That feels like, yeah, why not? Why not? Take off a little piece
and aim for 61s. That's what I'm doing on this one for the scalp trade. Down. It's very like, doing the barcode action. Whoever said you're going to hit the like button 10 times if I short Amazon, if you're still watching this,
You better have 10 burner accounts.
I'm like, you guys see it over there. I'm short Amazon at, whatever it is, 89, 89 there. And yeah, let's see if this wants to go down. So yeah, if you are liking this, be a man of your word. Hit that like button.
Hey.
We got 3K likes, 4,700 people watching. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show.
How many we got?
We got 3K, yeah.
Yes.
4,800
very
people
good.
liking. Guys, if you're liking the show, there's the bang.
Bang.
Hit the like button. Oh, Daryl Finch, are you in this Amazon short? 89.89. That's the level, man. That's the level. It's like great minds think alike, man. I don't know where you're covering. You're definitely gonna probably hold longer than I am, but yeah, I'm kind of looking for like that 50 period. Like as we get into the 50 period, it's just been super robotic, so that's kind of the play there. Yeah, guys, eat the chip, Luca. No way, man. No way. You know what? If the stream gets like 400,000 likes, then I'll consider it. Then I'll consider eating it there. But yeah, before we talk about that further, we're gonna pass it over to Big B for energy update.
Hey guys, back to positive for crude oil today. Along with that, some of the oil producers back to positive. I was noting as far as the equities are concerned, demand on the table, demand in the headlines once again as well. This was a few of them anyways this morning. We had oil up about 1%. A lot of analysts coming out this morning with projections going into the remainder of this year. We had the big gap up yesterday, if you remember. We came off pretty much all session long with the overall equity market, but ended up holding higher. Same story today. We get negative initially on the move down in the overall market and then back to that 75 level and through it. We're holding above that nicely now, up about 1%. It was all about, forecasts of higher demand to come still, despite that lingering thought of recession in the background for later in the year. So oil having a positive day, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, just got into a tiny little BABA short here. 10% position. This just kind of to keep things, to keep myself interested. I took it here because I'm looking for that 114 break. It popped up to that 114.50 and kind of descended back down. So I'm like, okay, I'll get a decent price here between 114 and 114.50. I got short 23s, 114.23. It kind of made its way back down to 114. I could have taken a nice little 20 penny winner, but what's the point with a 10% position to do that? Really no point. So what I'm looking here is for that 114.50 break to the upside. That will be where I know I'm wrong because that'll be a newer high. Or I'm looking to take theme of the day, add below that 114 should it make its way down there. Now, keep in mind that it will be adding only a 10% position as a result of this stock's propensity to kind of break that 114 level, albeit by like a few pennies, and then bounce right back up. So I'm not having that fight. So it's going to be small share size the entire time. I'm not taking any big share size with this one. Again, just to kind of keep things interesting and try to play off these levels and practice adding in. That's kind of why I'm doing this whole thing here. So let's go ahead and set up our stop because we haven't quite done that yet. Our stop will be 114. Let's put 52, and then basically we'll cover the entire position 114, and we'll give it to like 59 in case it really gets like going there and it blows through our stop. And then, yeah, again, adding below 114, but looks like this one may stop me out as the market looking to trend higher here and getting a bounce from that is BABA. We are now at recent highs, creating a high here on the MES March contract of 39.2725. We were talking about that 39.25 break earlier to test that 35. That day's highs, by the way, 35. Not quite yet, but the market curling a little bit. Now, like having a look at Meta, because we said we would get into Meta as well if the market really started taking off here. All I see is rejection after rejection off that 132. I know Luca's playing that or was playing that, so good on him.
Yeah, I'm still in it.
Right, yeah, he's still in it, he says. So, yeah, and the board reflects that. So, I don't have a play on this yet. I'm going to see what the market wants to do going into the afternoon. But my only position so far right now is this BABA short looking for that 114 break, but doesn't look good.
Yeah, I would love for Amazon to go above 90. So I'm kind of waiting for that. I am in the short still. I'm not panicking at all. I'm willing to, I mean, I would love for this to go higher. That would be that would just put the odds in the favor, kind of shorting above 90. Then for the flush back down. So maybe that's what it's going for. I'm sure people have stops at 90.01. It's just kind of a product of the way that the human mind is. You know, people are shorting here, and then they're like, okay, I'm only going to risk to 90.01 because it's 90. Like, yeah, so let those stops get run, and then I'm going to consider kind of taking more short on that one. So Stan O saying BIOR. Was it you talking about this the whole time, or is that everybody talking about this? BIOR giving the nice pop through 3, kind of fading back down, riding the 50 period, doing its thing. Guys, just a heads up, Apple is moving to 130. Yeah. So I'm going to have no trades on BIOR. It's just kind of very slow for myself. Volume is always the tell. Volume is dead there, so I'm not going to do anything with it. Let's look back at Apple, because now we're actually getting to 130. Now things get spicy. Like, market is moving higher. We're now at the top end of the range. I don't believe the up move. I want to scale into some of these shorts. Maybe could be good above 130. Yeah, I'm going to offer like above 130 there for the scaling in. So we'll see where this one wants to go. Yeah, I will keep myself posted on this one. I think we're at 130. There's no size here. We're definitely going to take the level. I'm going to scale into the short above 130. That was the initial plan. That's where I really like it. So yeah, I would like that to happen. Go up and then go back down for the scalp play back down. So we'll see what happens there. I'll keep you guys posted. Someone's saying PRTY. Wait, you're throwing a party? Hopefully I'm invited. PRTY, PRTY, PRTY. I love parties, man. Feel free to send me the invite. PRTY is a 32-cent stock. And they're having a party, man. Doing some volume, moving to the upside. Where is this on the daily, just so I can kind of gauge? When in doubt, zoom out. You know the rules. Maybe, yeah, see that? 80 cents again. 80 cents again, man. I am looking for like, maybe I don't want to ruin the party here, but lots of room to the upside. If we get to 80 cents, that would be kind of interesting.
That 130 level holding, Luca.
Huh?
That 130 level holding.
Yeah.
Rejecting.
I mean, I don't care. If it doesn't break, I'm not doing nothing with it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it too here. I don't know. I don't really believe in this market move, but the second I don't believe in it is the second it starts skyrocketing. So being cautious, but I really want to take that 130 rejection here on Apple. There you go. A nice little rejection to the 80s there. You could have scalped like 12 pennies, but not much of a sustained move. But I'll keep my eye on that as we do continue to print newer highs on the market. So we're going to have to actually respect this trend at some point here. It's going to be a long minded trade. Renata Haddad telling me be careful on Baba. Yeah, I know it's only a 10% position though, so I mean I can afford to take this amount of risk. I'm short 23s. I'm going to give it to the break of 50. Hasn't quite made it its way up there. It's kind of rejecting off that 50 period at the moment. I'm going to give myself room, right? That's the whole point in this. You know, we're talking very, very small share size here, guys. So I'm not worried too much about that. Now, back to Apple real quick. Yeah, there you go. You're getting that flush off 130, but that doesn't mean it's going to reject there for the rest of the day. We get some more buying. The market starts moving up towards that 39, 35, and all of a sudden we find ourselves higher up on Apple. I'll keep my eye on that one too. Again, back to Meta, talking about the same names that we've been talking about all morning. That is consolidating at that 132. And it's really not showing itself to want to go any higher, Luca. What?
Rainmaker saying, and this is kind of off topic, but this is kind of maybe, isn't there a movie about this? Apparently a bear found a pound of cocaine in the woods, ate it up, and is now going on a rampage.
Is that real?
I think that's no, I think it's based on a true story, but it's a movie. Bear, cocaine, ramp movie. No, this is a movie. That's why, yeah, Cocaine Bear, guys. It's actually, it's Ice Cube. Oh no, that's not Ice Cube. That was the first glance there. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen, look it up. Cocaine Bear 2023. It's a thriller. It's a dark comedy, apparently. I heard that story the first time, and yeah, guys, that's like, that is, I mean.
Is that on Netflix? Where is that at?
Bears are apex predators. I mean, I assume it's maybe on Netflix. Guys, bears are apex predators. We actually had this conversation in the back with some of the traders, and we're saying like, you know, what is the apex predator? Is it a bear? Or is it a gorilla? Remember, and I think we were talking about this.
Oh, I don't know, man.
Guys, this is a little off. This is a little off topic. I said the bear. I was like, guys,
yeah, I'm gonna like the grizzly on that too.
Is the apex predator of them all. It will destroy the gorilla. And there was only one trader in the back that was like, no, the gorilla, because it can be an assassin. I was like, the gorilla has no training. Like that is not. So guys, you know, let us know if you're watching this right now. If you have an opinion,
You're right.
Bear
the gorilla
versus
has more
gorilla.
training. You're right. Yeah.
I just
well, they
feel like
defend their
Bear-
troop though. They defend their troop quite aggressively. Silverbacks are super defensive of their troop, but they're a lot more like I'm sure you guys have heard of it. There's a lot of nature conservancy tourism now. They call it ecotourism. And so the way that they acclimate these gorillas to humans is by having humans constantly around them so that they can acclimate them to their presence. And that way you can bring in tourists and make money and you don't have to cut down the rainforest and money's made that way. So I think you can acclimate gorillas. I don't know if you can really acclimate bears to the presence of humans, which makes me feel that they may be much more wild going through. And to be honest with you, I don't know if gorillas, they definitely don't have claws. Bears have all sorts of claws. And it depends on what bear we're talking about. We're talking about grizzly, polar bear, a black bear, not really, but a brown bear maybe. But a grizzly and a polar bear? Oh, eat your head off.
See, and this is the thing. So someone's saying a
Godzilla.
gorilla will ride the bear. This is like what one of the traders in the back was like, the gorilla will jump on the bear's back.
The gorilla's
and like
smarter.
start to it's like, no,
You know, the
gorillas don't
smarter.
fight like
There's
that.
no question about that. The gorilla's smarter, but I don't know if he comes out on top there.
I love this back and forth. I mean, we'll get back to trading very quickly, but I just love kind of switching it up from time to time. While we have the time, it's nice to hear everybody's opinions on different things. And I know you guys all have opinions. And look at the comments coming through here. Yeah, somebody said human, which is kind of funny. I mean, yeah, maybe you're right on that. Human.
No, but
the
Paul
brain
Goodson
aspect.
makes a good point. He says Russians definitely domesticate some bears. But yeah, they do. They're domesticating them. I'm talking about these gorillas are not domesticated. They're in the wild. They're just used to the presence of humans. That would be the equivalent of a bear being in the wild, but used to the presence of humans and not really looking at them as food. I don't know if that's really the case, to be honest with you. I think that, yeah, that may not count. Anyway, let's get back to trading here, guys.
Back to trading
Back to
here.
Baba. I'm short Baba,
Apple
as
didn't
you can see
break.
on the board, 23's 10% position, looking for this rejection off the 50 period and the $0.50. I've got my stop a little bit above the $0.50. If it breaks it, okay, I'm out of this trade. But you know, the reason I took it is because there was a big move down. But again, you know, this one probably a little bit against my rules because my rules are don't short above VWAP. But I've been breaking that a lot more lately. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Luca.
Yeah, guys. I guess Apple didn't want to even break 130. So hopefully somebody short 130 in front of that. I just wasn't willing. I was like, for sure this is going to break. There's definitely stops there, and I'm just going to kind of pair those orders on the other side. But yeah, no, just rejecting and back down. So I guess I missed the short, which whatever it is. I mean, I'm already short Amazon. Now this is starting to work. I did get the in front of 90 Amazon short. So that's pretty good there. Now it's like flushing to the downside, so not going to be greedy. Let me take some out of this as we kind of get to the 50 period. That was the initial plan. And yeah, let me just scale out of that one just a little bit. If I can get like 60s, that would be great. I think I initially said I was going for 61s. So let me just see, where are we at levels on this? If maybe I draw like a little bit of a channel here. No, that doesn't help me with my covers. Yeah, 60s. I think 60s maybe prints there, maybe even 71. So bid some 71, see if I get that fill. 66 as well, and yeah, see if we can get 61s there as well. That would be great. I'm gonna put the bids out there. If we go back up, I'll continue to recycle the level. I really like what it's setting itself up to be there. Meta is actually flushing now, so I am gonna cover. I think I'm just going to cover half of my meta position down here. This is like bottom of the range, and I did add over there, so now it's like, you know, like give me that win. Can we go to the downside? And then I'm targeting like 41s. That would be great. For now, if we flush there, I get the fill. If we don't, then I kind of reevaluate that one. Let me look back to see where XOM is. This is respecting 109. Just a heads up to anybody watching that one. 109 is an interesting level for the time being. Let's look back to see where's Tesla. Oh, Tesla gave the VWAP pop. Oh man, I'm kind of sad. I mean, I guess everything popped together because the market. But that over/under 118, that's a banger short. I'm kind of sad that I missed that one. Kind of over VWAP. That was quick, man. Up and down. As fast as it goes up, it comes right back down. You know it's a good level. You know it's a good short the first time when it goes there and doesn't spend time there and then goes back down. Right? If it's hard to get the fill, if it doesn't spend any time there, you know it's a very, very good, interesting level. So that, I mean, second time around, no, it should not get back there. If it is going to be a banger, just kind of heads up on that one. Trader Ben saying SPRB. This is from the other day, SPRB. It was a mover the other day. I feel like today it's going to have like way, way less volume, but I see what you're saying. It's giving that little bit of a pop. this is a heads up for everybody. So it did have that really good day where it did a lot of volume, and the top-ish area, call it 330, and then never really breaking that. So nice pop on this one. I don't want to get involved because volume is very, very light, but it's kind of interesting how it popped to 338, then the next high was 305. Is this now going to be the high, like a 290 and then back down? And it just seems to be closing below 250. So that is a definitely interesting look over there. You know, best of luck if you do trade that one. I am not going to trade that one.
Let's go BABA. Come on, man. Back to my entry point. Here is BABA looking for that 114 break. Again, just keeping things interesting here, guys. Very small position. But I'm looking at PRTY. This one's near day highs, but this is a 330 penny stock, not 3 penny stock. All right, so let's see what else is going on. HOLO, H-O-L-O. This one just made a big boy move to the high side there, 779 high of day. We're trading 766. A lot of volume coming in just now. All recent volume. Not really seeing anything on it here to justify the move. All of it was earlier on. I think this is a sympathy play to some other biotech stocks. So it looks like it's a sympathy play to VYNE. Why is it telling me SoFi? Okay, so this was messing up, so then I won't use this. Yeah, HOLO not doing much. All right, we'll come back to that one. Let's see what we got on GSUN here. Yeah, we have a reclaim of VWAP from the downside. This is an interesting area to get short. Okay, so let's go over here to GSUN. We're gonna get out of Apple, and we're gonna put a very small position here on GSUN for the flush back down and the rejection of VWAP. And I'm gonna be, again, kind of boring to you guys, but I'm taking a 10% position because I don't wanna get smoked. There we go. So we're gonna punch short there. And our out is gonna be at 56. So let's go ahead and put that now.
Yeah.
We're gonna risk, how many pennies are we risking? We're risking 8 pennies here, 256. And then we're gonna cover the entire thing at 259, and there we go. So we'll see if this one makes a move down. I wanna take profit, or I wanna add, sorry, to this one, down at 43. So let me have a resting order here to add 243. And we're gonna add another 10%. We'll give it to 242. There you go. So we'll have that resting order sitting there waiting to trigger if this one rejects off VWAP. The idea here is that it was a VWAP retracement and then a rejection of VWAP and then move down, maybe testing $2. So I'll keep an eye on that one, but already short, very small amounts. The Hayes Record sending a good friend of the shows and shows a lot on the show.
Yeah,
199.
You're making me laugh,
I will fist fight bears and gorillas once I got a mill. All right, I'm good with that. Are you good with that?
Hey man, do whatever you feel that you need to do. That one made me laugh. I don't know if you hear me. I was like, I think I like muted my mic quick just to laugh at that. You're too funny, man. You're too funny.
Thank you for the super
thank you
chat.
for the super chat. Always appreciated.
Yeah.
Produced by Pascal. Luca, one more time for that short. I don't know if you're talking about Tesla. Because you said about Tesla. I don't know, man, because I just feel like I don't want to, like, see how it, like...
Look at this flush on GSUN. This is exactly what I was talking about, Luca. And look, it went so quickly, I didn't even get the ad. I tried to add it, and I only gave it a penny buffer. I should have... This is exactly what I was talking about, so let's cancel that now. And I didn't have any resting orders, obviously, because I was looking to add, not take profits. But there you go, the move down on GSUN now. That's a, how many penny move? Nice 15 penny move there. This might be time to take profits on it, but obviously I'm holding 10%, so really no point in doing that, just kind of testing out the strategy here and getting myself used to this adding in thing. Sorry to interrupt you, Luca.
No, it's all good, man. The Hayes Records, and I'll face Luca last. Hey, buddy, listen. I used to train boxing, by the way. I could be elusive if I want to be. You know where to find me. No, I'm just kidding. All love, man. Always love.
Joker.
Tesla, what I was saying is I don't like Tesla because I like the move up, the short for the move back down, because I'm confident a pullback eventually happens. But then when it's like okay, the over-under was sick. Now it's like back in the barcoding range. So I don't want to dabble too much, especially when I know Apple 130 could be good and the Amazon short at 90 is like probably gonna maybe retest it. But I'm just waiting for like a potential move back down through that one. So yeah, because Amazon, because Apple, I don't want Tesla. So normally if Apple, Amazon was not on the table right now, then I would be like, okay, yeah, let me try to find a way into Tesla, but those reasons are the reason why I'm like not again. It was good the first time. It was okay. This flush I thought would have for sure got down here, but I mean, look how it's like just kind of spending a lot of time here. And my real concern about that is as it starts to touch the 50 period, are we going to fail through, or are we now going to go back up? So it is not like 118 is not like a very, very good level. It's just like a VWAP level. So it was good this time. The 123 is a level, right? Then it fades. Then it tests VWAP. Okay, VWAP's in play. Goes to the downside. I mean, look at this. First leg down, second leg down. These are just little scalp trades that I do want to go to low of day because I'm short. But if they don't, like I just kind of reevaluate it. So I'm short here hoping that it goes down. But then when it stops, I was like, okay, like I have to cover. And that's not the wrong move because we go back up. So if I got that short there, I would be waiting. And now that I'd be seeing it at the 50 period, I'd be like, okay, I have to probably cover this, right? So if we get back there, I don't like it again. That's just my thoughts. That was weird to see that camera move. I've never seen.
What?
Huh? Okay, yeah. No, it's just funny how these I usually don't see these cameras move, and then I was like, wait, what was that? What was that over there? No, we're good over here, guys. Yeah, so whatever. Someone Tom is saying, whatever it takes, Luca. Short Tesla.
Yeah.
No. I'm now chilling.
Apparently, pretty is moving again, Luca. People
Yeah.
yelling out pretty. Yeah, there we go. Wow, it's not bad.
It's party, man, not pretty.
A party.
It's a party, man. This is a party, and I'm not invited, so I'm not involved.
Yeah, here we go. I know, PRTY. It's a NYSE stock for anybody interested out there. If you want to follow, it is also 34 cents, 33 cents at the moment. We're at high days, 34.83. That's pennies, by the way, guys. That's not points on the NASDAQ. 34.83. That is the price of high of day, 33.94 is where we're currently at. This one's up 63%. Not showing up on my scanner as I filter them by minimum of $1, but they're chat talking about this one. If you're looking how to get in, I mean, this isn't where I'd punch in. This is day's highs area, right? You're kind of going blind here. Let's have a look at the daily to see what we can glean off the daily. If we can, there are any levels that we can concern ourselves with. Let's bring this down. All right, here we go. All right, let's see what we got the daily here, Luca. Okay, so this is one ugly chart. Again, I hope I'm not offending anybody who is long or was long this stock. Obviously, you know, the highs of 2021 saw this one make its way up to $11, and then, you know, you had a series of sell-off. It's decidedly below the 50 and the 200 period moving average. So as a long-term stock, obviously nothing to speak of here. But there are some daily levels we can look at. I guess Friday is the best day to look at. That had a high of 40 cents. So that's obvious level that we're going to have to be aware of. That would have been my first guess anyway, 40 cents, given that we're at 34.83 at the moment. So 40 cents seems to be a level. Above that, looks like that 46-cent level is the next level above that. So these are all interesting possible resistance levels on party. I was going to call it pretty again. But yeah, looking to get in possibly maybe here off, I want to say that 3,200 seems a little interesting. At 3,200, 3,225, there's some interesting consolidation areas and tops around there that could be an area of support. Flushing back down now towards that level 33 and then 32.5. So this one, you know, flipping and flopping back and forth, Spurs. But I won't have any part in it. If anybody is interested in that, that is going to be on you. Quickly here, we still have that BBBY short. It went
BBBY.
Yeah, it went
That's funny, sorry.
Lower, rejected off that 50 period for a second, and now it's making its way back up. It looks like it's going to break that $0.50. If it does, I think I have my stop like 1 or 2 pennies above that, 10% position. Nothing to cry about, nothing to write home about, but you know, we're dabbling in it here, seeing if we can get something going. Luca.
Yeah, guys, just a heads up. SoFi is at 509. My offer is sitting closer to 520. I would love this to move to 520 for a mean revert back to like 505, $5. I don't really want to get into this at 509 just because it's like, look at this, man. It's very, very robotic and slow. With low volume, right? So you either play off the 5 and risk off the 5 and you would have lost that trade. Or for myself, I'm waiting for my levels of interest. And if that comes to fruition, great, I'll have the trade. Heads up on Amazon, it is moving back to that 90 level. So I'm now waiting for the 90 break to add more size to the short on this one.
SoFi.
Somebody's saying, Luca, where are the glasses from? They are from Amazon, man. These are like $10 glasses, or at least I think I paid like 10, 20 bucks for these. Just basically blue lens glasses, whichever ones you like, take your pick. Super cheap, man. I will never spend $500 on, actually I did, and when I went to Italy, I bought, what did I get? The Louis Vuitton glasses. I was in Italy and I spent so much on my Europe trip. I was like, you know what? Add more paint to this. Let's spend $600, $700 Canadian on these Louis Vuitton glasses, which I thought were blue.
Okay.
I thought they were blue, but they're black.
Oh, okay.
And I'm a little colorblind when it comes to that. So I bought them and I was like, these are bangers. And like a year later, I was like, yeah, check out my blue glasses. And someone was like, bro, they're black.
They're black.
And I was like, no.
Yeah, my pops
my
pops
God,
has
so-
that affliction too. Yeah, we're constantly having to tell him, no, Dad, this isn't gray, Bob. This is brown, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's like the it was like it's like, what do you call it? Like the glasses, like the rim and everything is just black. But yeah, they're nice glasses. I don't regret the purchase. It was definitely a memory associated with them. Lots of fun. I went into the LV store. I think it was in Rome. Yeah, it definitely was in Rome. And I was like, bring me my champagne. I want these glasses. I want my champagne. I looked like a bum at the time. I was in a wife beater, and they're like, you don't have the money for this. And I was like, Pap, yes, I do. And then I'm just like, why did I do this? But yeah, no, lots of fun there. But these are like $10 glasses. These are just kind of like, I use them to blue lens glasses. I feel like it's the right thing to do if you're staring at a screen all the time. But yeah, we'll see, I guess, in 25 years. I keep you guys posted if you still talk to me or if I'm still around. Yeah, no Gucci's for me, just LVs. Yep. Waiting for Amazon to break. Still no break of 90. I just feel like 90 break is going to eventually happen, I think. I mean, Apple didn't. Where's Apple right now? Let's have a quick look back at Apple. Okay, Apple. Yeah, moving up. Still pretty low. I'm keeping my orders there. I have not removed my orders for Apple because I really want those above 30 fills. I'm Batman. That's a cool name. Luca, pineapple on pizza, yes or no? I don't care. So I'm not going to say like I'm super against it, but I don't ever order that. That will never be an order of mine. Soprasata, black olives on the pizza. Get it well done.
I've heard that before.
That is where it's at, man. That is where it's at.
All right, guys. In another trade, again, small size, looking to take more short on GSUN. Seeing another consolidation sideways move after a big move down. I like to take these at the higher end of the range. I'm looking to scalp here through the break of this trough. The break of this trough will be that 231 area. So I have my order sitting there at 230. So if we can make our way down there, great. If we can't, I'll take it out. I'll be wrong at 246. This is another 10% position. So just trying to keep things interesting here as we kind of get sort of a slow time in the day, not really much happening on the market. Small cappers are kind of taking it easy as well. But SoFi, I mean, yeah, it's not moving fast or anything. I'm not going to give you the idea this one's becoming parabolic. But look at that move up. I mean, we talked to you about this one before the break of 5. Now we're at 510. Yeah, it was a hard roll hoe to get there because, look at this. These are all 1-minute candles, mind you, but a lot of 1-minute candles have to form to make 10 pennies. So that isn't really my kind of trading, but, if you can grind it out with big size, I'm sure this could be profitable because the liquidity on this one is ample. Done almost 23 million shares on the day, so you can basically get in and get out, no problem. Spread's only 1 penny, so you won't really get cut up on your entries. But yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say about that. I'm still going to nurse this trade on GSUN, and I've got nothing else. I'm having a look here at some of my side charts. I'm seeing not much developing. Apple holding VWAP, Tesla straddling VWAP from the bottom, and everything else kind of sideways, Luca. What's the chat up to? They're saying Mara. Okay, let's have a look at Mara. Okay, another stock that I think I traded this yesterday. Was it yesterday or Friday? I don't remember. No, it couldn't have been Friday because I wasn't here Friday. So I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. Let's bring in that chart. It takes a minute to load on this platform for some reason. There we go. So 550 is high a day. We're at 545 at the moment, so very close to high a day. We're up almost 11.5%. This is obviously a group play here. Have a look. This is the watch list for cryptocurrency plays, and you can see everything. All of them are green, decidedly high. 6% and up, except for Bitto. Bitto's a laggard. down only, up only 1.38%. But you got Mara, 11 3/4. You got Riot almost up 10. Coin is up 6.75. We heard Coin today obviously come out and say that they're going to do some industry cuts. They're going to basically reduce their workforce. And typically, market likes that as they look at next year as going to be leaner times, and so gotta loosen up or free up that balance sheet, so to speak. Also, the CEO making comments with respect to the crypto industry in general, saying crypto is being held down by bad actors, obviously in reference to SBF and the saga that's happening at FTX. So some comments coming in there for crypto. I saw a nice move up on BTC also. Luca, let's bring in the BTC chart. It had a decent kind of morning. It's above 17,000 now, which we hadn't seen for a while. We saw holding 16 for quite a while, actually. Let's go to the 4-hour chart here. Here's what I'm talking about. We were basically at 16s and 15s even in the November and early December periods, but basically holding that 16,250 for the majority of December. And now look at this. The new year comes with a nice bounce, 17.5. So the peak here that we made in early December, I remember when the market went crazy here, Bitcoin benefited from that. We made it all the way up to 18,371-ish. So yeah, still ways away from the most recent high, but obviously Bitcoin beaten down, Luca. And
yeah, that's, I don't even know what to think of Bitcoin. I just want to quickly comment because CPT Big Talk was saying, Luca, your fake Instagram started following me. Yeah, it's funny.
Just love that.
It's funny how like the fake Instagram has like 5,000 followers and I have like only 1,000.
Hold on, can I just say one thing real quick? Guys, if all the pictures are posted in 1 or 2 days,
that's how you know.
Yeah, go look at see when the pictures are pasted. I mean, if they're all posted on the same day, I can't tell you how many followers I have are Shawn Katina. Every day there seems to be one.
Yeah, guys. So like for anybody wondering, my Instagram has less followers because I'm just not popular. I'm just not popular. Only 1,000 followers for anybody wondering. The Italian trader Scalp Demon. And guys, I will not reach out to you and say, hey, how are you doing? I will not say that. If I reach out to you in any way, I'm probably responding or that sort of thing. Just trying to be polite and nice, obviously. But yeah, guys, that other Instagram, just please report it. It's these scammers be scamming, and it's just, I don't know what Instagram's doing, but don't they realize eventually, that it's just a fake? It is a fake. So I am not going to follow anybody back, huh?
They get rid of them pretty quick.
Yeah, like I'm not going to follow anyone back because I feel like that's how the scammers get you. It's like, oh, who are you following? Then they reach out to them and whatever. So I'm just trying to keep it light there. I'll try to, be funny and provide value. That's basically the angle that I'm going for there. Somebody's saying, Luca, did you take the Tesla short? No, I did not reload any Tesla short. The only thing I'm now eyeing on Tesla, we're actually getting a nice pop to the upside. Like market's going for that 39.30. I'm still short Amazon and Meta. I don't want a Tesla short. If I think about shorting Tesla, like it would have to be like closer to 120. So like the same way that I short this would be like my same kind of plan. If we like go into 120, I'll do like the same kind of setup over there. But I'm just like waiting for Amazon. I would love 90 to break. I think I have orders out to short a little more. No, I'm actually trying to go for covers down over here. 90 is like a hard level. Maybe it could be a good scalp long, but I'm not going to take the long. I like the short better. Let me check Apple as well. I still do have the orders there. So Apple back at 130, Amazon at 90, market moving to the upside. I'm going to try the scalp trades on these things. Meta is basically flat, not doing much. I have to probably change my bids on that. If I can get even like 91s, I'll just get out of that trade there for the rest of the size. And waiting Amazon, waiting Apple. We're going to see what happens on this one. Still no fill on AMD. I guess AMD didn't really, I think, where am I offering? AMD, I'm offering 6670s. Oh no, that's a bid, I'm bidding. Oh, I have no offer on AMD. Oh no, I do, 67, oh yeah, I'm close to here. I would love like a 68, like same plan. Apple 130, AMD 68, Amazon 90. These are my plans for these areas. Let's see what happens here. We do have still 25 minutes to go on the show. So still more trades to come here. I'm just gonna. This is the thing, man. See this Amazon? It like gets to 90, it quickly rejects. Like I don't want to short 99s, because I mean, maybe it's a good trade. I'm already short. I want the pop and drop. Like I really like the pop and drop. So yeah, I'm just kind of waiting. I mean, if we fade from now, we fade. I have what I have. It's not a big deal, but yeah, no, I would love that to break that level. Yeah, Algos, if you're listening to this, do your job, break the level, trigger the stops, and then allow me to react to your reaction. I do not want to allow you to react to my reaction, because then I feel like I'm losing that trade. So yeah, we're going to see what happens, just trying to get better and learn every single day. Stan O saying BIOR again, stress-free trade, buying every dip to $4. Best of luck, man. Best of luck. I am not dabbling in this one, but you are not wrong. If abort the short, the long cannot be wrong. It is making a high a day now. Clearing, I don't know where this thing is going, but you were calling it all day, so I'm assuming you're long. Somebody said you missed the boat. I was long yesterday. It did have a little bit of a, I guess it's a reverse split on this one. Yeah, somebody said 25-1 reverse split. Now finally going to the upside. Again, I'm not going to dabble in it, but congratulations is in order, I think, because it is making that move high a day there. Someone saying check Netflix. I actually removed my order to short this at 328. I thought like we could really extend there, but we didn't. Now we're kind of like, it's like a healthy, channel and then going to the upside. I'm done with Netflix. I think, the long looks good, but I'm not going to short it. I'm not going to trade it anymore. And last thing before I pass it back to Sharif, somebody saying LMND, please. Kenny Boy, what's going on, man? LMND on New York, $14 stock, moving to the upside, up 6%. I don't really know. I don't know what to think. I pulled this up before, and I was like, no, I'm not going to talk about it. It's too the volume's too light. I don't really like it. But I mean, if you ask again, okay, why not here? Maybe the resistance level comes into play at like 16, 17 area, and now it's like, I mean, it's having this is the daily here. It's like stayed like in this kind of range for a little bit. I feel like if we break 15 and get like a multi-day run, maybe we can go into that 17 level. But for myself, I don't like long with the anticipation that it's going to keep going. I just like to react to the moves. So yeah, my thoughts on this is like 15 kind of feels like a level, and then 16 to 17 feels like an area, and then I'm assuming like after that like 20. So those are my kind of general levels based on the technicals. No trade for myself, not going to short or long this thing. Best of luck to anybody with positions on it. That is the only thing that I think on that one. So yeah, just nursing the Amazon short right now and waiting for Apple fills.
Yeah, someone's saying BBBY long. Let's have a look at BBBY. Since we were looking at that one earlier this morning, obviously coming out with earnings. So, but not much of a move on it. It looks like it just took VWAP again after consolidating to the bottom. I guess here, if this is going to be a true bounce, maybe take the dip here at 197, 199, because it made its way up to 205, and then risk probably, I'd say that 195 with like a few pennies here, because then it will show you that this is just a fake trend. So I'm not sure how I'd play this, but yeah, I'm long this Tesla here. I got long. Where did I get long? 97, so flat in the money. Looking for, this break here. Looks like the market's creating newer highs. I don't know if Tesla is the right one to kind of get into because it's kind of been relatively weak. There we go. We got a nice little spike. Woo, baby, that's a 30 penny winner real quick there. So happy with that. Let's take another little piece out there. So now we're riding high on Tesla. We've got 19% of the position left. Scalping here, that was a full position. So now I'm going to see if we can stay above VWAP. VWAP is that 117.80. I want to just double check on my other chart here. Yeah, same thing. So there's good confluence between those two charts. So I trust it. I'll keep my eye on this one. I don't know really what to expect here in terms of levels. Let's zoom out and see where the key levels are on this that we need to be aware of. Obviously, that as a standout, that 119 3/4 stands out like a sore thumb, but that's a little bit ways away. Maybe I think that 119 probably obviously is really the only level I have to play with here. Otherwise, we're just kind of like in a no man's land or no woman's land. 119 looks to me like that would be the level. Anyway, long 97s, so if it breaks down anymore, I mean, I'll give it a little bit of room because I already took profit to the top, and I'm light here at the moment, 19% of the position, but I don't really want to go against me. This one has been a big winner for me on the day anyway. This is the second time? Yeah, this is the second time I take a trade on it. The first one was a short. Yeah, let's zoom out. This was the short, and then added to it, covered. It was like $1.20 winner, I believe, at the best. Yeah, so this one still holding above 118. That's the good news on this one, but we need to see higher highs come into play. The market kind of stalling out at the moment at that 39.30 area, not really moving up. And when it's moving up, it's like stepping up slowly. So I'll get out of that. And that'll be all she wrote for me on Tesla. The other trade that I have on is that G-Sun short 10% position. Super small, probably not even worth talking about, but we're getting some practice in here instead of just not taking any trades. What I'm looking for is a flat bottom breakdown again. You saw it here. There's a breakdown. It retraces to VWAP, breaks down again. Now we're consolidating. So obviously what I'm looking for is that 235 break. That's where we made a low, and I'm sitting here at that 230 area looking to get filled. But you know, it's 1 penny out of the money for me at the moment. Let's see what Tesla did real quick. Did it break 118.20? No, not at the moment, but still looks good, still above VWAP. So this one looking powerful, especially if this market can continue to head to the high side. Looking better than some of these other names like Meta retracing out that 132. Google also off highs and looking to print lower highs here. Same thing, I want to say with Microsoft rejecting off that VWAP level, but Tesla reclaiming VWAP. And Apple kind of hovering above VWAP, but not really able to break that 130 level. You saw Luca talk about that earlier with respect to initiating a short. Looks like a range is developing here between that 130 top
It broke and
VWAP.
reversed?
What?
Did I miss that? I guess Apple did the over-under at 131.
Literally rejected at 130, Luca. It literally went to high 130.
It broke, right?
It
didn't break.
It didn't.
Okay,
it went
I'm
to
seeing
130
things.
exactly. It didn't break. Maybe it's flat wide and get filled. But
No, I see like a volume spike, but
Yeah,
they
go
clear
for it.
everything. That is a weak Apple short.
Weak
It could be
sauce.
so good, man. It could be so good. Just give me those up fills over there. Yeah, we're gonna see if we get those fills. Trader Gordo, I don't know if you're still watching this, saying I can't deal with celebrating when I'm hurting this bad all year. I just want to quickly comment on that, guys. Trading is pure pain, and I say this every single time: no pain, no gain. It's okay to take a break, man. It's okay to take a break, kind of, let yourself process what's happening, go back to the drawing board, go back to, keeping things simple, right? So it's like eventually you kind of spin yourself around. Like I've been there multiple times. You kind of spin yourself around, you get very stressed out, and you're like, I hate trading, I'm done with this. It's just pure pain. Happens to the best of us, man. I remember reading something before that said like somebody made like 400 or 500K in profits in like whatever, like a year or two or something like that. And they're like, I am done with trading. And it's like, this is an individual who made money and is like, trading is too stressful. I am done with this. So prioritizing mental health over trading. And so just kind of the only thing I want to comment on is, trading, day trading is digital warfare. It is very taxing on your mind. It is very, very difficult. If you are new in the chat, you don't know what I'm talking about. If you're a veteran in the chat, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You've had the ups and downs. The only way that you can get better is going through this process over and over again and sort of rebuilding yourself every single time to come back stronger, right? As long as you don't take that kind of final death blow, you'll be okay, and things will sort of play themselves out. So just make sure to, somebody was asking me a question yesterday saying, what do you do outside of trading to get better? And the thing that I just want to reiterate is you just need to, work on your discipline, work on your mental fortitude. It's like I prioritize health over wealth, right? And so what can you do? Like go to the gym, cold plunge, sauna, like do all these little things that will help you manage your own stress in your own way. And then, you can take on more stress, right? So it's, don't use, and there's a lot of nice comments coming through in the chat.
Yeah,
this is the thing, man. The community's great. I love to see it.
Whatever you can afford to lose, right? You shouldn't be trading with money you can't afford to lose.
Yeah, like you should.
I don't know how you said
It really does put yourself through pain when you can't afford to lose money and then you lose that money. So that's like the main thing. But trading should be very like robotic. It can be fun, right? But you should not have high highs and low lows. That's what you have early in your career. Yeah. But eventually it should be like, this is my setup. I understand what I'm doing. It's a part of my playbook. I make money this amount of time when I do it. I'm going to do this and kind of go from there, right? So, yeah, when I have a bad day, I go to the gym. When I have a good day, I go to the gym. Just trying to build good habits, do the right thing. I'm not the person to like lose and then be like, I need to go drink beers and like, no, like when I'm in a good mood and like celebrating, somebody's birthday or whatever, like, yeah, drink beers. But don't like, don't kind of add more pain to it, right? Like you have a bad day, like, do good habits and whatever. Yeah, but also Pascal saying, but also I was an idiot. I've been a bonehead like time after time,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Somebody's saying I fight bear on cocaine on my bad days. That's it, man. That's it. You know, there's
Now
a lot of
130 coming in on Apple again. Oh, you
yeah,
got it up. Yeah,
that's
okay.
fine, man.
Yeah.
I'm chilling at the 130, waiting for the break here, just kind of chilling. I'm done with the Neo short. I took my money. I'm not going to recycle that level. It was good the first time. I just don't think, why is it holding VWAP and going back up? It's not like a level. It's more of like a general area that I felt could be good. So it was good there, but yeah, maybe not good the second time. Yeah, the 130 level on Apple is looking good, but I don't want to. I would have like the banger short in front of that level is the first time because it rejects and then gives you the fail. Now it's going to probably break eventually.
Why I like it because the market doesn't look like it's prime to go. I mean, it's creating like there's a bit of a trend line forming here on the 3-minute chart on the March ES. Like we have constant support here. It looks like we're holding on to that. So maybe in one sense, this is a nice bullish breakout for Apple. But in another sense, you don't have that same movement up on the market as you're seeing on Apple at the moment. You want to see it, right? Because when the market moves down, it kind of keeps Apple from reaching its full potential. What's that? Pradley is telling me to take off my glasses and pretend that I'm Superman today. I think that's what he said.
Maybe save that for the
that's
future.
funny, but I don't know what to tell him about that. But yeah, shout out to Pradley. Still obviously on the ones and twos and always smack talking us in our ears as is usual. At least in my ear, because you don't wear an earpiece.
Yeah, that's why, man. I'm like, why wear the earpiece when Sharif can hear everything, all the nonsense.
Exactly.
And I can focus on my trades.
Yeah,
and,
smart man. Yeah, smart man. BIOR is still apparently being talked about in the chat. But before I get to that, someone kept yelling. I think it was Abhishek. He said PUMB. So I had a look. I mean, first of all, the daily chart looks horrendous. I mean, here's what we're looking at here. Look, where are we at? 80 highs here, almost 77 highs. Yeah, I'm saying Apple break. Okay, 77 highs, and we've been basically stair-stepping down ever since. Looks like the low that we reached recently was, where are we at here? That $12 low. Bouncing a little bit to that 14 level, but still below the 50 period and the 200. With respect to a daily trade and intraday trade, I mean, I'll let you guys decide. Is this a chart you guys would want to trade? It isn't the one that I would want to trade. Very, very light on volume and very hard to get in and out. Juan Ayala saying, did Prad blow up his account? No, not at all. We have, how it works here. I'm not sure if anybody has explained this to you before, if you were here when we explained it, but we have risk management parameters on the floor here. So if you can't lose X amount of money, you get shut down for the day. So there's always that kind of risk management system. All right, Luca saying Apple is moving up. Take it, Luca.
Yeah, guys, so Apple finally giving the 130 break. Stops are there. A little bit of a volume spike, exploding to the upside. I don't believe it. I'm taking the short. I'm willing to scale into this one. Eventually, we come back down to that 130 level. I think the short will be good. So, yeah, give me these fills. I'm just going to be cautious in terms of how I actually scale in. My average is like 130, 16, 15-ish, give or take. So, let's see, man. That was actually a very, very sharp move up. And now the question is, will there be follow-through? Well, we're already going back down here. So, yeah, if we get back down through that 130 level, oh, boy. If we go back down through 130 right now, we're probably instantly going to 129.80. So I'm going to, make sure that my bids are stacked in the proper area. And let's see if this wants to give me the win right away. I would love that if it comes right back down. If not, I'm just going to have to, finesse it a little bit more, which is no problem for that. As Apple breaks to the upside, it makes me want to check Amazon, which has not broken yet. I covered a little bit. I had a bid out, I think, 71 over there. So, yeah, got that fill pretty nice. I'm still in some of it, and I do have more bids down below, which didn't fill. Not too bad, not too crazy. I probably should have covered more now that I'm thinking about it. But, yeah, if we get back to 90, I'll just add more into that. So, yeah, let's see what Apple wants to do. This is my top priority right now. I just feel like people are either short or long, and they're taking the 130 break. So if we go back down through 130, that is everybody's worst nightmare. but not mine, because I am literally the opposite to that trade. So if 90% of the people took that, I'm betting against them. So I just feel like going against the crowd is the right move. A part of the mean reversion here. So we're going to see. This is a scalp trade for myself. I'm not going for 129. I'm going for a breakback through of 130, and then trigger back. Everybody out, panic, they lose, and I offset that order. So I'm just kind of going opposite to what I think people are doing. So I feel like that's the right thing to do. Rage TV, Luca, if you would swing trade Apple, what is a good level to go long? I don't know, man. I think, like, for myself, I'm waiting for 110 for, like, a dip buy. Like, I feel like on the daily, like, 110 is, like, pretty sick. Remember we did this before?
This kind of scared me a little bit, Luca, on the VIX. Now, here's what I'm seeing on the VIX. Tell me what you see. I see a whole bunch of nonsense, but when I zoom in a little bit, let me bring in the screen here. Tell me what you see. Do you see a possible breakdown of this level here on the VIX? I'm worried about this VIX level here, because if we break down below that, then we could be talking about a real long on the market. That could come as early as Thursday. I mean, if we see a really good CPI print, like we're near these lows on the VIX, and we've been testing these lows for a while. Like, look at this. I mean, yeah, it's an exact science, but what I see is lower highs on the VIX, and not really lower lows, because we've got to break through this bottom here. So I don't know. I don't know what we see, what we get. I mean, I know what I see, but I'm not sure what we're going to get. But the VIX, I saw this at home, like, the VIX is primed for a flat bottom breakdown. What does that mean for the market? That means the market pops. But I would love a 110 Apple. If that came to fruition, I'd be all over that.
Like, pull it up on the daily on whatever the black charts that look show it better.
Sure. 1 second.
Because
like
that's
like
right, I feel like 110 is like the banger
Apple?
level.
Yeah.
Like, it's so far away. I just don't want to.
Let me bring it up here.
I don't want to buy it now. This is what I'm thinking, because I thought this to myself. I don't want to buy Apple now because there's probably other things that I can buy that are better. And if it goes to 110, then I'm like, okay, this is now worth it for like the long term. But I know you're talking about swing trade. You're talking about like 2 weeks to 6 weeks. Like, I get it, like swing trade. I'm talking more of like the longer term perspective. I am not swinging anything. I'm just not in the mood right now. I really, really need to see something like set up very, very cleanly. And it's just like Apple, it just feels like there's a lot of overhead resistance going back into like 140, 145. I just feel like CPI needs to play itself out. If we come out higher than expected on CPI, nobody is prepared for that.
No.
So like we're going to tank. Everything's going to tank. But if we like come out lower than expected, or even in line with expectations, which is what I think is going to happen, the market's going to just stay in the range that it's in. I mean, we've been between 3,800 and 3,950 for so long right now. Like, I just don't understand like where the edge is. This is the daily, guys, and I just feel like, like using just very simple levels like this, right? So it's like we've just been in this level for so long. If we get above here, we're now in this kind of like range that it was in from before. It only gets interesting if we get like a melt up through 4,200, which then is maybe a better short, and then we quickly reverse back. Or do we break down through like, 3,780 and really sell off into like, I don't know if the data's gonna load, but if we really sell off into like 36, 3,500 there. So yeah, I don't know, man. We're gonna see what happens. I'm kind of waiting for CPI to make any real decisions on like the longer time frames. Intraday, I'm obviously just kind of recycling these general ideas that I have over and over again. I'm getting one fill right now on the Apple break back through the 130 level. This looks pretty good. I think, we probably get back to like 129.85-ish, which is the 50 period. It's gonna, if it's an overcrowded trade, if people are in this trade, I see people saying like, yeah, I'm in that trade with you. Everybody is short and now is trying to cover. The robots are doing their thing and trying to make it very difficult. But yeah, my plan is just like, take the fills as they pay me. So, it's just kind of like flush through, pay me. Like, I think I'm bidding like 90, I don't know, somewhere here. 90, yeah, give me like 96 or 95. And then like 86s, yeah, like we'll go with that. We'll see if this play. I have no idea like where to cover these things. I'm just like 86, let's see. Okay, no, we're back above. Maybe I do 98s. Just kind of changing in real time. But yeah, man, this, that was pretty good. That was what I wanted to see. So it's like move up, move back down, waiting for the rest of the fills. you know, if this is going to really, really go to the upside, if it's genuine buying, if we're flying, if the market is going to go to the high, then like, yeah, okay, I'm going to be wrong. I'm going to take the L. But I already took a little bit of a win on that one, so now just patiently waiting for the rest. I feel like you have to just be patient with this one. It's just a product of it. If you are somebody who is impatient on like a scalp trade like this, you know, take whatever, take like, you know, 10 and then cover like 8. So like cover 80%. I should just say percentages. Okay, you know, like take 100% and then cover 80%. Now, if you're holding, you're like, okay, like whatever, you know? So it just depends on how you value it. If it's like an A+ for yourself, then maybe you hold more for the little bit of a move down. If it's not, if it's like a, you know, like maybe it's going to be good, I'm not really too sure, I'm going to cover below because I'm not 100% sure, then cover more. That's kind of how I look at it. Somebody's saying Amazon cracking. I am getting the, oh, that's beautiful, man. Good thing I kept the bids out there. Yeah, so getting those fills now pretty light on the position. I'm going to try to hold for VWAP, but I don't even know. I mean, just 90, it respected 90 so cleanly. Like eventually this thing has to go like to VWAP, right? I think. So yeah, we're going to see if it wants to do that. So yeah, short Apple, short Amazon. If Apple keeps going up from here, then yeah, I'll probably just like punch out for the loser.
Yeah, I'm in that short too. The reason I took it, the whole idea was the break of this trend line here, but it had basically done this around over here where I just broken it ever so slightly. I thought maybe we'd get a downtrend here, but looks like we're going to continue with this uptrend. So I punched into Apple short, averaged in once. Super small positions, trying to keep this interesting on the day, even though there's only like 2 minutes left on the show, but I'm going to stick with the theme. The whole idea here was the break of that trend line on the ES to try to ride this below 130. Kind of hovered around 130, broke it a bit, but nothing really to write home about. Now, like 20 pennies above it. Where's my average on this one? It's 130.03. So 10 pennies, 12 pennies out of the money at the moment on Apple on a tiny position. But yeah, there is not much left to talk about other than the fact that, you know, we've been trending up a little bit this afternoon. 39.35 is the high of day. We're at now 39.28. We were as high as 31s. So we're definitely closer to the highs than we are to the lows. I think we're up 1/3% today on the ES. So a bit of an inside day, even though we had some moves earlier on. We definitely had some volatility earlier on in the day, but it's kind of stabilized off. Small caps are kind of, I don't want to say non-existent, but they weren't the best place today. I got shaken out of that G-Sun short, by the way, popped up, took me out of that 10% position. Where is that? Let's go real quick. Yeah, so got in here, and then we have a retracing back to VWAP. So I wonder if this would be an interesting area to get short, but there's only like 30 seconds left on the show. Not going to bother with that. And going to keep looking at this Apple trade as now we wind down the show. Anything that you want to talk about quick, Luca, before we shut it down
That's
here?
funny, Anthony. Thank you, Champion Sharif and Long Shot Luca. Lambo Luca, Long Shot Luca.
Lambo Luca.
Lucky Luciano. Man, some of these things you guys make me laugh over here. Yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Somebody said it best. Nice number of likes. Congratulations. Thank you so much, guys. If you are still watching and didn't hit the like button, feel free. Hit that like button if you enjoyed the show. If you didn't, feel free to let me know what I can do differently. Maybe I'll consider your opinion, or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll keep being myself. That is life here. Still nursing Apple, nursing Amazon. These things, you know, if we go to high a day, we go to high a day, or not high a day, sorry, if we keep making highs, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to, before I get myself into trouble, let me just get out of this Apple. Because, yeah, we're now going back up. That was not a part of the plan there. No. So covering that one, Amazon's still good. Not too bad for the middle of the day show here. See you guys tomorrow. You know, they'll come in with bangers for the end of the day. Definitely. 100%. So, yeah, ciao, guys, and see you guys tomorrow.
Take care.
2 o'clock, couple hours left on a pretty positive, turning into, anyways, a positive afternoon after we had that brief dip to end off the morning following Fed Chair Powell, who made some comments this morning, some prepared comments if you missed it. Really didn't get into anything